and Christopher Juvie Thomas Jr. lost their lives that day, and soon it is all going to be up to a jury to decide how exactly this happened. Well, Law and Crime's Terry Austin is back in Florida getting ready to sit on the proceedings today, but first, she is with us. Good morning, Terry. Good to see you. You're outside the courtroom, but inside the courthouse. I think I could see you there. So it has been a long time. I think we all need a little bit of a refresher about what has happened. The jury was gone last week. It's been a week since the jury actually heard testimony in the case. Remind us, what were some of the last things the jury heard before they took that long break?
Well, right before the jury took the long break, we heard from Christopher Thomas's mom, Leandra Phillips, and she was on the stand for the prosecution simply to identify her son. It was a very short testimony. She was up and down in probably less than 5 minutes, but the courtroom was very intense, listening to every word she had to say. I think the expectation was she was going to go on longer. The defense did not ask her any questions, but instead just stood up and said, "We are really sorry for your loss." And that was the last thing the jury heard. There were motions, of course, last week without the jury, and we were hoping that we would get a chance, that jury would get a chance to view the car, but the judge ruled on that motion and said no. Those were the very last two things that happened last week.
We'll get into that in a minute. I do want to ask about what the jury saw. I remember there were these videos that were being played in court with no sound on them. I'm not sure we understood what the context of them were or what the jury was supposed to take away from them. Do you remember that?
Yes, Jesse, I was sitting in there and I thought I must have missed something, but I did not. There was a witness on the stand. She was from the Department of Transportation. She introduced those videos, but she was also up and down in about 5 minutes. And then the prosecution played those videos, and there was no sound and there was no description. We saw the highway and we saw cars on the highway, but the cars were very little specks. We have no idea who was driving those cars. And she played 4 or 5 of those videos. She kept going up and down. And when I say she, I'm talking about the prosecution, Ms. Bradley. And she never said anything to the jury about what they were watching. So it's a little bit confusing. I think she just wanted to get it into evidence. And you have to have someone who lays that foundation. It is in evidence. And I suppose if the jury wants to view that video when they are deliberating, they can do that because now it is in evidence. But it had no redeeming value as far as I am concerned. And I don't think the jury understood what the value was either.
You mentioned how on Friday there was these motions hearings that addressed a few of the issues, one of them being the jury view and whether or not they would get to see the car where this took place. Let's start there. You mentioned why the judge is not allowing the jury view. What was the discussion and why did the judge decide that?
Well, Jesse, I was actually a little bit surprised. The car is downstairs on the first floor. We're on the 4th floor here in the courtroom. There's really no reason why, in my view, the judge didn't allow it except for what he said, which is he thought it was redundant. They have the pictures. The jury doesn't need to go down there, but there's no cost in terms of time spent going to view it. I do think security might have been an issue. He didn't allow it that very first day when it was requested by the prosecution, but I thought he would ultimately decide that it was okay because the building could secure the premises there. But ultimately he said, no, I do think part of the reason is he's ready to get this trial moving. There's no need to go down there. We had a reconstructionist. We had chairs moved in that courtroom so the jury could understand where each of those individuals was sitting. And I think at the end of the day, the judge just said, no reason to do that. Let's move forward.
Yeah, maybe a little bit duplicative if the jury already has the measurements and they understand the pictures of the car and what the layout would be. What is the significance of them going to see it? What about anything else from that motion hearing other than the jury view, the jury site visit? Was there anything else noteworthy?
There was some discussion in terms of evidence, and they were talking about photographs. All of it was really, I think, process oriented, nothing substantive. The most substantive decision was to do with that car and the viewing. They also talked about what the trial was going to be going forward, what witnesses were going to come onto the stand. There was some discussion about witnesses who were trying to be subpoenaed and deposed and actually taking the depositions and the timing of the deposition. I do believe one of those witnesses was someone who was in the other car, that red Mitsubishi, but it's unclear to me at this point whether or not that deposition took place and whether or not the witness is going to be called to the stand. So we'll see today. The prosecution is expected to close very shortly. And if, in fact, the witness was deposed and the witness came, we'll see.
Okay, well, now we're going back into the state's case. They haven't officially rested. Do we have an idea of if they're going to call anybody else, if they're going to rest by the end of the day? What else are we going to see from the state?
You know, it's interesting, Jesse. I don't think there is much else. They had that gun expert in the very beginning of the trial. If you recall, he was on the stand forever. They've had DNA, they've had medical, they've had the gang expert. If you remember, he's the one with the mask on his face. They've actually, I think, done as much as they can. And they had the medical examiner and they had the reconstructionist who actually said the exact same thing that the medical examiner said. And I think the most important point that they made is that those shots that were the shots that killed the two victims
Right.
came from inside the car. So there's not much else they need to establish. I think if they can get some witnesses who were in the red Mitsubishi, who was the car that was next to the subject vehicle, that might add some final point for the prosecution before that jury. I think that would help. Other than that, I can't imagine what else they need to establish.
Well, remind me of something. I remember in their opening statement, the prosecution mentioned this. I think it's an Instagram message that YNW Melly sent where it seems like he's confirming he was a part of the shooting, responding to somebody's comment and said, "Shh, I did that." Other than the prosecution's opening statement, did they introduce that into evidence, or is that something that they need to amplify a little bit more?
Jesse, I've been in that courtroom. I did not see that video. And you're right. Christine Bradley did say in her opening statement that she was going to introduce that basically because she did exactly what you said. She said that we're going to see Melly say, "I did that." Shh. That did not show in front of that jury. So I'm not sure how she's going to explain that. If it did show, I did not see it.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that she mentioned that. I think it was something she wants the jury to think about, but the evidence has just not been there.
Do you know who the defense plans on calling, other than maybe the defendant himself, which I think is highly unlikely? But are they going to have their own medical examiner, their own pathologist, their own crime scene reconstructionist? Any idea about the defense's witnesses?
I went through that witness list, Jesse, and yes, they do have two medical examiners who are listed on the witness list. They're listed as doctors, so I assume they're going to be able to talk about the autopsies, and I'm certain that they have reviewed the reports, and I think they may try to contradict what was said on the prosecution's case, but I do expect to see that. I also saw a number of other names, and there very well could be an expert talking about how that scene actually occurred. I think that's probably, in my opinion, the most important thing for the defense to establish. They're going to have to say, look, it wasn't an inside shot that killed the individuals, and it wasn't something reconstructed from the inside, that it was possible that those bullets could have come from the outside. We did see the defense on cross-examination saying to the reconstructionist, look, isn't it possible that these bullets could have come from the outside? And the answer was no. But I do think the expert that they call on, if in fact they do, will say, yes, it is very possible that those bullets came from the outside of that car.
Now, I might have been mistaken here, but I think I was looking at the witness list too. Maybe I was confusing the trials, but remember, this is a death penalty case. If he's convicted, this will move into the penalty phase. I thought I saw some potential witnesses for the defense and also for the prosecution if this goes into the penalty phase. Maybe people who know YNW Melly from his life, family, friends, and maybe mental health professionals. Am I wrong, or is that something that you're seeing too as potential witnesses if this moves into the penalty phase?
That's exactly right. On the defense list, there are witnesses listed as family. I think there's one uncle, there might have been a grandfather, but there's some relatives who are listed who would come on, I think, for that penalty phase. I'm not exactly sure if there are others that they didn't put and use a description, but they absolutely did describe some family members there. Other than that, it's really hard. I mean, obviously, you're looking at the list and it's a long list of names. It's hard to determine exactly why they are coming, but there are definitely several family members, and I would assume that they are coming on behalf of the defense.
All right, Terry Austin, I know that you have to jump back in there, but great reporting and great analysis as always. Thanks so much. We're going to check in with you later.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so as Terry gets settled into that courtroom for us here at the network, we're going to take a quick break. But first, stay with us as we watch this very special report from Law and Crime's own Sierra Gillespie.
Everybody get down! Give me all your money! It's got the money! Give me all your money!
A would-be robbery doesn't go quite as planned when a suspect storms into a nail salon demanding money, but no one reacts to his threats.
Hey! Where's the money?
Security video shows what happened on July 2nd in Atlanta, Georgia, when a suspect walked into the Nail First salon. The man calls for everyone to get down and hand over all their money.
Everybody get down! Give me all your money! It's got the money! Give me all your money!
But instead of giving up their valuables, customers and employees don't react at all. The salon's owner even answers a phone call rather than interact with the suspect.
Yeah! Where's the money?
One woman does react, though. Video shows her stand up and put her hands out. The suspect then snatches up her cell phone.
Give me the money! Where's the money? Everybody give me everything!
As the woman steps outside, the suspect screams for the others to hand over their money.
time, everybody. So we're waiting for day 12 of the YNW Melly double murder trial to begin. And although the trial was dark last week, there was a motions hearing on Friday that we were talking about. And one issue that was addressed was whether or not the jury would be able to view the car where the shootings took place. It's essentially the crime scene. Now, of course, this is the car. This is the car in question where the prosecutors allege that the defendant, 24-year-old Jamel Demons, shot his two friends, Anthony Sackchaser Williams and Christopher Juvie Thomas Jr. Now, again, the prosecution is saying that Demons and his co-defendant Cortland Henry deliberately staged this as a drive-by shooting, but really they have presented evidence to suggest the shooting came from inside the car. Now, after further investigation, this is why we've heard from medical examiners, we've heard from a crime scene reconstructionist. So it became a question of, should the jury actually see the car? Would they gain something from it? Well, Judge Murphy ultimately denied the motion for the jury view. So let's take a look at how that argument went down.
Underlying the written motion, and Your Honor's recollection of the testimony and argument that was made in open court as to how it would benefit the jurors is separate and distinct from the other items. In fact, the state would submit that the state could offer the entire car into evidence because it is then preserved. It has been the same condition since it was initially put forth. And there is no limitations in the evidence code as to the size of the piece of evidence. If it doesn't come in through the courtroom doors, Your Honor, the state would submit that there would have to make arrangements for the jurors to be able to view the item of evidence.
I did file a response, Your Honor. Were you able to read?
Yes, ma'am, I saw it. Anything else?
I would just add that we have yet to view the car ourselves. We're supposed to go see the car this afternoon after court. But as I set forth in my motion, I believe it's overkill. The witness testified to the specs, the measurements in the car. We actually have photographs that have been moved into evidence that have measuring sticks that clearly show you the distance in the car. Her proposition that we need to see the car so they can see the purview, I guess she's planning on the jurors sitting inside the car, which makes no sense because they don't have the same measurements as the decedents. Moreover, I'd like to point out, we don't even know where the decedents were truly sitting because there are no crime scene photos that actually show them being in the car at the hospital. All the pictures that we were shown are of the decedents, the car being empty. So I would even argue the proposition of what she's trying to say, this person sitting here and this person sitting here. There's no actual evidence.
Judge, remember, there was a motion filed in 9:54 p.m. last night that affects the same second witness. I don't know if Your Honor wants to address it this morning, in addition to the same second witness. Or you want to do it after the first witness is getting fairly short.
I'm not sure what the issue is now.
So this stayed on Friday afternoon after Mr. Class's deposition filed same second motion and reading. Does Your Honor have a copy of that?
I have a motion that's filed by the state. I don't know which one we're talking about. I read it.
I emailed it to Your Honor's JA on Friday. It's titled State Second.
Yes, I've read it.
That's what Your Honor. So there are three motions. The first one is regarding the defendant's essentially self-serving hearsay statements for the deposition of Mr. Glass. Counsel asked Mr. Glass whether or not the defendant had ever admitted fault, essentially in the incident. So that would be a self-serving statement that the state would seek to exclude, in addition to any other self-serving statements or possibly.
Anything else you want to talk about?
Yes, that was just as the point one. Second, prior bad acts. As to the witness, Mr. Glass, any prior arrest that did not result in any convictions. In addition to, counsel brought up a alleged shooting incident that was denied by the witness, and there was also allegations of him being, just generally involved in that act. So we moved to exclude any of those. He does have 2 prior felony convictions, so those would be what counsel's testimony should be limited to. And finally, the drug use, which I cited to Edwards versus State, which is 548 Southern 2nd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 1989, regarding when counsel can require from a witness whether or not he's utilized drugs. The witnesses admitted and did admit in deposition that he did smoke weed on the date of the incident. But however, counsel did inquire as to his general drug use, and so the state would seek to exclude any general drug use that's not related to either the date of the incident, or according to Edward versus State, any other testimony that would affect his ability to recall events. And those are the state's three motion limits.
Well, it's one motion limited, but 3 paragraphs.
Yes, 3 paragraphs, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart?
Morning, Your Honor. As to, I'm trying to recall, as to the issue of drug use, I'm not thinking that it's our intention to date his drug use back to birth. However, we know that one of the lasting and long-term effects of chronic marijuana usage is affects one's memory. So the fact that I think when he was asked, "Do you smoke marijuana?" his answer was yes, and how often? The answer was whenever I can. I'm not sure that we should be limited to the date in question, because the impact of such chronic use, whenever he can get his hands on it, impacts his ability to recall matters. With respect to his prior bad acts, there are 2 felonies which clearly are impeachment. And beyond that, however, he was charged. This is a witness who made himself deliberately unavailable to the parties for years. He then gets charged in May of this year with a crime, and now and then watches the proceedings on television and has suddenly made himself available. That goes to bias his intent.
I don't think the state was suggesting that you couldn't ask questions about whatever current charge he has. Are you suggesting that?
No, Judge, I didn't address that, because he can ask about the charges, about the maximum, minimum penalties, and I would agree that he could ask whether or not he's been incurred in favor in exchange for his testimony as it relates to that.
With regard to the current charge.
Correct.
And well, if the state's position is we can't impeach him with anything beyond the current charges and his felonies, we agree. I can't remember what the first point was.
So it was self-serving hearsay statements of your client.
First of all, it's not a statement. A statement are utterances. The question that was put to the witness was whether or not Mr. Demons ever admitted involvement in the activity. The answer is no. There was a time during which the witness indicates that he was inquiring of various people what may have happened. And him saying that Mr. Demons never admitted involvement in the offense is not him uttering a hearsay statement. It's him denying the existence of any statement, hearsay or otherwise. So I don't think there's a hearsay exclusion to the failure to admit involvement in the offense. So I don't think that that question ought to be put if, in fact, we decide to put it to the witness.
Thank you. Well, regarding the first issue about the witnesses' alleged testimony that the defendant, Mr. Demons, didn't admit to him that he was involved in it. That's not something the witness observed or anything. That's in essence, that's an exculpatory statement. I agree with the state. You can't do that. I agree that regarding the prior bad acts and impeachment, we're all on the same page. You can ask about whatever the pending charge is. You can talk about that in prior 2 felonies. But as to other uncharged offenses that may happen along the way, those are not, you can't inquire as to those. As far as the drug use, if he's using marijuana cannabis at the time. That's all fair game. I don't see any issue with that. And if he uses it frequently, I don't see any issue with that either. I mean, it's, I don't know that that's the type of, it may have been at one time the type of drug use that was concerned, but it's stayed in your system for a while, has effects on you. I think all that's fair game. I don't have an issue with it. And I understand Edwards talks about when you're under the influence of something, but if it's over a period of time, I mean, I've heard from various experts how long it stays in the system and how long it can do it. So it can be for a period of time.
Okay, and just to clarify, your comments ruling period of time meaning from the date of incident to current date, or even predating the date of incident?
Counsel, to me, it's fair game. They can go into it.
Okay, I just
I
wanted to
don't have
clarify.
an issue with it. All right.
And Judge, the defense did file a motion to exclude Trevion Glass from testifying at all. I don't know if they want to or your honor wants to address it at this time.
We can address it at this time.
Sure, go ahead.
Did you have a chance to read my motion and the case law this morning?
I did.
All right.
Thank you.
So it's basic, as I stated in my motion, after 4 years, we're finally able to depose Mr. Trevion Glass. Interesting enough, as I set forth in my motion, and I attached the pages of his transcript, he states that it wasn't until he started watching YouTube because this case was live streaming and hearing his name repeated everywhere that he decided to call up the prosecution. As I further stated in the deposition, specifically questions were asked about his independent recollection of this incident, and he clearly states, let me go to it. I wasn't aware who got into what seat that day, but from me watching what's going on, yeah, I know now. Yeah. Mr. Howard then clarified that. Watching what's going on, you mean the trial proceedings? He said, correct. Looking at this rule of sequestration, and we know it here as the rule dates back to biblical times. And going back into them, it's been well established that we need these protections of this rule of sequestration to prevent witnesses tailoring their testimony to match the testimony of the previous witnesses. And that's exactly what we have here. 2023, in the Bible, they didn't have a TV live streaming into the courtroom. So most of our rules, when we were dealing with it, are saying, you cannot sit in this gallery and then come up on this stand and testify. But if he's sitting there watching from that TV, from the comfort of his home, there is no difference from him sitting here in this gallery and then getting up there and testifying. That is the crux of this rule, and that is exactly what it is meant to prevent. Sequestration of witnesses is one of the oldest and most time-honored rules in the court system. It's to ensure that we have effective truth-seeking. And we won't have effective truth-seeking if he's allowed to sit here, watch everybody testify, and get up there and then tailor his testimony to the last 3 weeks of evidence and other witnesses who have testified. I provided the case law. I think the law is clear. Reading into that case law, because this rule of sequestration, we do have a sister rule in the federal court system, 615. And they've actually gone on a little bit further with their cases to give us examples of out-of-courtroom communications that are not allowed. And they give us examples of witnesses sitting outside of the courtroom talking about what they testified with another witness who's going to testify. They talk about giving witnesses the transcripts of other witnesses and preventing them from testifying. In this case, again, he watched the entire trial. We don't even have to guess about this because he tells us in his own deposition that he's been watching this trial, that he's heard his name in this trial, and that's why he's decided after 4 years to come and testify. He must be excluded to guarantee my claim a right to fair trial.
Thank you. What's this state?
And the exclusion of the witness is the harshest sanction that this court can impose. The state acknowledges there was a violation of the rule of sequestration. The witness indicated so in deposition. However, counsel's representation that he watched the entire trial is wholly inaccurate. That's not what his testimony was. So the court must determine whether or not it was an intentional violation, whether it was inadvertent, or whether it was any bad faith on part of the witness or the state here in particular. The state would proffer that it was an inadvertent violation. It was unintentional on part of the state. As your honor is well aware, it's been documented that Mr. Glass has not been cooperative with the state. We tried to subpoena him pre-trial. In fact, the first time the state spoke with Mr. Glass was after his current arrest, which I believe was in June of 2023. The state contacted the witness for the first time and was able to speak with him after we had already began trial testimony. The witness indicated to me that he would not be here, he would not come, and he would not cooperate with the state subpoena. He did cooperate that in his deposition that he did in fact inform me of that information. And therefore, the state operated as he was not going to testify. It was not until the defense subpoenaed the witness that he became compliant and came in on Friday. I think the first time he came to Broward County and the state met with him was on Thursday of last week, which I believe was July 6th. So the first time the state would actually had an opportunity to even speak with the witness in person and inform him of the repercussions of the rule of sequestration was well after testimony had begun already. And the prejudice that the defense has cited in their motion is essentially that he's watched the video surveillance, which is currently in evidence in state 7, and has changed his testimony based on his review of the video surveillance. So 2 things. He did give a statement to Detective Moretti back on February 26th of 2019, and he indicated that he got into the backseat of the red Mitsubishi. He's now been refreshed, and his memory is now refreshed that he did in fact get into the front seat and not the back passenger seat of that red Mitsubishi. The state would proffer that prejudice is minimal, and the reason is because we have video surveillance. And so Mr. Glass, in and of himself, can be impeached based on his prior testimony saying he got into the back seat versus the front seat. And that's the only prejudice that the defense has outlined in his deposition testimony that has been colored by his view of any of the trial testimony. And so based on that information, one moment, Judge. The state would say that rule of sequestration for this court to exclude him completely as a witness would not serve its purpose. It's not a per se rule to exclude. The trial court has discretion, and I would ask you to exercise your discretion because there's less intrusive means, being one of him being impeached based on the inconsistency itself.
You have the transcript of this witness?
I ordered a copy and we did not receive one. I have the transcript, Judge. If counsel can be so kind as to also provide us with a copy, we have received our copy.
No problem with that?
No, I can email it right now.
All right, so could you give a copy of that to Travis?
Yes.
And what I'll do is I'll make it, I don't know if I'm allowed to make copies.
I can email to Ingrid, and then I can email to them. They have their copy machine right there. I do have one quick follow-up, Judge, if I may.
Sure.
So there is a line of cases, and counsel is arguing from the line of cases where the defense has violated the rule of sequestration. So when it's a defendant violating the rule of sequestration, you do have to go into a Sixth Amendment analysis because it's his constitutional rights that the court still has to protect. And that's why you have that stringent standard. However, when you're dealing with the prosecution violating the rule of sequestration, then it becomes the question of my client's rights to a fair trial. And that's how the analysis should go. And you're looking at those line of questions. When you go to 96.16, there is another section that comes down that gives exceptions to the rule of sequestration, which we see. We have the witness's family in here. Why are they allowed in here? Because of 96.16 gives that exception. But there's case law that says when that family gets up there to testify, Mr. Demons' client rights to a fair trial will trump the other people's rights in this case. In this matter, Mr. Glass doesn't have any rights to be in this courtroom. He has no right to be watching this from TV. tailor his testimony to the evidence. I would ask him to look at this in the light most favorable to Mr. Dimmons and his constitutional right to a fair trial. And that's what we want today. And it's not going to happen with a witness who's been watching this proceeding from the comfort of his home.
But the defense isn't suggesting that this was all some type of connivance with the state, that they planned this or executed in some fashion to get around the rule of sequestration. You're not suggesting that. You're suggesting that you shouldn't be allowed to testify because it's a violation of the rule, which states agreeing it's a violation because the rule of sequestration was imposed. But you're not alleging or suggesting the state had anything to do with it, are you?
So, Judge, and I did ponder this last night, and for the sake of being a professional, I did not come with a motion for prosecutorial misconduct. But as we've heard Ms. Smith admit herself that she sat in that deposition with us, and they too realized that he had been watching the trial from his own testimony. The simple fact that the state now wants to even put him on the stand is knowingly, Judge. They knew in the deposition, one. Two, they knew when I put him on notice with my motion. So they had the opportunity after the deposition to, after my motion pointing out we violated the rule of sequestration, just not to call them. They, however, are going to continue to proceed knowing he has violated the rule and put him on the stand. So yes, when we look at it that way, the state may be acting inappropriately.
Thank you. And counsel, from your perspective, as far as the state's concerned, once you found out this witness was going to, his location was found, and you gave his address over, and I know you said he wasn't going to cooperate. I think you made that representation open court a week or so ago as well. I don't know the exact date, but you made a representation to that effect. What was the first time that you advised the witness that the rule of sequestration was invoked?
Judge, last Thursday, because prior to that, I had only spoken to him on the phone, and he had told me we essentially had abandoned almost calling him as a witness absent a decision to be able to show cause, which we had not decided at that point. So when he told me he wasn't coming in, I had no further conversation with him until he contacted our office, and that was in response to the deposition. And counsel's essentially.
What date was that?
I can have counsel look up the exact date to let you know, because we have an email when we contacted our office.
That's the time that you told him the rule was invoked?
No. He called our office indicating that he had gotten a subpoena and whether or not he needed to appear, which we indicated, yes, he did need to comply with the subpoena. We tried to make arrangements for him to come. I believe his deposition was scheduled on a Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that was the deposition that was set, if you recall, without any discussion or scheduling with the state for that Friday.
So it was set on a particular day, and he failed to appear that day. And then I called him when he failed to appear while the defense was still in state attorney's office in the lobby. I said, "Are you in Broward County right now?" He said, "No, I'm not. I don't have a ride." I said, "Okay, if transportation is arranged, can you make yourself available?" He said he would. He called us. He told us he would be in Broward County, I think, Thursday afternoon. He called us on Thursday, said he was in Broward County, and that was the first time we met with him in person. And I would say, Judge, the defense is asking you to essentially apply a per se rule. The case law says there's no per se exclusion for the rule of sequestration. The only thing she's saying that's been affected is his seat position in the Mitsubishi car. That seat position is on video. It's in state 7. And so that's something that the state can even show the witness in preparation for his testimony. It's something we would publish during his testimony. So that contradiction between where he sat in the car is not of the sort that should exclude his entire testimony and would color his testimony.
Thank you. My question, as to when you first advised the witness?
Thursday, Judge, when we met with him in person.
Last Thursday.
Yes, Judge, when we met with him in person for the first time.
Thank you. All right, I'm just for ruling on. Just I'd like to read the transcript.
So, Your Honor, I think the case law is also clear that you need to read his initial statement to see if there's been any change in his statement from the initial statement to the deposition.
And I'm going to provide, if I can approach Your Honor. Where's the case law? I thought you were having the case law.
provide me the statement, so I can provide it to the.
I have the statement, I wanna see the case law you're quoting to, because we're talking about excluding him. I didn't see any case law, it says
I don't think they
substantial.
cited it in the case law council, they just cited the rule. But let's do this though, I'm not done with this yet. I wanna read what he said, as well as a statement. I wanna take a look at those things.
Madam President,
Sure.
and so the
Who's your next
case,
witness, by the way?
It's Danny Benitez, he's a record custodian, so we anticipate it's gonna take about 5 minutes, which is why we.
Where's your next witness after that?
Mr. Glass.
Where's Detective Murray?
He's also
He's
gonna
not
be
here.
in this afternoon.
and Judge, I'm gonna have to print out the copy of the case law that the state is saying to, which I'll print out a copy for council and for your honor.
She just said, she got her notes on, I don't want that, because you have your notes on there, so I'm not.
So I'll take this, it's just the last.
That's all right, just, can you just email it?
I'll do it right now, Judge.
Thank you. She'll print it out, I would like to read it. And we'll just have it marked as a court exhibit for the purpose of this, so.
States otherwise ready, I'm going to proceed with the proceedings. Dan Benitez, record custodian for Montessori School.
And Judge, we do need to do one, quick order to keep state 64 under seal for the purposes of the clerk. There is sexually explicit photos of minors and videos on there, so that would be, the clerk needs to be made aware of that on the 9807. Mr. Demon's comment, Mr. Demon's comment.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, go ahead and sign. I'll sign, thank you. All right, you all set, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ben?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Yo, I want to show y'all something. I want to pick out something right here. Right.
Jury entry.
I want to pick out something right here for Melly. Right. Do y'all notice how his emotions? He wears emotions on his sleeve. Do you notice how his demeanor changed when he's doing well in the case, or he is in when he's not doing so well in the case? I want y'all to apply that to when his friends were murdered, right? And that would tell us how he felt about it, right? He definitely wears his emotions on his sleeve. So when we saw him in the video yesterday, bouncing around, jumping around, and happy and whatever, he really, you can infer that he was happy, like they was dead. You get what I'm saying? He definitely wears his emotions on his sleeve. Also, please hit the cash app. Please hit the cash app. Please hit the cash app. $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. It don't matter. Just please hit the cash app. Matter of fact, hit the cash app so we can work our mojo. So they'll let Mr. Trayvon Glass testify. But pay attention to Melly's demeanor, man. His emotions. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. I'm telling you, you can tell a lot by his emotions. And also, yes, Trayvon Glass called them to testify. He finna sing like a canary. He finna sing. I got murder on my mind. Him and Christine finna be that singing. I got murder on my mind. Listen, this is not good. This is not good for Melly. He finna sing like a kinetic. Who this is? This Moretti? Let's see.
Organization between the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Either you state your full legal name for the record.
Daniel Benitez.
You spell your first and last name for the
Daniel Benitez.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Benitez, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Okay,
Ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Perfect. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Benitez.
Good morning.
Can you tell the members of the jury where you're currently employed?
Sure. I'm employed at Montessori Academy in Broward in Pembroke Pines, Florida.
And have you been employed with the Montessori School in one capacity or another since October 26, 2018?
My wife and I started school in 2002, and up until today, we're still involved in the school as director of the school. I'm the operations director of the school.
And back on October 26th of 2018, were you you and your wife, the owner and operators of that school?
Yes, we were.
And the Montessori School, where's the specific address?
The address is 19200 Pines Boulevard, Pembroke Pines.
And you mentioned that's in the city of Miramar, correct?
Yes, I have.
So at some point in time, you provided video surveillance from your school to law enforcement, either 2018 or early 2019.
Yes, I have.
And how long is the system, how long does the video maintain until the system overrides naturally?
The system actually maintains a backup for 90 days and then overrides itself with the oldest of the events being erased.
Okay. So in order to preserve video surveillance, you would have had to capture it and preserve it within that 90-day window, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've had an opportunity to review the video surveillance that was provided to law enforcement and then placed on a USB?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we're showing your counsel that pre-marked as states quadruple H, so H. May I approach the witness?
You may.
It says, is this the USB you were able to review?
Yes, it is.
And how are you able to recognize this particular USB?
Well, it has my initials on the back.
Okay, and did you find an initial it after reviewing the video surveillance?
Yes, I have.
Is that video surveillance a fair and accurate representation of the video surveillance that was captured back on October 26th of 2018 from the Montessori School's video surveillance system?
Yes, it is.
And that video surveillance was maintained and kept by Montessori School until it was turned over to law enforcement?
Correct.
And it's routine for you to maintain that system? In fact, you still have a system to this day?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will convey to evidence what was pre-marked as state's quadruple H. Is the next number you see, I believe, 82.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. We're double checking. Although they
Sections.
Excuse me. Just one second. Tell me what it is. The lawyers do not discuss the case on Form 18 about the case to allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence or no research. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect that the jury stepped down. Counsel remain along with the defendant. You want to play the video now? Show the counsel the video. I don't know how long is it takes.
Thank you, Shauna Prince, for the $3 cash out. I appreciate you, sister. I love you. I appreciate you.
How long is it?
3:40 to approximately 5 a.m. We wouldn't be intending on publishing the entire thing for the jury. But just so it's clear, this was previously provided for the record for two defense counsel. We just now at sidebar learned that they have not been able to watch it and the file was corrupted. They have not told us or asked for an additional copy in any way, shape, or form.
Didn't we just take care of that sidebar? Didn't I ask him that?
Yes, sir, but I make it to the record is clear on the state's part on that. In addition to the other images and things that she discussed in videos, those were from the phone. And those were available for defense. They were in my office on Friday afternoon. As to the things I said I would email, that was the PDF of all the photos that were published in open court on Thursday afternoon. Just so it's very clear, Diane's liberty is full of issues on some of those issues.
Thank you. So, what is, I guess, my understanding is Detective Moretti, your last witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what happens if I wasn't going to allow Mr. Glass to testify? What were we going to do for the next 2 hours, 3 hours?
State would be ready to go now.
So Mr. Moretti's here.
Judge, with regards to the state would be ready with witnesses, yes, or videos to play.
Thank you. Your recess. Thank you.
Yes, damn it. Bro, they making this day more nervous. Bro, I want to hear what this man got to say so bad, man. They stalling this shit out, bro. God damn. They working my last nerve. I want to hear what Trayvon Glass got to say so bad. And they stalling us out with all this mystery stuff, bro. Why they gotta do us like this, man? Why? Oh, why? Man, hit that cash app if you want Trayvon to testify, man. We gotta work on some reverse mojo in the courtroom, man. Hit that cash out, man. I want to hear what he got to say, man. I want to hear what he got to say, man.
The state would say that rule of sequestration for this court to exclude him completely as a witness would not serve its purpose. It's not a per se rule to exclude. The trial court has discretion, and I would ask you to exercise your discretion, because there's less intrusive means, being one of him being impeached based on the inconsistency itself.
So again, more controversy surrounding a witness. The prosecution is not foreign to that. We saw some issues there earlier on in the case, but this concerns Trayvon Glass. This is, as we said, somebody who has left the recording studio at the same time as the other people in this case, and it becomes a question of what he saw or heard before giving his testimony. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, our plan is to jump into court and see the continuation of the state's case. Stay with us. We'll be back. Listen, this is how I feel. Like, I don't care.
I want to say this, right? So I heard what you saying, Malik. You said if they let him testify, he got grounds for appeal. I hear you, but okay, so what if they find Mariah Hamilton right now? She got a bench warrant. She been out watching the trial and all that. She would be able to testify. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I ain't no lawyer or nothing, so I don't know. This one a little tricky here for me. I think this one here kind of up to the judge discretion. I think it can go either way, but I think he's gonna let him testify because he allowed him to be deposed and all of that Friday last week. So I I tend to believe he's leaning towards letting him testify. And I already think Melly has grounds for appeal anyways. I mean, I think with the stunts that Christine been pulling, the one she pulled with Felicia Holmes, a couple more stunts she done pulled here and there. I think he got grounds for appeal anyway, especially with them high power lawyers and how high profile this case is and who he is. No matter what was gonna happen, he was gonna no matter what was gonna happen, this is a death penalty case. It was gonna be an appeal filed. If he's guilty or found guilty, it was gonna be an appeal filed immediately, the same day he get found guilty. That's how these things go.
It was dark last week, but the trial for the Murder on My Mind rapper finally back in session. We believe the state is wrapping up their case in which they allege 24-year-old Jamel Demons shot and killed his two friends from inside of a vehicle back in October of 2018. Demons and his co-defendant Cortland Henry say that they were actually victims of a hit and run, and fellow rappers Anthony Sack Chaser Williams and Christopher Juvie Thomas Jr. lost their lives that day. It's going to be up to a jury to determine what exactly happened inside that car. But right now, we are listening to arguments happening outside the presence of that jury. So let's get back to it and hear what they have to say.
You have the transcript of this witness?
I ordered a copy and we did not receive one. You have the transcript, Judge. If counsel can be so kind as to also provide us with a copy, we have received our copy.
No problem with that?
No, I can email it right now.
All right, so could you give a copy of that to Travis?
Yes.
And what I'll do is I'll make it, I don't know if I'm allowed to make copies.
I can email to Ingrid, and then I can email to them. They have their copy machine right there. I do have one quick follow-up, Judge, if I may.
Sure.
So there is a line of cases, and counsel is arguing from the line of cases where the defense has violated the rule of sequestration. So when it's a defendant violating the rule of sequestration, you do have to go into a Sixth Amendment analysis because it's his constitutional rights that the court has to protect. And that's why you have that stringent standard. However, when you're dealing with the prosecution violating the rule of sequestration, then it becomes the question of my client's rights to a fair trial. And that's how the analysis should go. And you're looking at those line of questions when you go to 96.16. There is another section that comes down that gives exceptions to the rule of sequestration, which we see. We have the witness's family in here. Why are they allowed in here? Because of 96.16 gives that exception. But there's case law that says when that family gets up there to testify, Mr. Demons' client rights to a fair trial will trump the other people's rights in this case. In this matter, Mr. Glass doesn't have any rights to be in this courtroom. He has no right to be watching this from TV or his testimony to the evidence. I would ask him to look at this in the light most favorable to Mr. Demons and his constitutional right to a fair trial. And that's what we want today. And it's not going to happen with a witness who's been watching this proceeding from the comfort of his home.
But the defense isn't suggesting that this was all some type of connivance with the state, that they planned this or executed in some fashion to get around the rule of sequestration. You're not suggesting that. You're suggesting that you shouldn't be allowed to testify because it's a violation of the rule, which states agreeing it's a violation because the rule of sequestration was invoked. But you're not alleging or suggesting the state had anything to do with it, are you?
So, Judge, and I did ponder this last night, and for the sake of being a professional, I did not come with a motion for prosecutorial misconduct. But as we've heard Ms. Smith admit herself, that she sat in that deposition with us, and they too realized that he had been watching the trial from his own testimony. The simple fact that the state now wants to even put him on the stand is knowingly, Judge. They knew in the deposition, one. Two, they knew when I put him on notice with my motion. So they had the opportunity after the deposition, two, after my motion pointing out we violated the rule of sequestration, just not to call them. They, however, are going to continue to proceed knowing he has violated the rule and put him on the stand. So yes, when we look at it that way, the state may be acting inappropriately.
Thank you. And counsel, from your perspective, as far as the state's concerned, once you found out this witness was going to, his location was found and he gave his address over, and I know you said he was going to cooperate. I think you made that representation over the court a week or so ago as well. I don't know the exact date, but you made a representation to that effect. When was the first time that you advised the witness that the rule of sequestration was invoked?
Judge, last Thursday, because prior to that, I had only spoken to him on the phone, and he had told me, we essentially had abandoned almost calling him as a witness absent a decision to be able to show cause, which we had not decided at that point. So when he told me he wasn't coming in, I had no further conversation with him until he contacted our office, and that was in response to the deposition. And counsel's essentially.
What date was that?
I can have counsel look up the exact dates and let you know, because we have an email when he contacted our office.
That's the time that you told him the rule was invoked?
No. He called our office indicating that he had gotten a subpoena and whether or not he needed to appear, which we indicated, yes, he did need to comply with the subpoena. We tried to make arrangements for him to come. I believe his deposition was scheduled on a Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that was the deposition that was set, if you recall, without any discussion or scheduling with the state for that Friday.
So it was set on a particular day and he failed to appear that day. And then I called him when he failed to appear while defense was still in our state attorney's office in the lobby. I said, "Are you in Broward County right now?" He said, "No, I'm not. I don't have a ride." I said, "Okay, if transportation is arranged, can you make yourself available?" He said he would. He called us. He told us he would be in Broward County, I think, Thursday afternoon. He called us on Thursday, said he was in Broward County, and that was the first time we met with him in person. And I would say, Judge, the defense is asking you to essentially apply a per se rule. The case law says there's no per se exclusion for the rule of sequestration. The only thing she's saying that's been affected is his seat position in the Mitsubishi car. That seat position is on video. It's in state 7. And so that's something that the state could even show the witness in preparation for his testimony. It's something we could publish during his testimony. So that contradiction between where he sat in the car is not of the sort that should exclude his entire testimony and would color his testimony.
Thank you. With my question as to when you first advised the witness.
Thursday, Judge, when we met with him in person.
Last Thursday.
Yes, Judge, when we met with him in person for the first time.
Thank you. All right, I'm for ruling on just I'd like to read the transcript.
So, Your Honor, I think the case law is also clear that you need to read his initial statement to see if there's been any change in his statement from the initial statement to the deposition.
And I'm going to provide, if I can approach Your Honor.
Where's the case law? I thought you were having the case law.
I'm provided with the statement.
I
can provide it to the judge.
I have the statement. I want to see the case law you're quoting to, because we're talking about excluding him. I didn't see any case law. It says
They
substantial.
just cited in the case law counsel. They just cited the rule. But let's do this though. I'm not done with this yet. I want to read what he said as well as the statement. I want to take a look at those things.
May I approach Your Honor?
Sure.
And so the case,
Witness, by the way.
it's Danny Benitez. He's a record custodian, so we anticipate it's going to take about 5 minutes, which is why we.
There's next witness after that.
Mr. Glass.
Where's this Detective Murray?
He's also going to be here this afternoon.
And Judge, I'm going to print out the copy of the case law that the state is saying to, which I'll print out a copy for counsel and for Your Honor.
She just said, she's got notes on it. I don't want that, because you have your notes on there. So I'm not.
So I'll take this, it's just the last.
Sorry, just, could you just email it?
I'll do it right now, Judge.
Thank you. She'll print it out. I would like to read it. And we'll just have it marked as a court exhibit for the purpose of this, so.
States otherwise ready, Your Honor, to receive it.
Just beginning to one quick order to keep state 64 under seal for the purposes of the clerk. There is sexually explicit photos of minors and videos on there, so that has to be, the clerk needs to be made aware of that on the 9807. Mr. Demon, Mr. Devon's phone.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, go ahead and sign. I'll sign it. Thank you. All right, you all set, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Vince?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury.
Okay, so that was actually from a few minutes ago. We're a little bit behind. That's why I want to bring in right now Terry Austin, who's jumped out of that courthouse to explain to us what's been happening this morning. So, Terry, good to see you again. Walk us through what exactly that argument was about regarding Travion Glass's testimony and how Judge Murphy ultimately ruled on his testimony.
Well, Jesse, this is extremely exciting. Travion Glass is one of the individuals, one of the 4 individuals who was in that red Mitsubishi, which was next to the subject vehicle. He is being deposed or was deposed last week. And what the judge is trying to determine right now is whether or not he's going to be on that stand. At first, he was limiting the examination, and now he's trying to determine whether he's going to get up at all. Initially, the state was arguing we don't want drug use, we don't want other bad acts, we don't want certain information, and the judge made those determinations. But now the defense has actually objected and said he shouldn't get in at all. And here's why. The defense is saying Melly's right to a fair trial is being violated because the witness, Travion Glass, has watched, and he said this during the deposition, he has watched the trial while it's being live streamed. And so for that reason, he has not been sequestered. The judge was really trying to determine, when did the state advise Travion Glass that he should not be watching the trial? And he was literally just advised last week, certainly when he contacted the state, that he was going to respond to that subpoena. So it would be very interesting. It's the first time I think we've had someone who is actually at the scene of the crime. And so if he is allowed in, it should shed some light on what's been going on.
Now, I said we kind of jumped out of that because we are planning to jump back, but how did it all wrestle in the end? How did the arguments end before the jury was brought in?
Yeah, the judge has not determined that. He's determining 2 things right now. Whether Travion Glass is going to get on that stand, and he's also determining whether Daniel Benitez, who was here, he's the custodian of record for the Montessori school, which had some surveillance of what happened that night. He's determining whether or not the jury can watch that video. Apparently, the defense has not seen that video, so the judge decided to take a break. He wants to very seriously consider both of these issues. Is Travion Glass going to get on that stand, and whether or not this video is going to be shown to the jury? I might also add, Jesse, that he wants to see what else the state has for the day. And we do know that lead detective Moretti is going to be called and will be ready once these issues have been determined.
Yeah, so again, we were a little bit behind, but there was a witness who took the stand, and my understanding it was about providing surveillance video to law enforcement. What do we know about that testimony? And I also understand it ended early.
Right. Well, that was Daniel Benitez, and he was on the stand maybe 5 minutes, Jesse, and he stated that he owned and operated that Montessori school, which was nearby, and he had surveillance. Now, he didn't testify yet as to what surveillance he had, and the judge wants to watch that video before the judge determines whether the jury can watch it. And the defense objected, and so that's why the judge wants to take a look at that. And I believe the defense is taking a look at it too. I think that was one of the reasons they had a sidebar, so we could not hear that part, but it does seem as though one of the reasons the defense has objected is because they have not seen that video yet either. So Jesse, that jury could very well see some video of what was going on that evening, and they may very well hear what exactly Trevion Glass has to say.
You mentioned Detective Marietti. I might be mispronouncing his name. What do we anticipate his testimony is going to be?
That's Detective Moretti. And yes, I think it's going to be very interesting. He is the lead detective here. And remember, he is the detective that they have accused, the defense has accused of not doing a good job in terms of investigating this case. He is also the detective who reordered, I believe, the DNA analysis of the DNA on the back door of the subject vehicle on the left-hand side. And there was also some discussion of a Celebrate report that the judge said cannot get in because the state did not produce that to the defense. So I think the judge really wants this detective to come on and to clarify some issues, and he wants the state to proceed with their case. He's asking them, who do you have? Are they ready? Can you proceed? What if I decide Trevion Glass cannot come on? Are you ready to go? And the state said, yes, we will be ready. The judge said, is your witness here? Is Moretti here? And she said he will be here. So he's ready to get the case rolling and to have them close on their case at this point.
And remind us, there was that issue about the DNA because the first test that they did didn't come back positive for the defendant's DNA. It was only a subsequent test that came back and they found something, which goes to the idea of how thorough the law enforcement techniques were and how, I think the defense has been very keen at suggesting it was a sloppy investigation. Not saying it was, but I think that's what they were trying to suggest.
That's exactly what they're trying to suggest. They're saying that it was a botched, they use the word botched investigation, and that this case has been going on since 2018. And it was only in June of 2023, this year, that Moretti decided, look, let me go back and see if I can get a second look at that DNA. And that evidence came back. And so at first, no DNA from YNW Melly was on that car. And then when they went back for a second time, apparently there was some DNA on that back door and the driver's side. So I think Moretti is an important witness, and I think to hear what he has to say about multiple issues is going to be important for that jury to hear.
By the way, who's in the courtroom today? Anything different? What's the vibe like right now? I mean, again, we've been off for a week, so I'm curious to see as we come to the conclusion of the prosecution's case, if you've seen anybody, noteworthy, anybody attending for either side.
That's a great question. I do see a packed courtroom this morning. Both sides are filled. I do see Christopher Thomas's mom in there. I see Melly's grandmom. His mom's not here yet, but she's on her way apparently. And the jury is there all ready to go. They have their jackets because it's normally quite cold in the courtroom. Although I will say today the temperature is a little bit more comfortable. I think everyone is ready to start the defense case. Everyone is on their tippy toes as they're arguing these motions, and they're very solid arguments, and I think they are ready to have this trial come to some sort of conclusion. But everybody's on their P's and Q's this morning.
All right, Terry's going to jump back into that courtroom. We'll have her on later on in the program. We're going to take another quick break. When we come back, we'll see if this testimony can jump live. Stay with us.
Have you been injured in an auto accident? Look at this direct.
Hey, look, I'm gonna say this. They said that Trevion Glass was watching the trial from home, and he called the prosecution up to testify. Right now, they also said that Trevion Glass had caught a charge, and that is also part of the reason why I testified. I think it's all of the above. I think he was watching this trial, and his conscience went to fucking with him. I think he went to thinking about juvie and sack, and I think also with the charge that he got or whatever. I don't even think they charged a serious charge, to be honest with you. I think overheard them say it's like a resisting without violence or resisting with violence or some shit like that. I don't think it's no serious charge he got. I think his conscience got to him. I think he saw the way this trial was going, and I think his conscience got to him, and I think he You know what I'm saying? He called them up and he wants to try to help this case because he see what's going on. That's what I think. That's what I really, really think. I think his conscience got to him, dog. I really do. Because he called them to testify. You get what I'm saying? Like, he called them up to testify. So we know whatever he got to say is not going to be good for the defense. You can see how hard they arguing. It's not going to be good for the defense. You know, so I think whatever he got to say, I think it's going to be very, very big for this case, one way or the other. Damn. This is very nerve-wracking. They had to pull this shit with the last with the at the last moment with this guy. Like, why this shit had to be like this? And like, because everybody want to see this guy testify. You know, everybody wants to hear what he has to say, but the judge got a rule on it. I do think the state, I do think the defense have a good argument. Do I think it's gonna win? No, I don't think it's gonna win. I think the judge even want him to testify, to be honest with you. But do they have a good argument? Kind of, sort of, yeah, maybe. But okay, so what about in all the other cases where a witness just come out of at the blue? You get what I'm saying? Like, this shit happens all the time. If they arrest Mariah Hamilton ass today, she gonna hit that stand, and she gonna been on the run watching the case on TV, YouTube, all type of shit too. So it's the same thing. Like, so do I think they're gonna let him testify? Yes. Do I think the defense made a good argument? Yes, I do think they made a good argument as to why he can't testify. But shit, they let the mama testify. They let Juvie mama testify. She been sitting in the courtroom the whole damn time. They just let her testify. So I mean, Leon Thompson, what up, buddy? What up, buddy? He said Melly is a product of the juvenile system. The system is holding hands as they set up young men and women to go to prison. I feel sorry for him, although had him in this position. So if you guys don't know, my buddy Leon Thompson, he actually used to be a juvenile detention officer, and he actually had Melly in the program for a couple months. So maybe y'all want to ask Leon some questions. But he actually had Melly in the program for a couple months. Mike can give y'all a little
Witness
insight
Daniel
on it.
Benitez took the stand to testify about surveillance video that he provided to law enforcement for the case. He wasn't on the stand for very long, but do want to watch how that questioning unfolded now. Let's take a look.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Benitez.
Good morning.
Can you tell the members of the jury where you're currently employed?
Sure. I'm employed at Montessori Academy in Broward in Pembroke Pines, Florida.
And have you been employed with the Montessori School in one capacity or another since October 26, 2018?
My wife and I started school in 2002, and up until today, we're still involved in the school as directors of the school. I'm the operations director of the school.
And back on October 26th of 2018, were you you and your wife the owner and operators of that school?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And the Montessori School, where's the specific address?
The address is 19200 Pines Boulevard, Pembroke Pines.
And you mentioned that's in the city of Miramar, correct?
Yes, I have.
So at some point in time, you provided video surveillance from your school to law enforcement, either 2018 or early 2019.
Yes, I have.
And how long is the system, how long does the video maintain until the system overrides naturally?
The system actually maintains a backup for 90 days and then overrides itself with all this of the events being raised.
So in order to preserve video surveillance, you would have had to capture it and preserve it within that 90-day window, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've had an opportunity to review the video surveillance that was provided to law enforcement and then placed on a USB?
Correct.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, we're showing your counsel with pre-marked the state's quadruple H, so H. May I first with this? It says,
Yes, it is.
And how are you able to recognize this particular USB?
Well, it has my initials on the back.
Okay, and did you sign in and initial it after reviewing the video surveillance?
Yes, I have.
Is that video surveillance a fair and accurate representation of the video surveillance that was captured back on October 26th of 2018 from your video from the Montessori School's video surveillance system?
Yes, it is.
And that video surveillance was maintained and kept by Montessori School until it was turned over to law enforcement?
Correct.
And it's routine for you to maintain that system. In fact, you still have a system to this day.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will convince evidence what was pre-marked as state's quadruple H is the next number you see, I believe, 82.
And you're gonna object, Your Honor, we're double checking, although they,
Sessions.
I'm sorry. I would like the jury step down, counsel ran along with the defendant. You want to play the video now? Show counsel the video. I don't know how long is it. How long is it?
3:40 to approximately 5 a.m. We wouldn't be intending on publishing the entire thing for the jury. But just so it's clear, this was previously provided for the record for two defense counsel. We just now at sidebar learned that they have not been able to watch it unless I was instructed. They have not told us or asked for an additional copy in any way, shape, or form.
Didn't we just take care of that sidebar? Didn't I ask him that?
Yes, sir, but I make it for the record just clear on the state part of that. In addition to the other images and things that she discussed in videos, those were from the phone. And those were available for defense. They were in my office on Friday afternoon. As to the things I said I would email, that was the PDF of all the photos that were published in open court on Thursday afternoon. Just so it's very clear.
Okay, I'm back here right now with trial attorney Janine Atamian and federal law attorney Gwen Marie Davis Hicks. Gwen Marie, I'll start with you. What an interesting morning, right? So we start off with all these arguments back and forth between the attorneys and the judge regarding Mr. Travion Glass. Then this witness comes on the stand for like 30 seconds and they have to go back and see what this video looks like. What do you think about what's happening?
It's a really important point in the trial right now. Before the state or prosecution rushes this case, they're trying to get everything in as much as possible. What I'll say is that from hearing the arguments back and forth, this is a really crucial ruling, however the judge decides on whether or not the witness should be able to testify. One of the things I thought was really interesting was that the state said that they couldn't find him. We didn't know where he was. We weren't even going to call him. The timing of it is that the defense actually subpoenaed him to come. And that's when, during deposition testimony, they found out that he's been listening to the trial. So he should have been sequestered. So the timing of it is interesting. And also what the state is saying is that, hey, the part that we're showing is that we have video anyway, showing where he's sitting. So I'd be really interested to see how the judge rules on this. On this issue right here.
What should the judge do, Janine? Because it does become a question of whether or not this witness's testimony is going to change.
So I think that the judge should rule with the defense. You know, the defendant's rights trump this situation. We know that he's been watching it. I don't care if he can be impeached. I think that the most important thing, especially because this is a death penalty case, is that the defendant's rights are protected. I also want to say that the judge is visibly frustrated with the state. The state is very, very, very disorganized. And I think that that's, going to kind of play into his rulings because everything is very last minute with them and they're very unprepared.
And this is not the first time this has happened, right? I mean, Gwen Marie, he took issue with the state a couple weeks ago with the discovery violation. And so that's problematic. On top of the fact, the defense has really accused the prosecution of wrongdoing at other points. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's more of the same. It's true. This happened a couple of weeks ago, another issue, and the state is having wrongdoings. But maybe what the judge might rule is make it limited, the scope of the defense, of the witness's testimony, just limited to what happened with the vehicle and having the surveillance. That's their point. And that's the option. The judge might just limit testimony to that. So that's something that the judge may do. I'm curious to see, though, what he does. But again, I would agree. They have been last minute on a lot of things to say, and it is a death penalty case. So it's really important what happens here.
Stakes don't get higher than that. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll see if we can jump live. Stay with us.
to New York City, the good and the bad.
This some bullshit. Hit that cash app if you want Trayvon to testify, man. We got to reverse mojo this thing, man. Hit that cash app, man. $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. It don't matter, man. Hit that cash app, man. If we want to see Trayvon testify, man, we got to reverse mojo. You got to cross your fingers. We got to reverse mojo this thing, man. I want to see this man testify, dog. I want to hear what he got to say. I got to know. Like Eddie Murphy say on Life. Yeah, when Martin came back, when Marvin all dressed up in that suit, gonna get ready to take the warden out. You know what I'm talking about? He drive the car. Eddie Murphy say, "Where you going?" He say, "I got to know. I got to know. I got to know." That's what I'm saying. I gotta know. I want to know. I got to know. I want to know what this man got to say, man. Damn. Why they got to do it like this here, man? Why they got to do it like this? Judge, if you don't let this man testify, I know something here. Damn. Shout out Raw Nature, my boy from Estonia. Damn, dog. What's up, Eve? Salute, Eve. Hey, how you doing? How you guys doing? This is I'm on the edge of my seat, y'all. I'm on the edge of my seat. We don't know yet, Raw Nature. He said, "Yo, Marita, what's going on? When Melly get free?" We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Raw Nature. We got one crucial witness, and the judge's ruling is going to determine whether he's going to let this guy testify or not. So we don't know a lot.
Ms. Liberty, did you get an opportunity to take a look at the
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
video for review? All right, so is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll do this again in front of the jury. So bring the jury in, please.
Hit that cash app if you think you're gonna let Trayvon Glass testify. Hit that cash app. $1, $2, $3, don't matter. All donations are appreciated. Please, please. Look at that. Look at Melly. Look at that little Geico lizard. Boy, I'm telling you, boy, listen, he feel like he losing. And listen, y'all know how we know Melly gonna lose? Because all track artists go to jail. All of them. All of them go to jail. Don't worry. Boy, that boy look like he see that death around the corner, don't he?
Jury entering. Thank you. Let the record once again reflect your presence. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, this counsel, versus state attorney, the jury on this. Mr. Benitez, remains on the stand. Counsel, you will proceed.
State moving to evidence what remarks page 82.
Is there any objection?
No objection, Your
It will be admitted.
Nothing further.
During cross-examination of this witness.
None.
Is he excused? Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Thank you.
Hey, they just put that dude up right there just because they were trying to buy some time to get a judge to get a ruling on the Trayvon Glass situation. Listen, they just put that dude. Listen, you see the defense didn't even cross-examine his ass. They didn't even cross-examine Mr. Roberto, who was the surveillance guy, motherfucking he was over the surveillance at the school. His bullshit witness ass. Listen, Mr. Roberto, Mr. Gustavo, look, they ain't even cross-examine his ass. He was just somebody to throw up there to buy some time for that judge to give a ruling on Trayvon Glass situation. We finna see. I'm telling y'all, boy, Melly looking sick. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Whatever them lawyers telling him when he go back and have a conference with them, it ain't good, bro. You can look at him, bro. He looking like he finna walk that green mile today. He looking like he seeing his eyes flash before his life flash before his eyes. And I'm gonna say this, bro. I'm gonna say this. Good. I'm glad it's flashing before his eyes. I don't know what the outcome of the trial gonna be, but I'm saying I'm glad that it is flashing before his eyes because people need to think about this shit before they do these fucking things, man. Like, bro, when you pulled that trigger, you might have ended everybody's life in that car. From Portland to Juvies to Sack Chasers to yours. People need to think about these things before they do them. You bouncing all around, you jumping all around. After the day after the murders, you're going to shoot videos and you on live with Trippie Redd doing a slime slack, this and that there. You said you ain't got no remorse for it. You talking about you did that shit. And I want your light to flash for your eyes.
Next witness, please.
Trayvon Glass.
Dun 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 dun. We got it, y'all. We got it. I had my toes crossed. I had my toes crossed, y'all. We got Trayvon Glass. Hit that cash app, y'all. Hit that cash app. Hit that motherfucking cash app. And good damn it, we got Trayvon. This shit finna be interesting. I hope Trayvon get up that bitch and slain like Luther Vandross. I want Trayvon to get that bitch and moonwalk and point Melly out. I want Trayvon to motherfucking tell him the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help him God. Like Charleston White say, they gonna hang him. They gonna hang him good. Christine Bradley say, I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my... I hope Christine go to crip walking in that bitch, because you know Melly of blood. I got murder on my mind. Get him, Christine. Christine need on the set. On the set. Christine need to be going to crip walking in that bitch like Snoop, nigga. On the set.
Yes, good morning. Are you Mr. Glass? Are you Mr. Glass? Good. Welcome. This is our witness stand over here.
Oh, you know that nigga finna say he got a hoodie on.
What I'd like you to do is remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your full legal name for the record. Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter. daughter, Ethiopia. Thank you.
Please have a seat. Mr. Glass, that microphone in front of you will only adjust up or down. It doesn't move back and forth. All right, so if you could scoot up close to the microphone. All right, you ready to proceed, sir? Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Glass.
Good morning.
And I know you're quite soft-spoken, so I'm gonna need you to speak out a little louder, okay? And remember, you have to make oral responses, okay?
Yes.
How old are you?
23.
And where are you currently living? What city?
Real Beach.
And have you lived there all your life?
Majority of it.
Okay. You completed high school, or what was the last grade you completed?
11.
Right. You're not married, correct?
Excuse me?
You're not married?
No.
So I'm going to talk about some prior stuff before we get into why you're here today. Have you previously been convicted of a felony? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And how many times?
To my best of knowledge, once.
Okay. If I were to show you something, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
A prior judgment? Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Show counsel first, please.
Yes. I'm going to ask you to just look at the document, don't say anything. Okay? Have you had an opportunity to review the document? You have to answer it.
Yes.
Right? Is your memory fresh as to how many convictions you have?
2. Or was that 1? 1? I'm not sure. Let's see, 2 charges.
All right. Now, you currently have some pending charges in Indian River County, correct?
Yeah.
And those are 2 charges?
Yeah.
Misdemeanor resisting without violence?
Yeah.
And in obstruction of service or execution of a search warrant?
Yeah.
Are those misdemeanors or felonies?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know what the penalty you're facing on those charges?
No.
Okay. Have you been offered probation in that case?
Yeah.
And have you been made any promises in exchange for your testimony here today?
No.
Right. So let's go back to October 26th of 2018. What were you doing for work?
I wasn't working at all.
All right. Were you involved in the music business at all?
Kind of, sort of.
And how so?
Making beats.
All right. And when you were making beats, were you working with a specific group or music group or people?
One person to be particular, but yeah,
Okay.
supposed to be in a group.
All right. Let's start by saying this. What group was it?
Find it.
Right. And when you said one person specifically, who was that person?
Julie.
Okay. And can you tell the members of Judy's real name?
Christopher Thomas.
And how long have you known Christopher Thomas, who you refer to as Judy?
Over a decade.
Okay. And this is back in October. And did you know somebody by the name of Anthony Williams who went by Sack Chaser?
Yeah.
And how long have you known Sack Chaser?
A couple years.
All right. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with state 73.
It's in evidence, yes.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Again, I'm going to ask you to take a look at state's photograph number 4 and state 73. Do you recognize that person in the state's photograph with the label marking 18-3118?
I do.
And who is that?
Anthony Williams.
So, back on October 26, 2018, do you recall being at the New Era studio?
Yeah.
Who were you there with?
Few other people.
Okay. Was Judy and Sack there?
Correct.
All right. And Do you recall around what time you guys got to the studio?
I'm not sure when we arrived.
Okay. Was it light or dark outside?
I believe it was dark. I'm not sure.
All right. And what was the intention going to the studio?
I believe we were supposed to have a 12-hour session.
All right. And that's a 12-hour recording session, right?
Yeah.
And who was the artist that was recording that night?
Really, everybody was artists.
All right. Did you guys end up staying for 12 hours?
Nah.
Okay. What changed and why didn't you end up staying?
To the best of my knowledge, people were sleeping, so we ended up going home because, sleep in the studio.
All right. And part of that is because studio time is obviously it's costly, right?
Objection to me staying.
Okay, you just said it was paid for. What was paid for?
Studio time.
All right. So you guys had prepaid for 12 hours.
Correct.
And obviously not utilizing that 12 hours, is that a waste?
Objection to stay in meeting.
I'll move on. How long, well, you said that people were sleeping. Who was sleeping?
Everybody but me, Anthony, and Chris.
All right. So who was upset that people were sleeping?
Objection, leading.
Who was upset overall?
There was no testimony that anybody was upset.
Hey, rephrase your question.
Was someone upset that people were sleeping?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
And who was that person?
Sad.
Okay. And how did Zach respond? How did Zach respond to people sleeping?
Woke him up and let him know it's time to go.
All right. And how did he do that?
Yeah, he went and woke him up, shook him up.
All right. Was there an occasion where he threw water on some people to wake them up?
Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is delivery. Can you go sign by, please?
Counsel, if you make an objection, make an objection. Don't be arguing in front of the jury. I told you that before.
I
All right?
Can we go sign
No
by?
speaking objections.
Can
Come
we go
side,
sidebar?
sure.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, Christine got to say her questions better. She is leading him. She keeps saying, was there this, was there that? Listen, stop, listen. She leading him a little bit now, so I get what the dude mad. She just got to rephrase her questions better. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, Christine. But I'm gonna tell you this though. This dude finna tell it, y'all. He finna sing like Luther Vandross, Jack Napier, you bitch you. That's why I left you in the chat. I left you in the chat so you can watch this shit, so you can watch God work, because he sits up high and he looks down low. And Christina got murder on her mind. She got murder on her mind.
Okay, so at some point, you just mentioned that you guys were getting ready to leave the studio.
Yeah.
Publishing states 72. I published image number 1, it states 72.
He crying, y'all. He crying.
Mr. Gillespie, you see that photo on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And who's that person?
Best of my knowledge, man.
Okay. And the person I'm referring to, what is he wearing?
A jacket.
All right. Do you recognize the person on the other side of the photograph wearing what appears to be a black shirt?
Absolutely.
If you do.
No, I don't.
Okay. Publishing image number 2. Do
Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
Three of them, yes.
Okay, so what you can do is identify them by the clothing that they're wearing.
Julie, black jacket in the left, sack in the middle, jean jacket, Tay, black jacket.
And Sack is he standing or sitting?
Sitting.
And Tay, is he standing or sitting?
Sitting.
And you said Portland was wearing the black jacket. Is he standing or sitting?
Who?
Oh, how did you refer to him? My apologies.
Tay.
No.
Or Julie.
The person wearing the black jacket, who did you identify that as?
Julie wearing black jacket. Also, is Tay wearing black jacket.
The person wearing the black jacket who's standing up, do you recognize that individual?
Chris.
Okay. Do you recognize the people in photograph image 3?
Same one you just showed. Same person.
And who's that person?
Yeah.
I got $5. Say, Melly, jump up and yell at Buddy in the middle of court.
Do you recall when those photographs were taken?
Same night.
Would that be, what date would that be?
10/26.
Of 2018?
Yeah.
What location were those photographs taken?
New Era Promotions studio.
Was that the studio we just discussed that you guys were hanging out at?
Yeah.
I'm now publishing state 7. Publishing 10/26/2018, beginning at timestamp 2/17/42. Mr. Glass, you recognize the two individuals in this screen pause at 2/17/47.
Do I recognize the back of the head?
Yes, you recognize them.
I just see it back of the head.
Okay, I'm going to continue to play. Do you recognize anyone at timestamp 2/17/52?
Still back of the head.
Do you see an individual standing next to a red vehicle?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, you just said that's who?
Cool.
All right. And what is Kobe's real name?
That's what I know about Kobe.
All right. Would anything refresh your recollection as to his legal name?
I don't know.
If I were to show you your prior statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Good.
Permission to approach the witness.
Right.
Hey. Hey, I'm gonna say this, y'all. This guy is telling the truth because you could tell he ain't real coached. Like he ain't really had a lot of time to be coached. He just telling you what he know. Yeah, Ashley, I remember yesterday you said about that jacket. A couple of y'all said something about that jacket. I remember that for sure.
As your memory is refreshed as to the legal name of Kobe.
Yes.
And what is Kobe's legal name?
Objection. What's the objection? Sorry.
Jacob Mills.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Jacob
And if you could repeat the last name for the court provisional.
Mills.
Right, I'm going to continue to publish date 7.
There is a second individual at the red Mitsubishi vehicle. Do you recognize that second individual?
Not really, no.
Okay. How about the individual that is standing at the gray Jeep?
That's set.
Okay. And then continue to publish.
He couldn't have been watching this trial too goddamn hard for him not to know who all them dudes at that car. And he was in the goddamn car. So how the fuck he don't know who in the car? This shit weird to me.
I'm pausing at timestamp 2:18:21. Do you see that individual who's walking away from the Mitsubishi Jeep?
I see him. Yeah.
Do you recognize him?
I see him.
Okay. And again, I'm going to ask you for AB's legal name.
I know his last name, David.
Okay. Would looking at your statement refresh your recollection as to his legal name?
I guess so.
Honor permission to approach.
You have the same statement?
Yes, Judge.
My spidey sense is tingling with this nigga, y'all. I'm sorry I got to say it. I'm 50-50 on him right now because I could tell you who those people was, and goddamn, I wasn't even there. And if he was there in the car, how the fuck he don't know who got in the fucking car with him?
Without speaking, has your memory been refreshed as to AB's legal name?
Yes.
Okay. What is AB's legal name?
Agent Davis.
Continuing to publish, date 7. Mr. Glass, let me know if I need to rewind the video, but you had a chance to look at the face of the individual wearing what appears to be a white shirt and blue shorts.
It's me.
Okay. Continuing to publish. I'm pausing the video at 2:18:41. You see that individual carrying something across his shoulder, wearing what appears to be a blue jacket.
See
Do you see that person on the video?
I see the back of his head.
Do you see the back of the head of the person wearing the jeans jacket?
Correct.
Was that person the same person that you previously identified in state?
Stay, rephrase it.
Okay. We previously looked in state 72 at an individual you identified as Melly.
Objection.
Stay.
1 moment. Publishing state 72.
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
There's no question pending.
What's your question? Do you see the jacket in states 72, image number 3, the front of that jacket?
Yeah.
You see that jacket in states image 1 of state 72.
I see the same thing y'all see.
We spoke about this, Mr. Glass.
Stand in that way. Stand
You ask questions, right?
I'm asking.
This is Gal. He just survived the shipwreck and found two exotic beauties flirting with him.
Is that jacket that was in image number 1 and image number 3 the jacket that Melly was wearing on October 26th of 2018?
To the best of my knowledge,
To the best of your knowledge, yes or no?
yes.
Publishing State 7. And then go. Okay. Back to State 7, timestamp 2/18/41. The individual that's on screen wearing a jacket and it appears to be something across his back. Who is that individual?
Objection, ask and answer.
Mr. Glass, you can respond.
I see the same person as last time.
Okay, and can you tell us who that same person is?
Melly.
Continuing to publish.
Ask a question, John. Answers to.
Mr. Glass, you can't speak when there's not a question. Mr. Glass, do you see that individual carrying something in their left hand? I'm asking if you see them, just if you see them. Do you recognize that person? Okay, and who is that person?
He sound like he reluctant. He sound like he want to testify, but then again, he keep getting cold feet. This real tricky right here. If she piss him off, he can clam all the way up, y'all. I feel it.
Mr. Glass, can you identify for the record, and I know there's a video, but can you identify which vehicle you got into?
Red Mitsubishi.
And can you tell us who was in that car with you?
Kobe, Tay, and 80.
So 80, Tay, and Cody.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So that is a total of 4 people.
Correct.
And in the vehicle to the left of the screen, the Jeep, who entered that vehicle to your knowledge?
Everybody else that was there. Zach, Melly, Julie, Corey.
Okay. And by my count, is that also 4 people?
Correct.
Right? And when those, okay. Continuing to publish at 219:36. I'm gonna stop at 219:46. At the time you left the studio in that red Mitsubishi, where were you headed?
Supposed to be home.
Okay, and who's home?
It's Melly house.
Okay, and was everybody in that red car headed to Melly's house?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay, and what about the Jeep? Where was your understanding that that Jeep was headed? The gray Jeep?
Same spot.
So both cars left the studio with the intention of heading to what you identify as Melly's house.
Correct.
Can you tell us I guess, what was the mood or the vibe at the studio while you guys were there?
5 years ago. Can't tell you nothing right now.
Okay, if you don't recall, that's fine. Was there any physical confrontation that you observed at the studio?
Just like a regular day. Studio, smoking, drink.
All right. And you just mentioned smoking. What were you smoking, specifically you?
Weed.
All right. And now the vehicles, we saw that the gray vehicle on the video pulled off first. Can you tell us where you guys, the route you guys took to the best of your knowledge?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall getting on a highway at all?
I recall being in the car while I was driving. I don't know where. I don't know.
Okay. Were you awake the entire time you were in that vehicle?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you know at what point you fell asleep?
I don't.
All right. And when you left the studio, you were awake. Is that a fair statement?
I was.
And at what point do you recall waking up, or what time do you recall the next thing you saw?
Once you came to a stop.
All right. And where did you come to a stop?
At the house gate.
And the house gate for Melly's house.
Yeah.
When you got to the house gate at Melly's house, who was inside your vehicle, the red Mitsubishi?
Same people you seen get in the car.
All right. So by your testimony, Kobe, AD, Tay, and yourself.
Yes.
Okay. So still 4 people.
Still 4 people.
Do you recall how you guys entered the gate?
The gate was open for us.
And publishing states 47. I'm gonna pause it at timestamp 3:49. It looks like 58. Do you recognize that red Jeep? Mitsubishi?
I do.
Is that the vehicle that you left the studio in?
Yes.
And is this the guard gate you just testified to at Melly's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see that screenshot at timestamp 3:51:31? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see yourself inside that red Mitsubishi vehicle?
Yes.
And where are you located? Okay. And do you recall going through the gate, going through the procedure of going through the gate?
Yes.
So you get through the gate, where do you go next?
To the house.
All right. And can you tell us, you pull into the house, is there a driveway in the house, in front of the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other cars parked in that driveway when you get to the house?
No.
All right. Do you see the gray Jeep that you left the studio with at the house?
No.
All right. So what do you do when you get out of the vehicle?
From what I remember, I went upstairs and went to sleep.
Okay. And you said upstairs. So the house is how many stories?
Couple.
Okay. So you went upstairs to where specifically to sleep?
In Julie's room?
Right? Was Judy in his room?
Nah.
Do you recall where Melly's room was in the house?
Not upstairs.
Okay. Do you recall where it was if it was not upstairs?
I think it was like first rooms when you come in the house.
Okay. Was Melly at the house when you got there, from what you can recall?
No.
Did you see Melly at any time in the house?
No.
Right. So you go upstairs in Judy's room, and what do you do?
Crash.
All right. Crash meaning?
Go to sleep.
Okay. At some point, do you wake up?
Yeah.
And why?
Phone
How?
calls.
Okay. Safe to say that your phone was getting a lot of phone calls, blowing up.
Yeah.
All right. And at some point, you answer the phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do in response to the phone calls?
I answered the one that kept ringing, and yeah.
All right. And so what do you do in response to getting that phone call?
I ended up at the hospital.
All right. Do you recall which hospital that was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what city you were in at this point?
I was in Broward.
All right. What city? Not the county.
Miramar.
Okay. Do you know if you went to Miramar Hospital?
I don't know which hospital it was.
Okay. So you get to the hospital. What do you find out when you get to the hospital?
That Anthony and Christopher was deceased.
Okay. And obviously at that point, let me not say obviously, but at that point in time, what do you do? Or how do you react to that news?
Grief.
Okay. Do you stay at the hospital?
Not long.
Right. Where do you go after the hospital?
When I ended up somebody's house.
All right. Do you recall whose house that was?
I don't know whose house it was, but I ended up there.
All right. Let's start with the city. Do you recall what city that house was in?
Miramar.
All right. Do you recall if it was in the same or different area than where Melly's house was?
It looked similar.
Okay. And just to clarify, was it the same or different house than Melly's house?
Different.
Okay. Where did you go when you went to that house?
What you mean?
Like, where in the house did you go? So you go to the house. Where do you go?
I went inside the house. I was in the back.
Okay. And would your statement refresh your recollection as to whose house you were at?
Maybe.
Is there any permission to approach and to show defense counsel the same statement?
Same procedure, Mr. Glass, if you could just review page 4.
I don't see nothing but house.
If you could just read the entire page, and when you're done, let me know. Have you finished reading that page? Does your memory be refreshed as to whose house you were at?
Still don't see nothing about the house in there.
Okay. I'm gonna now show you what's in evidence. It's page 62. Do Do you recognize the individuals in space 62?
Got it.
Okay. Who are those individuals?
Another dude, Fredo.
Okay. You said Melly and another dude, Frito?
Yeah.
Do you know Frito's name and or any nicknames?
That's all I know about him.
Frito?
Do you recall ever going to Frito's house?
Just that time.
And just that time being what time?
After I left the hospital.
So this. And for the record, what is Frito wearing in the photograph?
Sure. White shirt.
Okay. So after the hospital, you went to Frito's house.
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And what were you doing at the house?
Still grieving.
Okay. Who took you to the hospital?
The cameraman.
And do you recall his name?
True.
Right. And do you recall who took you from the hospital to Frito's house?
Same person.
All right. And before you left for the hospital, or actually, who went to the hospital with you and Drew?
Just true.
Okay. Who was at the house, Melly's house, before you left for the hospital?
Same people that was there when we got there.
Okay. And same people being the 4 people that entered the Mitsubishi?
Yes.
So you're at Frito's house. You mentioned, and I forgot exactly where you were in the house. Did you say where you were?
Julia's room.
Oh, no, not Melly's house. Frito's house. Where were you in Frito's house?
Outside.
Okay. And who was at Frito's house when you first got there?
Everybody that was in the house.
Okay, and it's because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify?
Kobe, Melly. I'm on people I can remember.
Okay, was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
It was a new day. Nah, he wasn't.
Nah, he wasn't. You guys
He wasn't wearing the same clothes.
Okay, do you recall what he was wearing?
Just had on some shorts.
And how long did you stay at Frito Bane's house?
I don't know.
All right, minutes, hours, days?
Could be minutes, could be hours.
Okay, so not days.
Not even a day.
Okay. And so when you got to Frito's house, was it light or dark outside?
Light.
And you previously said yourself and Melly and someone else was at Frito's house. Was Frito there as well?
I think I did see him. I don't remember.
Okay. What happens while you're there? Like you're there, you're outside, what happens?
Grieving.
Okay. And you're grieving, are you grieving alone?
Yes.
Are you at the house at any point in time? Do more people come to the house or do people leave the house?
If they did come, I don't know. I was in the back.
Okay.
I was back there breathing.
At any point in time, did Melly leave Frito's house?
It came to a point when I was there by myself.
All right. So you were there by yourself. So the people that you previously said were there were no longer there, correct?
Right.
And so do you know where they went during that time?
I don't.
Right. And we're still talking about October 26th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
And this would be shortly after the hospital?
Yes.
All right. At some point, does Melly come back to Frito's house?
Around this time, I'm still grieving and getting a little, I don't know, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess Melly comes back.
Yeah, I guess they did come back.
Right.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
Okay. And at some point, does Melly leave again, a second time?
I don't remember anything farther after that.
All right.
Me grieving. That was the last thing I remember was me grieving. I ain't been Griffin.
All right. So before you end up in Griffin, if I were to show you a statement, would that refresh your recollection as to Melly leaving and coming back a second time?
I suppose so.
Connor, permission to show him his statement again?
Yes.
Mr. Glass, I'm gonna give you page 5 and page 6. If you can take a look, you can start in the middle and review those pages and look up when you're done.
Right now, you know what's going through Melly head? And I fell down to my knees when the law came.
Are you done? Is that a yes? Did that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat.
Okay, so tell us what you somewhat remember.
I just did.
If you recall, you said you weren't sure, you went to Gifford, and then I asked you if your statement would refresh your recollection. Does your statement refresh your recollection as to whether Melly left again?
I'm not sure if they left. I was grieving.
Okay.
I'm not sure what nobody did. I was grieving.
All right. You mentioned, well, not you mentioned, let's see. I pointed out to you someone was, the person that was wearing the jacket that you identified as Melly was carrying something across his side or his back on the video. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what that's referred to?
Possession.
Okay. Can it also be commonly referred to?
Objection.
Sustain.
Are you familiar with the term man?
Objection.
Watch myself.
Did you see that satchel again after you left the studio? You know what was in that satchel?
I don't.
Do you recall seeing anyone else with a satchel that night at the studio?
It's 5 years ago. I don't recall.
Okay. Is there anything that can refresh your recollection as to whether or not anybody else was wearing a satchel?
Suppose so.
If I were to show you the video again, would that refresh your recollection?
Suppose so.
Publishing Suite 7.
So now they know Melly never switched cars because he just attested to it. We know Melly switched clothes because he just attested to it.
I'm going to start publishing page 7 at 2:19:01. I'm going to pause at 2:19:13. Does the video refresh your recollection as to anyone else that was carrying a satchel?
Yes.
Who, if anyone, was carrying a satchel?
I see Chris for one.
And that's Christopher Thomas.
Yes.
Did you ever have any business relationship with the person I refer to as Track?
No,
Okay. Do you know who Track is?
not really.
Not really, or
I don't know who he is at all.
do you know of him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see Track on October 26, 2018 at any point?
No.
Do you recall giving a statement, specifically the statement that I've previously provided you with here today, to the detectives in this case?
Mm.
You have to answer out loud.
Yes.
That was a statement that you gave to Detective Moretti and another detective, I believe from Indian River. Is that correct?
Could be.
Do you recall in that statement giving a different response when asked?
Same.
Would showing you that statement refresh your recollection as to anything regarding your interactions with Track on October 26, 2018?
I don't know Track.
No. My question was, would showing you the statement refresh your recollection as to any time you saw Track on October 26 of 2018?
No.
Okay.
Track done got to that boy. Boy, Track say, you better not say nothing about me, boy. I'm telling you. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. This is an interesting day in the case. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. It's free, man. Hit that like button, man. Hit that like, man. Please hit that like button. I don't understand why he clamming up though, bro. You already done told. See, listen, one thing, listen, I would never be on that in that situation. But what I'm saying, if I was him in that situation, nigga, either you already done told, stand up and tell every goddamn thing. It don't do no sense to clam up now. You already done snitched, nigga. You might well just stand up and go to doing like that frog on the WB. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime girl. You might well do the whole goddamn performance, nigga. You already done snitched. I get tired of these old halfway ass snitch. Ain't no such thing as halfway crooks, nigga.
You said you ended up back in Gifford at some point in time on October 26th of 2018.
Yes.
And you recall where Melly was at the time you went to Gifford?
I don't remember.
Was at some point at Frito's house, you guys all leave, meaning you, yourself, everyone that you previously identified was there.
Objection, I don't recall.
You don't recall leaving?
I don't recall leaving with anyone. I don't know when I left. I don't know how I left.
Okay. Just to clarify my question, so you mentioned you left. When you left for Gifford, was anyone else at Frito's house?
I don't know.
Do you recall Melly making any statements in your presence while you were at Frito's house?
I don't recall.
Would showing you your statement refresh your recollection as to anything Melly told you while you were there?
I don't recall being told anything. So no.
Okay.
I knew this was gonna happen. I could tell by the way he was answering the questions earlier. He clamming up, y'all. He clamming up. He clamming up. But it's too late, fuck nigga. You already done told. Get this fuck nigga off the stand. Pussy ass nigga. Look, you already done told. You already done told. We done got what we wanted to get at you, nigga. We already done got you. You already a snitch. You already done bit the cheese. You already Monterey Jack. You might well put on a whole show, boy. It's too late now. See that what I'm saying? Don't be understanding, bro. Bro, once you tell the first time, it's already over. They be acting like, I don't want to tell, but I'm telling, but I don't want to tell. What the fuck? You done told, nigga.
Did you have a Facebook page back in October 26th of 2018?
So he like he been sharing clothes too, cause ain't no way in here all the 4.5 years you coming to court with that goddamn hoodie on. That's the only clothes he got. That's the best clothes you got, bro. You must be in you the new Portland. You the new stank feet Portland. We gonna call you stank hoodie glass.
Mr. Glass, do you recognize these two pages that I'm showing to you?
Yes, sir.
And is this a Facebook, these pages reflect a Facebook conversation?
They do.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of that conversation that you had on Facebook?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time to state with
That stank ass hoodie on. That hoodie smell like an old wino.
No objection.
It will be admitted.
States quadruple I, Ricky Mark states 83.
permission published.
You may.
He looked like he stank when he walked in the courtroom. None of that hoodie. When I seen that hoodie, I said, "Oh Lord, stank ass. He need to bathe. He been up all night on Molly."
Yes.
All right. Where it says author, can you read that for the members of the jury?
You want me to read it?
If you can read that, what does it say next to author?
Fargo.
What does it say before Fargo?
Okay, Fargo.
Okay, do you see where it says Fetty Fargo?
Let's see.
Okay, and who's Fetty Fargo?
It was me.
Okay, so was that a how you identified yourself on Facebook?
Kind of, sort of.
And who were you having this conversation with?
Right now, I look like I'm talking to myself.
Okay.
Like I'm texting myself. I don't know who I said it to.
Do you see where it says participants?
Okay. So, Jason Melly.
Okay. And that was page 1. I'm going to now publish page 2. I'll publish it in parts. It's a little small. Can you see that in front of you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Great. I'm going to scroll up. What was the purpose of you having this conversation with Melly, Jamel Bennett?
I don't know. Just everything was questioned.
When you got to Gifford, were you looking for answers?
Not just me.
Okay. Were people kind of pressing you for answers?
Correct.
And did that have any impact in whether or not you reached out to Melly?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So, again, you said that people were looking for answers. So, did you reach out to Melly looking for answers?
I did.
Is that the gist of that conversation on Facebook?
Is that just a
Meaning the
conversation?
gist of the conversation, was that the purpose behind the conversation and the general conversation that you had with him?
Yes.
Ryan, I wanted to confer.
Do you know who Jamie King is?
I don't know who she is. I don't know.
Okay, you know of Jamie King. Do you know how she's related to Jamel Demons?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Do you know her relationship?
So his mom.
Okay. Do you know if Jamie King and Anthony Williams had any?
Objection leading. I wouldn't know none of that.
Rephrase your question.
Do you know the relationship between Jamie King and Anthony Williams?
I don't.
If I were to show you a copy of your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Nope.
And one minute here. Nothing further at this time.
This nigga is the weirdest nigga in the world. So you call them to tell. Then when you get up there to tell, you start telling. Then you start trying to not tell. Then you tell a little bit more. Then you not tell. Then you, oh, I'm getting mad, and now you don't tell. I'll get tired of this nigga, man. Throw this nigga out of the jail. You done told us about the car, nigga. He the type of snitch that the police get to tell, and then they tell the people who he told on that they got the that he told, and they get his ass knocked off. That's kind of snitch it is.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Glass. Your Honor, would you mind if we move the monitor from the witness's face? I don't mind. I mind. Would you mind, Your Honor?
I don't mind. Is there a specific issue that you have, Mr.?
I do.
So,
Coach Sidebar?
sure. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you step out for a second? Don't discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case because of certain reason.
Yes, I agree. He told just enough, but I don't like this guy. I don't like it because I feel like it's a lot more he could have told, but he already told. Like I don't understand. I don't get it. Like either don't tell it all or tell it all. Like what is the point, nigga?
Dr. Manuel was defendant and assistant state attorneys. So, Mr. Glass, I don't understand what's the issue.
On this side of my face, so when it was seen, because I'm blind in my left eye, I'm trying not to.
So you don't see out of your left side,
Correct.
left eye?
Correct.
So my thought is, let's try this. Can we, Gary, can you give, just move the monitor for a second? Just move it out of the way. Can you do that?
But if I do, as far as this goes,
No,
Yeah, he's shamed, y'all. He's shamed.
How much can you put it down?
that's just a
All right. So, Mr. Glass, is that all right?
show class.
Okay, so we can proceed like that. I think that works for everybody. They show you pictures and things like that. You have to be able to see the monitor too. You understand, Mr. Glass? All right, we ready to proceed? Okay. All right, bring the jury back in, see if you're ready.
That nigga was around Melly 4.5 years ago, and he still ain't got no money. He broke his fuck. I'm talking about he walked in the courtroom looking like broke his fuck. That hoodie just signified broke his fuck. God damn, cuz. That nigga broke his fuck, boy. Jesus.
Recess.
I don't know how he leaving town. He must leaving that bitch on a Greyhound because he broke as fuck. He definitely didn't get no money from track now. Shit. Look at that goddamn hoodie, man. God damn. But he did enough. He did enough. He said enough, honestly. I mean, he definitely helped the prosecution's case. But I just couldn't. I just couldn't help. But when he walked in that courtroom with that hoodie on, I bet he smelled like Bruce Lee. Hey, yo, hey, oh wow. Oh, wow. I bet under the arm smelled like, oh, wow. Oh,
Same people being the 4 people that entered the Mitsubishi?
Yes.
Okay. So you're at Frito's house. You mentioned, and I forgot exactly where you were in the house. Did you say where you were? Oh, no, not Melly's house. Frito's house. Where were you in Frito's house?
Outside.
Okay. And who was at Frito's house when you first got there?
Everybody that was in the house.
Okay, and it's because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify?
Kobe, Melly. Some other people I can remember.
Okay, was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
It was a little bit nah.
I ain't gonna cap. If there's anybody that should have been trying to hit Melly up for some money, this nigga should have been. This nigga look broken fuck, bro. He.
And how long did you stay at Frito Bane's house?
I don't know.
Right, minutes, hours, days?
Could be minutes, could be hours.
Okay, so not days.
Not even a day.
Okay. And so when you got to Frito's house, was it light or dark outside?
Light.
And you previously said yourself and Melly and someone else was at Frito's house. Was Frito there as well?
I think I did see him. I don't remember.
Okay. What happens while you're there? Like you're there, you're outside, what happens?
Greeting.
Okay. And you're greeting, are you greeting alone?
Yes.
Are you at the house at any point in time? Do more people come to the house or do people leave the house?
If they did come, I don't know. I was in the back.
Okay.
I was back at the free.
At any point in time, did Melly leave Frito's house?
It came.
Okay, so Janine, now you're hearing how he found out that they were both killed. He was grieving, talking about where he was at. What are you taking away from this?
And he's also talking about how Melly wasn't wearing the same clothes, which kind of seems odd to me because, I think that once you hear that your friend's been shot, he goes over to the hospital with, I forget what guy took him, and you would think that Melly would not be changing his clothes and stuff, but I thought that was interesting. I think it's a really cumbersome testimony, though. He really is uncooperative, and he really kind of gives these really one-word answers. He's annoyed, and I really think that, it's hard testimony to get through.
Well, let's actually take a break, and I'm curious to see if he says he had any other interactions with YNW Melly or Cortland Henry after this took place. So stay with us, and we'll see more of his testimony on the other side.
That's what I said, nephew. Nephew say in front of the whole world, you can at least look clean and show up presentable. Nigga couldn't go to Marshall and get a dress shirt and slacks. That's the same thing I said, Nep. That's the same exact thing I said. This nigga look like he just, I'm telling you, he came off the block, man. That nigga came right out the motherfucking trap with that, bro. That nigga came in that bitch with a hoodie on, yo. Like, come on, gang. bro, like you, bro, that shit make him look dirty, stink. It make his family look ratchet. Like nobody, like nobody you fuck with, like you ain't got no girlfriend. Like it's just too many ways that he could have came up with a decent attire to come up in a courtroom, bro. Like you can buy the little dress shirt with the tie with the suspenders in the little plastic pack. That shit costs probably about $20, $25, maybe something like that. Maybe about $25, bro. Like you can get some slacks, like bro, say from Marshalls, my nigga, for probably about a good $20. Like bro, you could have. He could have came in there looking presentable for less than $100, bro. I'm just being real, bro. Like, bro, you could even we don't give a fuck what your feet looking like. You could have put some Air Force Ones on. No, them bitches probably stink too. Them bitches smell like Bruce Lee. I bet he fuck around and wave his arms and then them bitches think they in a kung fu movie in that motherfucker. They fuck around and wave his arms in that motherfucker. They'll think they in Kill Bill Volume 3, goddamn it.
I wasn't here. I left the office, left the bench for a recess, came back in, and counsel suggested to me that you're on the phone and you read something and you're discussing something on the phone. Is that true? True. Yes. So, did it have anything to do with this case? So, was it some other business or texting? We were texting. Were you texting about the case? About it. What were you texting? Texting saying that this wild shit wild. That's all I said. I didn't hear you. I said things are wild. That's all I said. Things are wild. It's wild. And you. That's it. And did you have a conversation with someone? My brother called me and was concerned. That's all. Concerned? Yeah. Concerned about what? Did you say? Concerned about who I'm here with. How I got here. And anything about the case, facts of the case, your testimony, anything like that? Thank you. All right, so are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Stay ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, can we proceed with jury verdict? Yes, sir.
Keep your arms down, Trayvon. Keep them motherfucking arms down. You gonna clear the courtroom between Portland shoes and them armpits. God damn it, they in a Quentin Tarantino movie in there. He trying to hide his face. Bitch, we got your whole name. Bitch, this the internet. Bitch, we gonna have 30 pictures of you by lunchtime, motherfucker. He trying to hide his face, nigga. Nigga, we gonna have your baby picture by 4:30. What the fuck is you talking about, nigga? You going viral right now, boy. Viral, pussy hole.
Please come, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant.
You know what's going on in his mind right now? I'm still gangster though. You gonna get yours, B. Like Buddy on Belly. You gonna get yours, B. You gonna get yours, B. I'm still gangster though. I'm still gangster.
Morning, sir. I wanted to show you what the state admitted as states 83. You just took a peek at this and identified the participants as being you. You thought it looked like you were talking to yourself because you were the only one typing. There were no responses, at least on the first page, correct?
Objection to causing testimony.
Sustain.
There are no responses to this. To your text on this first page.
No.
On the second page, the state was discussing that essentially you were inquiring of Mr. Demons Melly what had gone on because you were trying to get information, right?
Yeah.
And you see a conversation here where you get a response. I'm going to direct your attention to that statement. It says, I show them niggas more love than their parents, right? You see that?
I see it, bro.
Okay, thank you. And the next statement by the next message in sequence is again from Melly, and it says TF. What does that mean?
Children.
Okay. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Okay. So you were having a conversation and you didn't understand the response.
I don't know what TF means.
Okay. You didn't understand that response. Correct?
Just said it.
Okay. And then there's another one that says, man, tell them fuck that. If they think I did some shit like that, we can go to war. Nigga, you know I would never do nothing like that. See that?
I see it.
Okay. So, State mentioned that you got arrested recently and charged criminally. Correct?
Correct.
And on May 30th, not too long ago, of this year.
Yeah.
And one of the charges that was made against you was obstruction of the service of the execution of a search warrant. You're aware of that?
I am now.
Pardon me?
I am now.
Okay. So you got charged and you had no idea what you're charged with?
Correct.
Okay. And you are now out on pretrial release?
I'm bonded out, sir.
Okay. And while you were on bond, you are of the opinion that if you don't come here,
I'll be in jail.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's the only reason I am.
Excuse me. What happens is when they make an objection, just wait before you answer. Objection, no.
Oh, he finna try to be gangster again, y'all. He finna try to be gangster again. He finna, oh, bro, these niggas is hell, bro. You already done snitched, nigga.
Correct.
There are several instances in which Ms. Smith, prosecutor, that questioned you, showed you a statement that she previously gave. Remember that?
Yes.
And you told us you remember seeing me in a deposition not too long ago.
I said what?
You remember seeing me last week on Friday.
Yeah, I remember.
And you recalled at the time that your statement to the detectives was a few days after the incident.
You say, do I recall?
That's what your recollection was at the time.
Yes.
A couple of days after. couple of days after. And now after seeing the statement, you realize that it was 4 months later, right?
You say what?
The statement you gave to police.
That you were telling me it was 4 months?
It was 4 months later. Pardon me?
You telling me or asking me?
I'm asking.
That don't make sense. For you to ask me if I told you it was 3 to 4 days after they died, why are you asking me if it was 4 months if I just told you?
Okay. So, in the statement that you gave to police back then, you claimed that you had gotten into the red vehicle in the rear seat, right?
It's 5 years ago. To the best of my knowledge, yeah, that's what I said.
You're saying the statement was a few days after, right?
What did you tell?
The statement that you gave to the police was a few days after the incident?
Yes.
And you said then that you had gotten into the rear of the red vehicle.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And then you watched this trial unfold on TV over the last couple of weeks, right?
No.
You didn't watch any of this trial?
I watched it, but I didn't watch it unfold, whatever you're trying to say.
Okay. You watched this on TV, this trial?
On my phone.
Okay. And you saw a video of yourself get into the red vehicle, right?
Correct.
And you learned that the statement that you gave a few days after the incident was wrong.
Because I said I was in the back and I was in the front.
Yes, exactly that.
That piece.
Yes, that piece.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, so your recollection had begun to fail you only a few days after the incident as regards that issue, at least.
Objection to counsel specifying.
You forgot where you sat in the vehicle a few days after.
Objection to counsel
Oh. You can answer.
Answer what?
That question. Is that correct, sir?
Did I forget?
Did you forget?
Or did I have made a mistake and say I was in the back and remember that I was in the front?
So when you told the law enforcement officers that you had gotten into the back of the vehicle a few days after the incident?
That's what I thought, to the best of my knowledge.
That's what you thought. Okay. And when you got to Melly's house that morning, you had a key?
Did you have a key?
Oh, shit.
Who had a key?
I don't know.
You know of anybody having a key to Melly's house?
I don't know.
Okay. But you did gain entrance to that house that morning when you were leaving after you left the studio.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said you just went and crashed and went to sleep in Juby's room. Right?
Factual.
Okay. And you were awakened by your friend Drew.
I did not say that.
Were you awakened by your friend Drew?
I said I was waiting on my phone calls.
He recall that shit. He recall that, don't you? He about bad as Mariah Hamilton, mama. Oh, I don't remember, but then you remember a bunch of shit. Hey, let me tell y'all about this nigga. He the type of nigga that he'll go back to the hood and kill somebody because he want to prove that he ain't a snitch now and he's still gangster. Trust me, he gonna go back to the hood and overcompensate. We'll see a situation if because he ain't got no money, he ain't going nowhere. We'll see a situation with this guy. He'll be on the news in less than 3 months. Watch what I tell you. Because he'll get tired of people calling him a snitch.
19, when you actually gave your statement to law enforcement. Do you recall this question and this answer?
Objection to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
On that day, you told the police that Drew woke you up.
Objection to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
I don't recall.
Excuse me, I sustain the objection.
Okay. On, you want to make a reproach?
Sure.
Did you make a statement differently where you claimed that you were awakened by Drew?
Objection, counsel testifying to proper impeachment.
Overruled. Do you understand the question, sir?
I don't even remember getting asked the question.
All right, restate your question.
Did you ever make a statement to the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall now being asked this question and giving this answer?
Objection to improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Question by Detective Ben. And so when you first saw Drew, when did you see him? Where did you see him at? Your house or Fredo's house? Answer, at the house in Miramar. At Melly's house. Okay. He woke me up. It was like, come to the hospital. You said that.
I don't recall.
Don't recall. Okay. When we spoke to you last week, you said you were awakened by phone calls from Christopher Thomas's mom. Right?
Plenty of phone calls.
And, pardon me?
Different people.
Different people. And the one that you answered was Ricky? So you were awakened by a phone call from Ricky?
To the best of my knowledge.
So as you recall it today, Ricky is the one that woke you up with phone calls, not Drew that woke you up in person.
Correct.
Okay. So you smoke a lot of marijuana, right?
Possibly.
Well, you smoke it anytime you get a chance, I think is how you phrase it.
It's your answer. Yeah.
That was your answer.
I smoke when I smoke.
You smoke when you smoke?
Yeah.
And when's that?
When I smoke.
And when was that?
When I smoke.
How many times a day?
Objection to ask and answer.
Overruled.
Twice, 3 times, maybe.
Okay. And on the night, before you got to the studio, on the day in question, you had smoked at least 2 joints, right?
I sure guess.
That's what you said, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you got to the studio, you were smoking, correct?
Possibly.
Were you or weren't you?
It was 5 years ago.
You forget?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you were drinking Hennessy, I believe? Or do you not recall that either?
It's possible.
Possible. But you don't recall?
I don't.
Okay. So you don't recall much from that night, do you? Right? Fair?
Right.
when you got in the red vehicle and left, you went to sleep in the vehicle when you left the studio, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't wake up until you got to the garden.
I woke up when we came to a stop.
You did not wake up until you got to the garden. Am I right or wrong?
I woke up when we came to a stop.
Okay,
Which was at the guard gate, yes.
One moment. With respect to your daily, right? You never seen Melly with a gun.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Move to strike.
Here's this your last question.
Have you ever seen Melly with a gun?
Objection, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Have you ever seen a trap with a gun?
Possibly. Yes. Maybe. Yes, sir.
You don't know of any friction between Melly and Anthony Davis at any time, Anthony Williams at any time.
I know.
And you don't know of any friction between Melly and Christopher Thomas at any time.
I know.
And you don't know of any friction that occurred at the studio that night that would cause anybody to get hurt.
Objection, Your Honor. Call for speculation.
Same.
You didn't see any friction at the studio that night of any magnitude.
I didn't.
You did?
I didn't.
Okay, you did. With respect to your daily marijuana regimen, did you smoke before you came here today?
I did not.
I have nothing.
I should have.
Council, is there any regret?
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Glass, did you live in Broward County back in October of 2018?
I did not live here.
Okay. When did you come in relation to this incident to Broward County?
I was picked up probably, I don't know, I was picked up on the weekend or something like that.
So how would you, I guess, date how long you were here prior to the incident? Time frame.
3 days, 2 days.
Okay. So you were not a full-time resident of Melly's residence?
It's not.
Nothing further.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused. Well, box, so ladies and gentlemen, why don't we take our lunch and recess now? Looks like it's over after 12. And remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case with anybody. And certainly we'll research, we'll see everybody back at, say 1:30. All right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Keep on that one, cheers.
Hey man, we got 70-some people in here. Hit that like button, man. Hit that like button. Please hit that like button. Also, man, feeling generous, please donate to the Cash App, man. It's rolling across the bottom of the screen. Also, follow me on Instagram.
Thank you. Let the word reflect the jury step down. Council Manuel with the defendant. Thank you. Discuss council. Thank you.
I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna let some of y'all come up here and talk and share y'all. I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna let some of y'all come up here and share y'all opinions since it's a event-filled day in court. You know what I'm saying? Like this is one of the more exciting days, and y'all can have the flow and talk about what you guys saw. So I'm gonna drop the link.
Marita boy,
Go ahead, fam.
what's going on with you? Hey, I just say one quick thing. Did the defensive side did they let? What did they say that it was Melly Facebook? Did they confirm that it was Melly Facebook that was conversating with the guy on the stand?
I don't think so. I don't think they confirmed it.
But he did say the conversation with Melly though. I mean,
Yes,
is they
yes.
now saying that?
Yeah, it
Yeah, he
Is
was
they
said.
now?
Melly.
Yeah, he said the conversation was with Melly, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
it
I don't
was.
think they confirmed that it was his Facebook, but he said it was Melly. Yeah.
So now we. So I
Yeah,
thought
it
that
said it was
before they
Facebook,
couldn't
I
say.
think.
I thought before they couldn't say that it was Melly's account on any social media. I thought they was trying to reject all that he had any type of ties to any social media platform. That's what I'm kind of confused on with his deeper
Well,
concern.
they,
Like,
Christine last week, the judge allowed her to confirm whether the Snapchat was his. But that's what she was doing with those photos. So,
Hundreds of
I don't know,
photos.
but I don't think he confirmed. I don't think they confirmed that that was Melly's Facebook. I don't remember him saying that, but he did say that he was talking to Melly.
that's what I'm saying. So he say that he was conversating with Melly through the text message. So ain't that kind of confirming it's Melly that he's talking to?
Yes,
Because last
yes.
week he didn't say that when it was on the Snapchat. He was kind of regretting that it wasn't Melly account, but now he's confirming. So I guess he got thrown himself in the hole to look at what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he kind of,
Right.
yeah, and actually, if you really think about it, they finding other ways to confirm that that's Melly's social media and his phone and all of that shit as well too, by using these witnesses to confirm their correspondence with Melly on these platforms.
Right. And I think honestly, Maria, by him just putting Melly there, that says a lot because look, like you said, the car didn't stop again until they got to the house in Miramar. You know what I'm saying? So if that's the case, then if they didn't stop, if Melly never got into that red vehicle, like who said that? Jacoby said that, right?
AD said that.
AD said, which was he was in the car with this dirty nigga.
Yeah.
So like that's basically going against what AD said when AD said the car stopped. And also they got, they was tracking Nelly's phone and saw that the car never never stopped on the freeway or some shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And they got AD Snapchat shit and it showed that Nelly never even called him. And they had that conversation. So, it looked bad for that nigga. I think, like, yeah, this nigga was dirty and did the fool up there, but
Hey,
he did enough.
hey Marita boy, Marita,
He might
y'all
have
can hear me?
stepped away. Yeah, we can hear you. I think the nigga might have stepped away for a second.
Okay, now did you pick up on that fact that when he said that the track have a gun, and he said possible, could he be talking about the
I didn't hear
handgun that
that.
was used? Yeah,
Well,
that's what I'm trying to say. If Marita heard it,
well, I know for a fact, Trey did have a gun. He admitted to having a gun. So, but he said that Jacoby is the one who wanted the gun. You know what I'm saying?
My bad, y'all. I went to the kitchen. What y'all was saying now?
hey Marita,
What's up?
now did you hear the part that when he was saying like, oh, did Track have a gun? And then he was like, his response was like possibility.
Yeah.
Was they talking about the actual homicide gun or murder gun, or was he talking about the Track in general having a gun in general?
I don't think he specified,
He
but
didn't specify. He didn't specify. But you got to also think Track is registered. The own a gun. He registered. Track don't got no felonies.
and Track also admitted to having a gun. He said Jacoby wanted that gun that that
Yeah.
night anyway.
Like Track can own a gun. He does have a gun license. So that statement kind of didn't cook Track. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't specify what gun he could have possibly had. You know.
Well, hey, what got me was when he told on the stand that Miller did change the codes. That what got me, like
Right.
when
Yeah,
Miller
that was
when he
damaging.
said Miller changed the codes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
pretty
that was a
bullshit
bang.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Marita.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, bro. You was talking about that Trayvon Glass shit. You weren't fucking around, so you know I hit that cash app. That motherfucker, he did his thing. It was a little iffy, but shit, he did enough.
Yeah, he did enough. I'm gonna tell you, I don't understand it. Like, I feel like he should have just not told or just went on and told. Like all that wishy-washy shit. Like,
Hell yeah, he got 1 foot in and 1 foot out, man. Go ahead and do the whole thing.
like if you like, nigga, don't tell or tell, nigga. Like, it's gonna be the same. What's the name? Like, you done told already, nigga.
Hey,
Hey,
I think
Maria.
Melly gave him that dumbass lizard look that he do with his eyes, and that motherfucker got shaken up a little bit, but it's too late.
Yeah. I seen
Hey,
him cutting.
Maria.
I seen him cutting his eyes over there,
Oh yeah,
man.
you know he
Hell
you know
yeah,
he was cutting
Melly
that
slow ass thought he was a goddamn tiger for a second.
yeah, you know he was
Hey,
cutting that
Maria.
Yeah.
What did you think the state had on the guy that was testifying just then? For him to
Bro,
come out there like
nothing.
that.
They didn't even have nothing on that. It was didn't she say like it was some shit with the resisting without violence or some shit?
Yeah, he ain't had no serious charge.
Nothing. This bitch ass nigga.
Yeah,
Like, you did all
But
of
so
that for probation, and they said they offered the nigga probation, bro.
yeah. The nigga ain't had no serious charge.
This nigga, I don't know. Like Marita, I think he just his conscience, bro. I don't know if it was his conscience, cause nigga, it's not like you got up there and told everything. Nigga, you was selecting on what you wanted to say and shit. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. It was weird. Like, he chose to come up there and tell, but then he didn't want to tell everything, and then it was weird.
But I'm sure Christine had that conversation with this nigga that like, hey nigga, in order for me to do what I need to do for you, I need you to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like I need you to, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't know if you did. Yeah, you probably did enough, but nigga, I don't know.
I ain't
Like
gonna
it's
count. I
very
ain't gonna
weird.
count. That nigga should have got trapped in the pay him.
Yeah, something.
Cause that nigga broke a fuck.
He is, bro. Dirty.
Bro, that nigga came in that bitch with a hoodie on, cuz.
Man, you said that nigga underarm smell like what?
You got that Bruce
That
Lee
nigga
boy.
hair probably smell like that too, bro. Shit.
Bro, when that nigga came in there with that hoodie on, I damn near fell on the floor.
Yeah, when I saw this nigga, I was like, oh, what the fuck?
Hey, what happened when the judge said he was texting somebody outside the courtroom though? Y'all caught that?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
I did, but I caught the end of it. Hey, let's see what these people saying, y'all. I'm gonna see what these people saying now.
Here, Terry, let's start with you. I want you to tell us what's been going on in the courtroom today, as we've heard from Trayvon Glass, who's really a very important witness because he's one of the only witnesses, really the only witness we've heard from who was there that night.
That's right, Anjanette. He's critical because he was there at the scene and he is the first witness to testify about what he saw that night. Now, there was a deposition that he did just last week. He's back here on the stand and we've already had his direct and his cross-examination. It's very interesting. He did say he did not want to be here. The only reason he is here is because he is afraid he is going to get arrested and charged if he did not appear, because he has some other outstanding charges pending, and so he had to appear. And he also has a bit of an attitude, I must say, with all parties, both the prosecution and the state and even the judge. So ultimately he got up on that stand and he did testify. He said, and he confirmed who was in each of those cars. You know, obviously there's the gray car, the gray Jeep, and then there's a red Mitsubishi, and he confirmed the 4 individuals in each of those cars. So we knew that from looking at the video. He looked at the video, the still shots, and he confirmed the individuals who were in all of those cars.
And he also talked about how it sounded like the plan was that night for everybody to go back to the apartment complex where they all lived. It sounds like he and his friends in the red Mitsubishi did that, but the Jeep didn't.
That's right. He said he went back and he went to Melly's place and he fell asleep. He was exhausted. That's why they left the studio, because they were sleeping and you have to pay for studio time. Sack wanted everybody to get up and get out because they were actually not doing any work, and it was senseless to be there without paying, so they all left. And he did say that he went back to Melly's house, he fell asleep, and then ultimately he did get this phone call that said, something had happened, and he confirmed that, Sack and Juvie had deceased, that had been killed. And so he went to the hospital, then he, later, left the hospital. So he's definitely confirming everything that happened that night. He also said he went to, I think it's Fredo Bang's house, and a bunch of people came into that house as well. So there was a lot of chaos and confusion. He didn't know exactly when Melly came and left. One thing he did say, I will say, is that when Melly came back at one point, he had different clothing on. So I think that was a critical piece of information as well.
Damn, you can tell she listened to Fredo Bang. She talks about Fredo Bang. She ain't say Fredo. She goddamn sure listened to him. She could have said Frederick Gibbons. She said Fredo Bang.
Were murdered. So it'll be interesting to see how they wrap this up again with the lead detective, Moretti, who's supposed to be taking the stand later today. Well, we're going to be taking your questions, as I mentioned at the top of the show, for the next hour. So submit those to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Threads. Get on Threads if you're not on there already, and TikTok. So let's get right to the questions. Linda, I'll throw this one to you. At Nate Dog from YouTube asks, do you think Melly will testify?
Wow, that is always the most interesting question. I don't think he is going to testify. However, having said that, we have seen a rash of defendants get on the stand. The problem with that is that if he testifies, the trial will come down to just what he says. Now, the defense may think he has to refute why he changed his clothes, but maybe there's somebody else that they'll put on to talk about why he changed his clothes. Because to me, that may be a single most important fact in this case for the prosecution.
Hey, y'all ain't noticing Melly phone, his handle was Young Sack Chaser. Y'all ain't noticed that, did you? When he was texting his mama, it was Young Sack Chaser. He put that on his phone. I wonder why. I wonder why.
In life. The Z Sisters from YouTube asks, do you feel as if YNW Melly has a chance of being found not guilty as of right now? So Tyler, I'll throw that one to you.
This is a tough case where he's being charged with these murders basically based on mainly circumstantial evidence. I do think there's some reasonable doubt, but what I think is reasonable doubt versus what jurors believe is reasonable doubt is a real question. As of right now, I don't see him being found not guilty. We still have to see the defense's case. Maybe they'll bring up a lot that's going to strengthen their case. They've been bringing up a lot of good points here, but as of right now, I don't see Melly walking away from this case.
Our next question, Menace JPN from YouTube, Terry asks, is this witness, Travion Glass, beneficial to Melly? What do you think?
Well, I think he has benefits for both sides. I mean, he isn't really saying anything that's going to help the prosecution or the defense. I mean, I mentioned the clothing because I do think that was one piece of information that could be helpful as far as the prosecution is concerned. But here's what's clear, Anjanette. He does not want to be here. He does not want to be questioned by either the state or the defense.
I'm tired of this lady. She delusional, looking like an old ass cocker spaniel in the face, looking like she look like a dog with Benjamin Button. Hey, look.
Hey, she black or white, nigga?
Listen, that's what I'm saying. This bitch lying like a motherfucker. Man, that man said that he hurt Melly case. He put Melly not in that red Mitsubishi like AD them said they pulled over.
In the other car, bro.
Right. And he said
he said they didn't stop until he got
right. And he said Melly changed clothes. And he said Juvie them was not there. Melly them wasn't there. Lying like a motherfucker. I'm tired of this motherfucker.
A case that involves allegations of gang membership and things like that. So I don't blame him for not wanting to be there. At @gotmorals_1106 from Twitter, Linda, how long is this going to be? The judge even looks tired with the defense's horrible evidence.
Well, the defense really hasn't put in any evidence yet. It's always the prosecution who goes first. As a matter of fact, the defense has no burden to put in any evidence at all. But I do think they will have their own medical examiner. I think they'll have their own crime scene reconstructionist. That could take some time. Now, of course, that's a couple of days. Now, if Melly testifies, then all bets are off, obviously, because then that case, as I said, becomes around him, and it will take a lot longer. But I don't see the defense going that long on the evidence that they may have. I think they're going to be pointing towards, if he does get a conviction, as you know, in any death penalty case, you start by doing your mitigation first, even if you don't have a verdict, to make sure that if you do get a verdict against you, that you can try to avoid the death penalty through your mitigation investigation.
You know, you mentioned the possibility of Melly testifying. A lot of people think he won't. But, you know, Linda, this is really a decision that he makes. I mean, Melly, that's really one of the only decisions he gets to make in the case, is whether or not he gets up there.
Right. He gets to make several decisions. He gets to make a decision whether he pleads guilty or not guilty. He gets to make a decision whether he waives a jury or not. And the third decision that is only his is whether he testifies or not. His attorneys can say no, and he may say yes, knowing that he has that 10 million followers out there on Spotify, and say, hey, I'm going to tell my truth, and my truth is the truth they want to hear. So, yes, you're absolutely right, Anjanette. One of the three decisions a defendant gets to make himself without his attorneys.
That'll get his ass.
Tyler, this next one's for you. At Teresa855-24156 from Twitter asks, if the defendant is found guilty, how likely will an appeal be approved because the judge allowed this witness, Travion Glass, to testify after he had been watching live streaming of the case before he got on the stand?
That's a good question.
Well, the appeal being...
Oh, that one's for Tyler. Sorry, Terry.
I muted his ass.
I was saying whether the appeal be improved or defense will file one, I think is the question. The defense will all but certainly file an appeal if Melly is convicted. I think there's a lot of issues for appeal. This is a death penalty case. The stakes are very high. Some of the evidence that was entered into the case, there's a lot of objections to. So I believe all but certainly they will file appeal if Melly's convicted.
All right, Terry, this one's for you. Malcolm Chandler from YouTube asks, why didn't the defense, and we're back to the close now, why didn't the defense question the witness on Melly changing clothes? Are they conceding this as fact?
I don't think they're conceding anything at this point. I think they did not want to redress that issue again. It's already been stated on the direct examination. I think they focused, like surgery, on the points they wanted to make. One of the points was that Facebook messaging back and forth between Melly and between Travion Glass. And the one point I do think that the defense made was, look, they were having a discussion about what happened. Apparently, Glass was concerned. People were asking him. But I think defense made it very clear that Melly basically didn't respond for at least the first page. And then later he said, I'd never do, quote, nothing like that. So I think he made it clear on the cross-examination that Melly, at least at that point on Facebook, was denying that anything had happened. I think, you know, defense decided, I'm not going to ask about the clothing because, you know, that is, I think, a very difficult issue to address.
Yeah, and they may think it's more beneficial to them to just gloss over it and move on and not make a big deal out of it. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll take more of your questions. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime.
Hey, Marita, I got a question for you before I check out real quick.
Go ahead.
Dude, to what she just said at the end, whenever Melly was basically defending himself, when nigga was asking him, like, if he did it, I know y'all caught whenever Melly was saying, like, man, if them niggas think that and tell them we could go to war or whatever, you know, along those lines. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I caught that.
Do you think he was referring to the Army gang niggas?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we on the same page. Then, man, like I said, I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna tap in with you later, bro. I'm finna hit the
All right, bro.
hit the shop up. Salute.
I appreciate you, bro.
For sure.
Marita, what poppin'?
What's up, Sil?
Nothing, man. I've been tuned in. I ain't been able to like check in with y'all. I've been busy. Had to do the stuff with baby girl before the summer be over with.
Oh, I feel you. I feel you. What you feel about the case, man? What you think going on? How you feeling about Mr. Glass's testimony?
I feel like he really told the truth. Like he really don't want to be there. You can see he kind of like trying to play it in the middle.
Yeah.
But people, the streets go already look at him like he a snitch just because he got up there.
Yeah.
and didn't plead the fifth.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, but the thing, see, it's just it could have been damning, and it still may be to the jury because you never know how the jury feel. But then at the same time, I'm thinking like, man, you got to look at it from this perspective too. You could poke holes in it. So if you went to sleep when you got in the car and you ain't wake up till you got at the gate. Now the damning part is he say Melly wasn't in that car, so now it have to be where it was Melly. That's the question.
Right.
If you didn't really stop and he got in the car with you, but you could argue like, hey man, you was asleep, bro. So how you know what the fuck really happened and who was there? You couldn't recall whether you was in the front or the back.
Right.
So it's holes to poke within it, but it's some damning stuff in there too at the same time.
What do you think was damning that was in there?
The fact that well, we all know Melly didn't get in that car, but he didn't make any instances of the car stopping. And don't they have his cell phone data too?
Yeah.
So they could see that his phone was constantly moving and that it didn't stop until it got to the gate too. So I mean, it just like I say, it just depends on how the jury look at it.
Uh-huh. What do you feel? What do you think about him telling the Melly change clothes?
Now see, I must have missed that part because I was getting dressed and shit. But I mean, see, it just depends on what. See, we hadn't heard what Melly's defense is. See, that's the crazy thing because if the defense is like he wasn't there at all, and it was a typo in the documentary, then that's different. He'd be like, nah, he wasn't a victim. His friends was a victim. Somebody mistyped it. I wasn't in control of that. My manager didn't put that up, whatever. I wasn't there. He could argue that. So it really just depends on what his defense arguing, whether that's relevant or not. Because if you say I was there and you change clothes, that look totally different than I wasn't there and I was at the studio all night smelling like smoke, so I changed clothes.
Yeah, I even understand how he ended up getting on this. How he ended up making on the stand. I didn't really think about it till he went. They went to talking about he had a case. So what happened was he ended up catching a charge, right, or whatever. So he also got subpoenaed to go to court. So if he don't show up to court, that's gonna revoke his bond on his other case. So he gotta go to court. Now
yeah, he didn't want to. You could tell he didn't want to. How he was answering when you could finally see his face, you was like, "Oh yeah, he don't want to be in that motherfucker." He's sorry, what? That don't even make sense.
But he didn't have to get up there and say anything though. He could have still got up there and I don't remember. So you know.
But you don't know what them folks telling them. See this the crazy part about it. A motherfucker could really be guilty of some shit, but you don't know what's going on behind the scenes at the same time. You don't know what these folks telling people. Like that old girl, Mama Mariah, mama could have got up there and did her thing. But if the police treating you any kind of way, you like, fuck the police. He could have got up there and been silent, but if the police say, all right, bitch, you get up there and you want to play that, I plead the fifth card, we gonna make your life a living hell. They could tell you that off the record and you can't prove it.
Yeah, hey buddy, all you gotta do is hit the link. You see the link in the chat? You see the StreamYard link in the chat, buddy? Just hit just click on it. It'll show you.
You gotta scroll up. You gotta scroll up.
Yeah, I just dropped the link in the chat again. Just hit the link and it's gonna show you how to come up here. Just press your finger on it.
Yeah, man. It's a lot of it just got depends on what the defense go argue because the prosecutor do get a closing argument. Now, if she could poke holes, if she could poke a lot of holes in the defense overall argument, then it's different. But it's gonna be tough trying to do that quarterbacking. And as you can see, she done had all this time and ain't been organized at all. I don't know what she gonna be able to do in the last minute, man. She ain't like Brady in his prime or no shit.
Right.
She like Tony Romo. He good until it's time to be good.
And then fuck up at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a Cowboy fan, though. I can say that, so I don't think I'm hating, but I'm just keeping it G.
Yeah, I ain't no Cowboy fan. I love when y'all lose every year. I love it.
I know they love to see us lose because we love so much, but I have had nothing. I have had nothing but letdown to look forward to since I'm born in '91. So, I was a toddler when,
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I love to see y'all lose. Let me see what this dude got going on right here.
statements must have something very helpful in them in those statements. That's why they keep trying to refresh his memory. This witness is pretty savvy, saying that the statements are not going to help him recall, so that information is not getting in. I think the prosecution is being optimistic, hoping they could get this evidence in, but they're not looking like they really can't. They're using him for what they can, but he's not bringing what they want him to bring, clearly.
Mm-hmm. Terry, our next question is from @Robin_Deshant, I think, from Twitter. One simple question. Why does he, and I think she means Melly, she just says he, seem so happy to be there?
Well, I don't think he's very happy to be here. I think it's an opportunity for him to be out of prison. Remember, he has been in jail since the very beginning. He is not on house arrest. And so I definitely think it gives him an opportunity to see his family, to be outside of the prison that he's or the jail that he's in. And so, you know, he might be laughing at times and he might be smiling at times, but I don't take it as he's happy to be here. This is a death penalty case. I am certain that the severity of this crime is weighing on his mind, and the results of the case is a very serious, you know, situation. And I'm certain, and I've seen him be very pensive as well. So if you see him smiling, it's just because, you know, he's talking to his attorneys. That's my impression in any event. I think his demeanor now is not as jovial as it might have been in the beginning. Some of that might have been nerves, but I think at this point he's sort of settled down and he understands how serious the case is, but you can still see him smile from time to time.
Our next question, Linda, comes from Threads, EST_4_18_1981. I'm assuming that's somebody's birthday. Can the judge subpoena Mr. Glass's cell phone records regarding him talking/texting while on the stand, even if they were in recess? Wow. Well, I don't know if I've seen people talk or text on the phone during recess on the stand.
Well, I mean, interesting, because I've had cases where the other side has asked whether or not you talk to anybody on the phone in between a recess and who. The judge cannot subpoena anything unless there's a request from the prosecution, or the prosecution has good cause to believe that some type of order may have been violated. And what could be that order? That could be that the order could be, well, were you talking to another witness about your testimony and influencing another witness? But since everyone basically in the case has testified, that's really not going to go anywhere. So the prosecution could try to do that. But, you know, this is a really smart witness. And I want to repeat again what Tyler said and what we talked about at the beginning of the hour. He knows enough to know that when he's asked whether a statement will refresh his recollection, to say no, because you can't use the statement to refresh a recollection if the witness says no. Most people say, sure, let me look at it, right? Maybe it'll help. So he's very smart, and I don't think that he's going to make any mistakes that's going to put him in the, shall we say, as a target of being a snitch at this point in the trial.
Junina43 from Instagram asks Tyler, question, was this witness scared of anyone in the room? Why was he constantly trying to hide his face with his hair?
I can't say he was scared of anybody in the room. I think that, you know, nobody is used to testifying on the stand, especially in a case of this nature. It's a death penalty case against a former associate of his who he probably has known for years. He has his own legal problems that he's testified about. He does not want to be there. Now, is he scared of anybody in the courtroom? I'm not sure. He probably knows this case is streaming to millions of people across the world, and he does not want to proceed as a snitch, especially in his community. He's testifying in his county, and he's also an artist as well. So he doesn't want that to probably mess with his career.
And, you know, there's a lot of, you know, pressure for people to not snitch, you know, depending, this is the kind of case where people would be freaking out about being perceived as a snitch. It's just the way it is. TikTok, this question comes from TikTok, Terry. MD Axeman 3 asks, is there a picture of Melly?
1090 Jake getting the video together right now.
Prove it.
Well, there's certainly still shots of him at the studio, and he's wearing this blue jean type looking jacket, and he was on, you know, a photo having that on. I have not seen any photos of him with the shorts on or any still videos of him with these shorts on. He's only had that one outfit where he had pants and this jacket on in the studio and getting into the car, and that's what Trevion Glass actually testified about. Yes, that's Melly right there. You know, you just saw his picture. I just told you that was him. Yeah, he's wearing the same thing. And so there's no picture of him that I am aware of any different clothing. Just so far, Glass's testimony that he came back to the house with different clothing on. And I think he was talking about Fredo Bang's house and not Melly's house, because he came back and forth to Fredo Bang's house.
And Fredo Bangs is the one who picked Melly up that night. We know that from texts and stuff like that. Facebook question.
I told
Linda,
y'all Fredo picked him up.
Vargas from Facebook asks, how many more witnesses does the prosecution have?
Well, it appears they may have this witness and then a follow-up witness, because we know that they're planning to probably end their case soon. I think they had.
Y'all heard it here first. They talked all that smack and was saying, oh, Marita boy say Fredo Bang picked him up. How he know? How he know? He didn't even he didn't answer the question. Now you just heard her. Did you just hear her say Fredo picked him up? You heard it here first. Marita boy. Put some respect on my name.
But they alluded to that early in the trial, though, too, though.
Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah, put some respect on my name, though.
The jury, would it render what he said useless?
I don't think it would render what he said useless. I think it does help out the defense that he doesn't remember much or everything that he said that night. It's something that the defense likely would try to bring up in their closing or use it throughout their case when they present it in different forms of fashion if they can. I think this witness will probably be perceived as credible given he does not want to be there. Anything that he's forced to say is likely, if I was on that jury, I would take it more so of being a fact, because he does not want to testify. He's not saying that he doesn't want to say, he's actually being forced to testify and forced to either confirm or deny things.
Terry, that best dad ever from YouTube asked, do you think the witness drinking and smoking that night affected his memory?
Hell no.
I don't think it affected his memory, and here's why. He said he smokes all the time, and I guess long term, I'm sure medical, evidence has shown in the past that it probably does affect your memory, but he didn't seem as though he couldn't remember anything. It did seem to me, and probably to that jury as well, that he had this selective memory. He remembered some things, but not other things. Some of his memory was refreshed. I agree both with Tyler and Linda. He is a savvy witness. If he doesn't want to remember something, he says, nothing you can do will refresh my recollection, and the prosecution had to move on several times. So I think the jury is looking at him as a smart witness, somewhat funny witness, definitely someone who is not as respectful as we've seen witnesses be in that courtroom. But as far as his memory is concerned, it's selective, and he remembers what he wants to.
Linda, that doesn't necessarily benefit the defense, though, does it? I mean, you could look at this witness and have different viewpoints. You could think maybe he said something differently back then because he felt pressured, or maybe he's saying things differently now because he doesn't want to be looked at as a snitch. So it could go either way.
Right. Absolutely. And Jeanette, it could go either way. The jury could say, well, wait a second. Your deposition was taken on Friday? And you can't remember between then and now what you said, and nothing will refresh your recollection. So you must have said something helpful to the prosecution that you're not going to say now. But the problem is the jury doesn't know what it is. So that's why I think his issue of remembering the clothes could be important. But then again, a lot of the rappers wear the basketball shorts under their sweats and just take off their sweats. So he's wearing shorts to somebody's house. It's different than he was in. That may not mean very much. So very, very interesting witness. Yes, he doesn't want to be there. Yes, he is hiding his face a little bit. Yes, he's in public view. But I think the jury understands that this case is this case, and you're going to see that.
It'll be interesting to see how it all turns out. We're going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Threads, and Facebook, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. I'm Anjanette Levy. You're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
I'm gonna read a couple of y'all questions out of the chat. So wrap up say, but he should be getting charged. Surely he of the murderer, right? Picked him up from the scene, disposed of clothes and gun. Yeah, but they gotta prove it. They gotta prove it. He talked about Fredo Bang. Wrap up say Florida laws must be soft or some shit. Come here and see. They got a saying in Florida: come on vacation and leave on probation. You're a goddamn lie. Florida laws soft. You're a goddamn lie. Come on down here and get caught up with goddamn with that judge with that Pope County Sheriff named Grady Judd. Get caught up with him. See if it's soft or not. Shitting me. Shitting me. This don't make no sense. I'm from where you're charged with accessory to murder. Yeah, snitches get what now? Yeah, buddy, all you gotta do is hit that link. You come up. Imagine being a Cowboy fan. Yeah, I don't like the and the Titans winning the Super Bowl. Yeah, I don't like the Cowboys, man. I don't like the Cowboys. I'm in the Cowboy hater club too, man. It just be the fans. They be so obnoxious. They just be so, how about them Cowboys? So I just automatically root against them bitches. And they lose every year, and I'd be so happy. I'd be happy every year. Nigga do wear basketball shorts under their shit. Nigga do not wear basketball shorts under their shit no more. That white lady definitely used to fuck with niggas. Right, Cowboy fans been saying next year forever. I swear, Nell. I swear. That shit been for 25 years, man. Every year they got the team. Every year. I be liking when they be good and then they get to like right before the playoffs and they get beat in the playoffs or some shit like that. That's what I like. I like when they have like give them like a little hope and then they just crush them at the end. That's what I be like. You don't want to be accomplice to murder and get away with it. You're right about Fredo. He keyed and dropped a song mocking the prosecution. Oh man. For real, nephew say we're about a month away from Cowboys making the news for everything but football. I swear. Ari, why Drew not called to testify? Seems like he could have information. That's a good question, Ari. That's a damn good question. That's a very good question. That's a very good question, Ari. That's a good question. I would have thought Drew would have been called to testify. I still think with this, I still think Stank Feet Bortman gonna testify though. I think you gotta, in my opinion, with this case looking like it's taking a turn for the worst for Melly, I think Bortland, he got to be the dumbest animal in captivity because ain't no way in hell I'm going down with this shit. Life without the possibility of parole? No way. No way. That's a long time. That's like forever, forever, ever, forever, ever. Man, y'all crazy.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we're taking your questions about the YNW Melly double murder trial. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Threads, Instagram, TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. We had a really interesting question our last segment. Terry Austin, I'm going to bring you in because you said during the break you had some information about this. It was about Travion Glass up there on the witness stand texting and talking on his phone during a sidebar or a brief recess or something like that. So tell us what happened with that.
And Jeanette, I've got to say, I have never seen anything like it before. I'm sure it's happened. But while we were on a very short break, he got a call. He picked up his phone. He started talking, and he was also texting. So ultimately, the defense told the judge, look, he was on the phone. He was texting. That can't happen. He's a witness. He's on the stand. He hasn't finished his testimony. So the judge did question him, and the judge said, okay, so you were on the phone. Did you talk about the trial? And he said, no. And then he said, well, did you say anything that, was around the trial, surrounding the trial? And he said, no. He said, I was talking to my brother, and I simply told him that, things are wild, and that was it. So the judge asked him a couple of more questions, but all basically, you haven't said anything about the case. And ultimately the judge said, okay, let's go. You're back on. But I thought it was very interesting. Most of the courtroom was looking and saying to themselves, oh, wow, you were on the phone. It's, something that I haven't seen. And I think something that surprised the courtroom. The jury, by the way, was not in the room at that time.
And that's really what matters, is whether or not the jury saw the whole thing. But yeah, that's a new one for me. Witnesses. Linda said she's seen it happen before. I've never seen it.
You know
Linda,
why? You know why,
Minx
both of you?
TV.
You know why? But because you're, as a witness, the only people you can't talk to are somebody who's going to testify. You can get on the phone. Let's say you wanted to call his mother. Hi mom, how you doing? Can I pick anything up from the story? Because there's no restriction of being on the phone or texting for a witness unless it has to do with the trial.
She look like a poor man Barbara Walters.
Well, Linda, this one's coming to you. Minx TV from YouTube asks, why didn't they question Travion Glass about Portland, since he also changed clothes and he was at the hospital? From the studio to changing clothes and arriving at the hospital, something is missing.
Well, that's really interesting. I don't know why they didn't question him. Do we have any evidence in the trial that Portland did change clothes also to arrive at the hospital? I don't remember that testimony. Maybe Terry does, but it depends on who you're asking. If the prosecution doesn't want to do it, if obviously, because that wouldn't help them, the defense may have another witness that they're going to put on the stand that they can put it into their case. So, we really don't know the strategy here, but they have to be very careful when it comes to Cortland Henry because he is a co-defendant.
Dior_me Tyler from Instagram asks, will they ask Melly, and obviously Melly would have to testify for this to happen, will they ask Melly where the clothing is that he changed out of during the murders?
Well, if he gets on the stand, I'm pretty sure they will. The chance of him getting on the stand in this case, I think, is unlikely. It's definitely a case. I generally recommend, when the stakes are high enough, that the defendant tell their story. This is one of the cases where I probably would not want to put Melly on the stand. So if he gets on the stand, I'm pretty sure the prosecution would ask him that question. The likelihood of Melly getting on the stand, I believe, is low.
Terry from Instagram as well. DJ Louie Lou asks, is the prosecutor's office still looking for Melly's girlfriend? That's Mariah Hamilton.
I don't think at this point the prosecution is looking for anyone. They know they have to wrap up their case. They had her mother on the stand, if you recall, and that testimony I don't think went very well for the prosecution. She made it clear when she got on the stand that she was afraid and she was feeling intimidated by the prosecutor herself, Ms. Bradley. So I think as far as the daughter's concerned, we're not going to see her called by either the state or the defense for that matter. And frankly, I don't know how much more she has to offer. She took the phone call from Melly when he was telling her that they were in a drive-by shooting. And frankly, I don't think that's very helpful for the prosecution. So I think we'll see the last witness, who is the detective, the lead detective, Moretti. And, he's expected to testify later after Travion Glass, and he's off the stand now. So we'll see him soon.
Linda, Demon KG from YouTube asks, do you think if Melly is found guilty, it will affect Portland in a positive or negative way?
Oh, that's a really interesting question, isn't it? Because when Portland goes to trial, he's going to say, hey, wait a second, the shooter is Melly. You can't talk about the verdict so much, but the shooter is Melly. By the same token, if he's an accomplice to the shooting, then it also has a reverse effect, doesn't it? But I just think that's an interesting question, one I can't answer right now. We'll have to see what the verdict is and what happens when you get to his trial.
Tyler, Two Particles in a podcast from YouTube asks, question, don't you think the jury might notice every time the prosecution wants to bring in any evidence, the defense objects? I would be wondering what they're hiding if I was a juror.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of times jurors, it can get annoying if there's constant objections and what they're trying to hide. But in a case like this, I would think that the jurors would understand eventually the stakes are so high that the defense is going to object. Melly's life is on the line here. At the bare minimum, life in prison if he's convicted. If he still can face a death penalty as well. So the defense objecting to evidence getting in is what they should be doing on a case like this. They got to dot their I's, they have to cross all their T's.
Remixes from YouTube, Terry asks, and we have less than a minute left. If Bortland had gunpowder on his hands, not Melly, and Bortland had a change of clothes on before the hospital, why is Melly being accused on the death penalty and not Bortland?
Probably the best question we've gotten all day. I think that those, gunpowder residue is very important. We have Melly on the stand just because he was sitting in that position, and the medical examiner said that that's where the bullet came from. So that's how the prosecution decided, as between Henry and Melly, which one is getting charged for the death penalty.
So there you have it. They don't believe Bortland was the shooter. That's why, basically. All right, keep the questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Threads, TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can.
Yo, what's up, buddy?
Yo.
What's good? What's
Everything
up?
good?
Yeah, yo. What your opinion is on what's going on so far?
Man, dog, listen, I hate to say it, bro, but Melly going to jail, man.
He already been there.
The boy going to prison, man. He finna go to prison. Hopefully he can duck the death penalty. But
Right.
he definitely going to prison. He don't look good. Nobody ain't nobody with common sense watching this case, bro, and saying, "Oh, Melly getting off, free Melly." I mean, yeah, free Melly the artist, cause Jit was talented. He had a lot of talent, but he blew it. You feel me?
Definitely.
He blew it. You know what I mean? He made that tragic mistake. Killing his homeboy, having his homeboys off, however that situation went. But he definitely a part of it. Bortland a part of it. They both a part of it. They know what happened. You feel me? Ain't no drive-by shooting, man. They already poke holes in that. They already showed this ain't no drive-by shooting. You feel me? It's a drive-by shooting, but your homeboy shot in the head coming from the back, not from the front.
Right. Hey, when you had him in the program, could you say that you could have seen him like in this situation down the road?
Like I told you before, you know what I mean? I wasn't that long with him. You know what I mean? So, I can't really speak on his character like that, 'cause I wasn't with him that long.
Yeah.
Whether or not if he went. But one thing I can say for sure is that I know how the system playing it, and I know that the system setting it up for it. Like you feel me? It ain't no rehabilitation. So I can tell you that a lot of them just coming to that program and they leave worse. They leave worse than when they came in.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because then guess what? They get this what I want to say. What the word is? The word that slipped my tongue, bro. But they get bigger. They get bigger. Cause get what? You can go to prison, Mike, and don't nobody know you in there, Marita boy. You can go there, and then when you come home, you can tell all your war stories. Oh man, when I was in there, I was doing this and I was doing that, and ain't nobody there to check to see whether or not if Marita was really a gladiator in there. So,
right.
So get what? When you come home, you can tell people, hey man, I was a gladiator, bro. Knocking niggas out, taking, snorting, doo. Who's there to say you weren't doing it for real?
Right.
You feel me? And a lot of them just be soft, but then guess what? They go in there and they create this persona, and then they come home with their persona. I done seen a lot of soft jits, bro, coming to the program, and by the time they leave, they stone cold killers.
Hey, was he crazy? Do you think he crazy?
I think he might be crazy, bro. You got to be crazy. It got to be something wrong with you. He already that song mixed personalities, bro. I think he was telling the truth about himself. And
Uh-huh.
like, you feel me? He was telling the truth about himself, and you can see it. You can see it in his music. You can hear it in his music, bro. How you go from making a song "City Girls"? That's one of Melly's hardest songs ever. "City Girls," no heart. You make those songs to make it. I got murder on my mind, bro. What a flip! What a flip! What a flip is that?
Right.
That's a flip, bro. Like, bro, it really takes somebody ain't off. Somebody off.
Why
You
you
go from
think?
making. Go ahead.
Why you think? If I'm saying, what you think the motive is behind the whole thing?
Man, listen, I think we all done heard it. It done been on the net for years now. You know, you hear about his mama, Melly mama got on there saying how Sack or whoever threatened her and did all this and did all that when Melly was in jail. Bro, how would you if if my mama tell me somebody threatened me, bro, what make you think me and you finna be friends?
Right.
You feel me? You should feel the setup coming from there. My
Right.
mama just called. My mama just called me and said, "Oh man, Marita boy threatened me." And then I reach out to Marita boy, and I want to be cool with you. Nigga, I don't want to be cool with you.
Right.
I'm just waiting for the chance to bust your head.
Right.
I'm just waiting for the chance to bust your head, bro. And then like again, you got kids like that. Like, bro, I done seen plenty of kids. Like, I had this one kid, stone cold killer. This kid was really a killer, and he was so calculated. Like, you'll do this kid something, and this kid will friend you. This kid will be your friend, and you would feel like nothing. I'm talking about he giving you comments. Well, we call it canteen. We won't call it commissary. He giving he giving you canteen. He making you feel okay with him. And the whole time in the back of his mind, he already know what he gonna do to you. I seen this kid. He broke one kid's jaw, and then sent another kid to the hospital like 2 or 3 times. And then you see him, and he's like, bro, how you flip like that? You were just friends with him. I wasn't friends with him. I was just waiting on my opportunity.
Damn. So for y'all that
You just
don't know,
waiting.
this my buddy, this my friend Buddy. He was actual a juvenile detention officer. He was the officer at the program that Melly was at for a short amount of time. And he my friend. I knew him for a long time. He one of my closest friends. And so he just telling him, he giving his opinion on the case and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
man. Yeah, man. I just don't. It's like to see it watching and to see everything going on. You know, I feel bad for Melly. I feel bad for the deceased. Whatever took place, whatever happened, we don't know. They know what happened, but we really don't know. So we just speculating and we just going off the facts. You know what I mean? Are we going off the evidence, saying like the evidence put you there, bro? And it ain't too much. It ain't. Come on, man. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Definitely.
What,
And that's what I mean, and that's what I was, it's man, let me tell you something. You ain't been on the internet watching, bro. It's some diehard Melly fans. I mean, like we got
man,
one of them
listen.
in the chat now named Jack Napier. Every time he come up with an excuse as to how Melly innocent. Man, this man is guilty as shit, man.
Man, listen. I would honestly love for the young fella to be innocent, cause his music. I like his music. I got turned on to his music from the program. And then when we find out who he was, like, oh man, this little fella really rap. You feel me? So then after that, going on YouTube and really listening to him, and then when he jumped and he came home and he really started making music, you know what I mean? They ain't giving his music no credit. Like, come on, man. Oh, but a pecan, come on, man. Hey, Melly really was doing his thing, but he got caught up in the limelight. I don't know if he felt like he part of the Illuminati. Now that he done made a song with your boy Kanye. He probably thought he was part of the Illuminati. He can get away with it. But you can't get away with it, man. One thing about it, man. Hey, what's done in the dark is gonna come to the light, man. I would love for the young fella to be innocent, but the evidence is stacked against him, and only a fool argue facts.
Right.
only a fool argue facts. The fact is that we see the man on TV in the video getting in the car on the passenger side. I mean on the driver's side behind that. We see him doing that. You know what I mean? And then guess what? The cell phone, all that. You can't come on, man. You can't dispute that, man. Hey, listen, but you know what? Let God will be done. And hey, if it's meant for brother to be home, God gonna bring him home. And he beat this case, and guess what? He beat this case, and Portland in trouble.
You think so?
Yeah, somebody getting harmed. Somebody getting harmed for this. You got somebody getting harmed for this, man. You got two young men deceased. Two young men deceased. Somebody getting harmed for this. They already done spent millions of dollars on this case already. Somebody getting harmed. The defense ain't letting both of them can't get away. If Melly get away, Portland is out to the pasture.
Do you think Portland should snitch in his position?
Hey, listen. Portland need to do what Portland need to do. You feel me? You feel me? Hey, listen. I can't tell the man to snitch. I can't tell him not to snitch. All I'm saying is, you know what role you play. You feel me? You know what role you play in it. You know what you got involved in. So now it's too late for you to snitch, bro. Cause I'm pretty sure y'all had to talk about it. Y'all had to talk about it before it got done, or whoever did the killing would have killed everybody and left nobody.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? If it's spontaneous and I'm gonna kill somebody, I'm gonna kill everybody, so I ain't got nobody to tell me.
Right.
You feel me? I mean, everybody gotta die. Portland gotta die. That Chaser gotta die. Juva gotta die. Or vice versa. Melly gotta die, and everybody else gotta die, so that I'm gonna be the only one telling the story.
Right.
You feel me? I'm gonna be the only person telling the story. If the story gets told, I'm gonna be the only one telling it. Cause everybody else dead. Ain't leave nobody alive to tell the story. So get what? I ain't gonna tell on me.
Hell no.
Exactly. I ain't gonna tell on me. And just like old boy that got up on that stand and he don't really want to say nothing. Glass don't really want to say nothing, but he's telling the mouthful at the same time. By saying nothing, you're saying something.
Right.
Some people know. He should have did a Fredo Bang, man. He should have said, "Hey, listen, bro, I ain't get it. I ain't get your indictment. I ain't coming to court."
That's why I don't understand. I'm like, you got up there, you told, like, you might as well would have told it all or not told nothing. Just don't tell nothing.
All right, that's what I'm saying. So, man, listen, man. I why with these streets, I'm glad. I thank God I ain't never get too far off going off in them. Cause listen, at the end of the day, everybody gonna play tough. Everybody play this street nigga until that gavel come down and you sitting there looking like Melly. You looking at two life sentences plus the death sentence, and they gonna tell.
Listen, that's what I be telling them on this channel. This is my underlying sentiment. Get out the streets, young people.
Get out the streets, bro. That's why when I was working in the program, I used to tell them kids all the time, man. Hey, man, listen, man. The streets don't love you. Get out the streets. What you spending all your time being something that you was never designed to be. For what? So that you can say, oh man, you gonna go to jail. You gonna be like old boy. What old boy name is? Fleece Johnson. You know Fleece Johnson?
Yeah.
The booty bandit. Man, that man say he went to prison at 14, 15 years old, man. He got introduced to sex in prison, 14, 15. And you tell them kids that say, hey man, listen, man, I ain't trying to be funny, man, but you gonna be gay. I'm telling you. You gonna go to jail. What you gonna do? You in it at the prime of your life. Your hormones jumping, everything jumping, and you in and out of boys programs. You feel me? You in and out of boys program at the time of your life when your hormones are raging. At the time, come on, man, you doing all this for what? A lot of kids nowadays, they go to jail now to have something to rap about, and they don't realize that they setting themselves up. I feel bad. I feel bad. I feel bad. I feel bad for the whole case just because Melly, a young man, he had his whole life in front of him. He had the whole rap game in front of him, and he gave that up for what? For nothing.
We can't hear you, buddy.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, he had his whole life in front of him. He had millions of dollars to make. He had kids to take care, kids to have and raise and take care of, and provide a good life for his family. And he threw it all away out here trying to be something that he really not.
Well, he is that now.
Nah, he ain't that. He's still not that. He's sitting there. He's sick. That's just like they asking, why the man smiling and laughing. The man, cause he's trying to keep his sanity. That's why he laughing and smiling. He's trying to keep his sanity. In this crazy time, he's trying to keep his sanity. He see his mama, he happy, but at the same time, that man, same time, this ain't no. Hey, look, this ain't no little 6 month program. This ain't OYA that he at. This
Yeah.
ain't OYA. Hey, look, this ain't OYA where where word of mouth was, his he made a call to his attorney, and then his attorney and his manager and them folk came out, and he was able to floss and be who he was in the program. He can't do that now.
Yeah, I forgot you were telling me that Trackhead came to see him in the program with a lawyer.
With the lawyer them. That what the word was. He came out there. I was gone by that time, but I got a phone call. Hey man, Melly manager, them people came out here. Hey man, Jit really is who he say he is. You feel me? That's when I picked up on him, and I picked up on much like, okay, Jit really is. And then looked him up. Sure enough, he out there rapping. He making decent music. It was still stupid drill music to me a little bit, but then I've seen that all his music wasn't like that. I said,
Yeah.
okay, Jit really rapping. Jit really got something going on. And then look, he hang it up, man. I'm a Melly fan. I like Melly music. I'm a Melly fan. But like he made his bed, now he gotta lay in it.
You think he gonna get the death penalty?
I think he going to jail. I tell you that. I don't think he coming home. Like honestly, I really don't think Jit coming home, and that's just from looking at the evidence. Like just listening to it, it doesn't sound good on his half. It don't matter how much. It don't matter how much his attorney get up there and try to create reasonable doubt. Like bro, just some things you can't dispute. And his attorney them know that. They just trying to do the best job that they can do because guess what? He already paid them. But they know, man, they know they can't beat this case. They ain't Johnny Cochran. They ain't Johnny Cochran, and that ain't O.J. Simpson. Melly done, man. That's crazy.
At a young age.
At a young age, young man with all that talent, bro. Come on, man. Hey, Marita, I used to rap back in the day. I wish I had just an ounce of Melly talent.
Right.
An ounce of it. You think I'm gonna get in trouble? See, that's another thing too. Well, these young fellas with all this talent, and they got nothing but crash dummies and yes men around them. Come on, man. You think if I was aborting it, I'd told that man, hey, bro, we ain't finna kill them, man. Hey, man, just leave them niggas alone.
That's what I said. I been said I would have talked them out of it.
Right, bro. Just cut them niggas off, Melly, man. You ain't gotta kill them niggas, man. Leave them niggas alone, man. All right, bet. I got something better. I got something better, bro. Let's take a trip, and we leave them in the island and let them get home the best way they can. You feel me? For real, bro. Hey, look. We just go take a vacation. We go to Jamaica somewhere, and we just leave them, bro. They just get up and we gone, and they stuck. How they gonna get home?
Hell no.
For real, something like that. What's the point of killing them?
Right.
What was the point of killing them? What was the point of killing them?
That's why I say Melly, he can't really too much care about himself either, because I would even if he hated them, he should have thought about himself and that should have kept him from doing it. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm telling you. A lot of these, and then see that's why you can't tell nobody, bro. I swear to God, bro. I had a young fella in the program one time. He looked at me, cause bro, I was a hard ass. You know what I mean? I was a black and white. Like, bro, we gonna follow the rules. That's it. You understand what I'm saying? I had a kid one time. Hey Thompson, bro, how much you make a year? I say, why? Hey man, I'm gonna pay you to quit, bro. I say, you gonna pay me to quit? He like, yeah, I'm gonna pay you to quit. I said, man, bro. I said, bro, you can't pay me to quit, bro. I make like 40,000. Man, that man had his mama show up to the program a couple weeks later, Vizzo, with 40 grand, finna pay me to quit. What can you tell a young fella with that kind of money?
Damn.
What can you tell a young fella? What can you tell a young fella with that kind of money? Bro, you got 40 grand that you finna give me to quit. You really gonna pay me? He said, man, Thompson, I'm gonna pay you to quit so you can go find you something else to do because this ain't for you. I was like, this man mama really came up there with 40,000. Looked at his mama and said, hey mama, that's him. That's what I'm talking about. Get out to the parking lot. Hey man, I can't take that money, man. I like what I do because I like talking with the youth. I like trying to save them. You feel me? And right now your son lost. Guess what now? This man he in prison right now for like 15 years.
Damn.
Yeah. But guess what? But what can I tell him when this man got 40,000 cash that he in the program now? And you still got 40,000 cash that you can tell your mama to bring me, what kind of money do you really got?
And he a juvenile with that kind of money.
Juvenile. That's another thing why you can't tell them nothing. That's why everybody around these people be yes men. They be grown men hang around these little kids. Yes men. You a grown man. You 40 years old. This man barely 20, and he your boss. He telling you what to do, how to move. He seeing you. That's why you can't tell him nothing. That's why you can't tell them nothing. And society done did that too. Society done gave them young boys that kind of money. Man, listen, bro. We come from an era of Lil Wayne, who was the kid rappers back? Lil Wayne, Bow Wow. Go back and listen to Lil Wayne when Lil Wayne was with the Hot Boys before he got independent and was doing his own thing. That man wasn't cussing. Lil Wayne wasn't cussing in now one of them songs. He wasn't cussing. He wasn't really talking about no violence neither. BG them and all them boys were talking about grown man stuff, and Lil Wayne was just rhyming. Lil Wayne and Twerk, they were just rhyming. They just happy to be on the beat. But nowadays you hear these little young fellas, these niggas 15 years old talking about murdering and killing and drug dealing and all this other stuff, and you got their mamas in the video with them. Make that make sense, Marita?
They grandmamas ain't but 40 years old.
I'm saying you got their mamas in the video. This kid, baby's been having babies, so that baby talk really don't matter. But I'm just saying, this kid 15, he got a 2-year-old. His mama 32. His grandmama 48. They all in the video. They all in the video hanging out.
They say that's how Melly's on here.
Hey man, I'm just saying.
They say Melly grandmama's in the video with a chopper.
Make that make sense.
The blind leading the blind. Nobody leading a good example for the youth.
Exactly. Make that make sense. And I wonder why Melly where he at right now. I'm telling you, all the talent in the world, that man got more talent under his pinky finger than half these rappers got in their whole career. Listen to him. Go back and listen to some of them songs, man. When he remixing Beyonce them and all them songs, man, I say, boy, hey man, this young man got something. This young man talented, but he gonna throw it all away trying to be what the streets want us to be, or what society told us that we should be.
He a cautionary tale now. It's all over.
And now he's sitting here. He's a urban legend, and he's an urban legend. And now he's sitting here fighting for his life. At best, how old the man is? He probably what?
20,
got to be a
24, 25, something like that.
Some round up in there, little young guy, all the talent fighting for his life. Man, come on, man. That man could have been whatever he wanted to be. But society sold us that dream. We street niggas and we keep going for it. And get what? When you get somebody like myself who tell you, bro, I ain't no script, man. Listen, bro, I'm a square. I'm SpongeBob. I tell them kids that all, hey, bro, I'm SpongeBob, bro. I don't want no trouble. I promise you, I don't. I'm apologize. I'm apologize to you before we even go there. And you gonna be the one in the wrong. And I'm gonna tell you I'm sorry just to keep it down. You feel me?
Yeah.
Just keep it down, bro. I'm gonna tell you I'm sorry. Hey man, I'm sorry, bro. This ain't what God want for us, bro. This ain't what God want for us. God don't want this for us, man. You think God want this for us? God don't want this for us. This ain't the world. Hey, Jesus came back and died for the world. And we around here killing each other up every day behind what? Behind nonsense. He should have just left them niggas alone, cut them niggas off, whatever he had to do. If they was, of course you heard all the stories that the niggas was extorting them or whatever they had going on. I don't know. But, bro, it ain't too much nobody gonna do to somebody who really got some money, who could really move something.
Damn.
You understand what I'm saying? How much extorting you gonna do to a nigga who really got money? You can't really extort nobody who got no money for real, man. Nigga gonna get you gone. Nigga gonna get you gone, but we see it all the time. We see it all the time. That's why listen, from hanging across town and seeing the demise across town, bro, I realized that the world itself is wicked. You heard me, Marita?
Yeah, I hear you.
From seeing the demise across town, bro. I'm from Apopka. Y'all, hey, look, y'all accepted me with open arms over there back in 07, 06, 07. And watching the demise across town really opened my eyes to say, boy, this world ain't what it is. Cause one thing about it was, they knew Buddy wasn't no street nigga like that. So nobody ain't had nobody ain't had no issues with me. Cause Buddy ain't no street nigga. So everybody was comfortable around me. So I got to see a lot of niggas do a lot of creepy stuff and they be like, boy, this why I ain't no street nigga right here, cause I see y'all these niggas moving. I'm glad God took that out my system real quick to say, nah, that ain't you. That ain't you. Don't do it. Don't get wrapped up in it. Don't get lost in it.
Right.
Don't get lost in the sauce out here because it look good in these gangster movies and they show that. But the system to blame for Melly though. It's the system. It ain't no money in rehabilitation. The money is in incarceration. And they gonna keep on incarcerating young men and women left and right, especially those of us who don't know no better. And they gonna shut people like me up. They gonna say, man, shut up, man. You don't know what you talking about. Man, listen, he's a squad. Look at him. He's a squad. Where he from? Look how he talk. Look how he walk. Don't no real nigga wear glasses. You feel me? Hey, look, they gonna make they knock it down all the time because they needed to keep going. Because if we could have rehabilitated that man from back when he was back in OYA, ain't no telling where he would be. For real. That man would be on top of the charts. He'll be one of the biggest artists in America. But instead, they kept him right there. They gave him a little money, kept him right there in Gifford, Florida. Miramar, kept him down there. Brevard, put him around some more killers, some more people who they know ain't no good, with terrible reputations, and just let him continue to feed off that and become who he was.
Right.
All right. Let's make a kill out of Melly. That's what they said. Let's make a kill out of him. He already rap about it in the song.
I'm gonna play some of this what these the court people saying.
Yeah, I got you.
I appreciate you though, buddy.
Yeah.
Back to state 7, timestamp 2/18/41. The individual that's on screen wearing a jacket and it appears to be something across his back. Who is that individual?
Objection passed.
Mr. Glass, you can respond.
I see the same person as last time.
Okay, and can you tell us who that same person is? Was Melly at the house when you got there, from what you can recall?
No.
Did you see Melly at any time in the house?
No.
Right, so you go upstairs in Judy's room, and what do you do?
Crash.
All right, crash meaning?
Go sleep.
Okay. At some point, do you wake up?
Yeah.
And why?
Phone calls.
Safe to say that your phone was getting a lot of phone calls, blowing up.
Yes.
All right, and at some point you answer the phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you do in response to the phone calls?
I answered the one that kept ringing, and yeah.
All right, and so what do you do in response to getting that phone call?
I ended up at the hospital.
All right, do you recall which hospital that was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what city you were in at this point?
I was in Bravo.
All right, what city? Not the county.
Miramar.
Okay. Do you know if you went to Miramar Hospital?
I don't know which hospital it was.
Okay, so you get to the hospital. What do you find out when you get to the hospital?
That Anthony and Christopher was deceased.
Obviously, at that well, let me not say obviously, but at that point in time, what do you do, or how do you react to that news?
Grieving.
Do you stay at the hospital?
Not alone.
Okay. Where do you go after the hospital?
I ended up somebody's house.
All right. Do you recall whose house that was?
I don't know whose house it was, but I ended up there.
Okay. And what were you doing at the house?
Still grieving.
Okay. Who took you to the hospital?
The cameraman.
Okay. Do you recall his name?
True.
Right. And do you recall who took you from the hospital to Frito's house?
Same person.
All right. And before you left for the hospital, or actually, who went to the hospital with you?
Just true.
Okay. Who was at that house, Melly's house, before you left for the hospital?
Same people that was there when we got there.
Okay. And same people being the 4 people that entered the Mitsubishi?
Yes.
Okay. So you're at Frito's house. You mentioned, and I forgot exactly where you were in the house. Did you say where you were? No, not Melly's house. Frito's house. Where were you in Frito's house?
Outside.
Okay. And who was at Frito's house when you first got there?
Everybody that was in the house.
Okay, and because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify?
Kobe, Melly. I'm on people I can remember.
Okay, was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
It was a little bit, nah,
Nah, he wasn't it. You guys
wasn't wearing the same clothes.
Okay, do you recall what he was wearing?
Just had on some shorts.
Okay, let's bring my guests in to discuss this testimony. Obviously, Bob Mata, host of Criminal Defense Diaries. It is a podcast. He is a criminal defense attorney. And my dear friend also, Krista Ramey, a trial attorney. Krista, I want to start with you. Trials come down sometimes to 1 or 2 things. Could that 1 or 2 things here be that Melly had either changed his clothes or was just wearing shorts on?
Yes. Because why? It's a kind of weird fact in this case, right? But there's a lot of 1 or 2 things here that things can come down to. One of the things that I've noticed during this trial is just his deportment and decorum in the courtroom, constantly trying to cover his hair, trying to obscure himself. A jury wants to believe someone that they like, not someone that seems like they're hiding something. And changing clothes seems like they're hiding something. And hiding behind a computer and your hair covering your face, likewise, it looks like you're hiding something. So I think that piece of evidence can be pretty powerful ultimately in the end.
But let me just tell you, there was Terry Austin's been in the court, but she said that he apparently cannot see out of one eye. So the court, or has trouble seeing out of one eye. So the court moved the screen so he could see. And then it wasn't moved back until somebody later said, oh, can we now move the screen back and see his face? So that's what happened. That's why we were watching a Dell computer testify, it seemed. Okay, Bob Mata. One of the things that happened this morning was that the prosecution also tried to get a view for the jury of the car. And the defense objected. They said they hadn't even seen the car. And the judge said, no, I can't understand the defense who would not go see a piece of evidence. I mean, usually, and I've said this before, when I'm in a case, we go see evidence so much that there's motion to the prosecution that says no, even though the evidence should belong to all of us. In the Hernandez case, for instance, we couldn't see the car that the victims were shot in because it had been sold to the state of, it went to somebody in the state of Georgia, not Georgia in the United States, but Georgia in Russia. But I don't understand that because sometimes you can find evidence. Bob, your thoughts?
Yeah, as far as why the defense objected, the only thing that I can think of is in terms of the kind of the damning evidence that they had put on last week with respect to the two forensic officers who had been out there. It was pretty damaging, in terms of the bullet holes and where they were and see.
Bob, you're breaking up. So let me just go to Krista on this. Krista, let me cut Bob off for a second. Bob, you've broken up. Let me go to Krista. Krista, let's talk about this for a second. But you can find evidence. You can find evidence if you're a defense attorney. You can go with your experts and look at stuff. I don't understand that maybe they felt that they shouldn't look at it. I just don't get it. I don't get it. And I think that if he gets convicted, that could be one thing, an issue on appeal. Your thoughts?
I cannot understand not only the defense team not wanting to look at it, but as you said, taking your experts there, because I might see something as an attorney that clicks to something that might lend itself to credibility of a witness or what someone is trying to say. On the other side, my expert might find all sorts of pieces of evidence or things that I wouldn't even think of looking for or at. And so, yes, it's bizarre, and it's not only bizarre, it's borders on malpractice to not have already seen that car. I mean, much less, for the jury view, not to have seen the car, I think is what he said. So I am pretty stunned by that.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, let me just tell you a story before we go to break. Again, in the Hernandez case, we went to see the evidence, and I found an exit wound that had not been marked on the shirt of one of the decedents, an exit wound from a bullet that changed where the trajectory was that had not been noted on any of the prosecution discovery. Me, an attorney. So anyhow, I think that you always have to go see the evidence in the case, no matter what side you're on. But we'll see if it has an effect here. And we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll go right back into that courtroom and bring you more of this stunning testimony we're hearing this morning. Stay with us.
Saw your horse. But not anywhere. Stared at his arse for 200 miles.
So, you didn't fancy a trip back to Bonnie, Scotland, then, eh? Mr. Fraser.
No. No, thank you. I prefer to wait until after.
After? Come now. You harm a hair on my head. You know my kin will hunt you down. Kill everyone you hold dear.
Spare them the trouble. I know my nephew, the Indian you tormented, will be paying your men a wee visit. His Cherokee acquaintances will be giving him a helping hand too. I'll have no more trouble from them. You're a good man. A moral man. I'm also a violent man. Any goodness that prevails in me is because of my wife. Try to take her from me. You won't kill me. Not in cold blood. You wouldn't dare. Make your peace with the Lord if you must. Mr. Brown.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and anything related to your work. Your documents, your chats, your whiteboards, your projects. The value of this, you don't have to buy 5 softwares to do this. You don't have to be hopping back and forth between multiple tabs trying to find that email from a year ago. Instead, you can find everything in a matter of seconds, keeping your work and everything related to productivity organized in a single place.
Commissioner, the state has to prove that the defendant is the one using the 772-713-9807 phone number. This is a short selection that is representative of the number of videos that are on there that show the defendant being the person using the phone. Defense has argued that it's not his phone in any way, shape, or form. So this is showing that there is no one else on there, and that even with photos and videos that show other people, for example, have the defendant using the cell phone to FaceTime and use the videotape a FaceTime of another individual. And it's constantly showing the phone in the defendant's hand, sometimes reflected in some sunglasses on site.
I know counsel objected to on relevance grounds. I already breached that, and we crossed that bridge a while ago. I overruled that objection. But now there's another objection to cumulative. Haven't we seen this, these videos and pictures?
We have. These are different ones from different time frames, showing that the defendant has exclusive control of this phone for all times relevant to this case.
Daniel, there's one where there's a child on it. I think it violates the children's, what is it?
Online Privacy Protection Act, which says children under the age of 13 cannot be filmed or published without the parents' consent. One of those videos is a video of
A little kid. John,
what's that video about?
It shows the defendant's voice in the video. It then has him filming a FaceTime of another individual. Granted, the state didn't create these videos, the defendant did, so I think he's the one who's in violation of that particular.
I disagree with that.
Violation.
I don't know what the act says, but what is this statute say?
I'm not familiar with the first time that it brought to my attention.
code imposes certain requirements on operators of websites or online services directed to children under 13. Long and short of it is basically cannot record or publish children under the age of 13 without their parents' permission.
What's the statute number?
It would be 16 CFR Part 312. Children's Online Privacy Protection Act.
16 CFR 12.
Part 312. Judge.
So how many of these videos do you have?
There are 24 now, Your Honor, out of 1,000.
All right, you want to show this one with the child as well?
Yes, Your Honor, shows the defendant holding the phone and videoing.
you can show some of these other videos first. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Do you want to see the one in question?
No, I want to see what this statute says, 16 CFR 312.
There's an additional individual. First of all, I just wanted to crystallize our position that if they're putting in 530 photos to establish that it's his phone, adding another 20-something videos doesn't move the ball. It's cumulative and should be excluded. We object on those grounds. There's also video number 1, 2, 3, 4. And in that video, Mr. Devins uses a pejorative term that I don't want, that I think would be inflammatory, and on 403 grounds we would object. It refers to Caucasians as crackers, and I don't want any of the jurors who might be of that race to form a negative impression and be prejudiced in their assessment for the sake of proving that Mr. Demons owns a phone that they've already seen 530 photos
But with regards to that last video that council is taking issue with, this is the absolute last video or audio file that is on this phone before the defendant turns himself in. And he does use that term, however, I think in the totality of the circumstances, it is more probative than prejudicial.
We stipulate that he used the phone on that day.
My name is Melly, and I'm gonna turn myself in, but I'm in a suitcase because these rappers are harassing me. I have to get on a private jet. I don't want them to see me.
So in terms of, it shows the defendant just prior to his arrest and booking, and showing that he was turning himself in, which was already been testimony about, that was brought in from the defense with regards to Deputy Maycock, who did the booking prints in this case.
We'll stipulate that he used the phone on that day to avoid the potential prejudice of him offending jurors on the racial pejorative.
Play it again.
Sure.
Hello, Slayer. It's very important. My name is Melly, and I'm gonna turn myself in, but I'm in a suitcase because these rappers are harassing me. I have to get on a private jet. I don't want them to see me.
And so, just to be clear, there has been numerous other inflammatory, racially motivated terminology and language that has been used, and there's been no objection on that front.
You all done anything else?
Nothing else.
All right, so regarding the one with the presumably under 13-year-old child on the video, just hold that until I can see what the CFR say. The jury regarding the last video where the pejorative terms used, crackers, just go ahead and move it.
So the judge permission, and I can take out just that term?
Yep.
Okay. I'll need a couple minutes to do that.
I hope that's
You won't believe this. I got $100,000 check for the same car accident that my insurance company only.
We're in recess.
They need to tighten up now. This recess done been damn near 2 hours. What they eating that roof, Chris? Shit.
Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Vaughn.
Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get back on the record as State of Florida versus Devon's president is the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, juries and a jury regarding the objection was posted about filed on the CFR. That objection noted. I looked at the CFR in question. I don't think it's applicable. The objection notes over here. All right, and you took out the word majority term cracker.
I did, Your Honor, and I played it for Mr. Howard twice, so you can verify that it is silent during that portion.
Thank you. Spring jury.
We could have Detective Melly take the stand.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the appearance of our jury, as well as the defendant, Mr. Devons, his counsel, the assistant state attorney. And Bradley, this is your next witness.
Yes, Detective Mark Moran.
You ready? Raise your right hand for us.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please state your full name for the record.
Mark Moran.
Spell your first and last name for the court report.
M-A-R-K-M-O-R-E-T-E.
Please have a seat. That microphone in front of you only up or down, it doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. How are you today?
Well, ma'am, thank you.
Where do you work?
City of Miramar,
How long have you worked for the City of Miramar?
20 years.
And what is your current assignment with the City of Miramar?
Homicide unit.
How long have you been in the homicide unit?
Since 2000, started working in homicide cases in 2016.
Prior to becoming a homicide detective with the City of Miramar, what other hats did you wear?
I also worked in economic crimes for a couple of years. Before economic crimes, I worked in street crimes, which is street level narcotics, gangs, robbery, violent offenders. Before that, I worked in traffic unit, as well as traffic homicide. And then before that, I was in road patrol.
Prior to your time in the Miramar Police Department, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
Yes, I worked for Minecraft Police Department in Miami from 1998 to 2003.
And don't make me do math, 2003 to the current, you've been with Miramar?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to Pinecrest, did you serve in the military or any of the armed forces?
Yes, ma'am. I did it for 20 years in the military. I did 7 years active in the Air Force, got out shortly after 9/11, went into the Coast Guard Reserve, did another 13 for a total 20 years. I served in enlisted as well as in the officer corps for the Coast Guard.
So in terms of your training experience as a police officer and a detective, did you attend a police academy?
Yes, in 1997, while still on active duty in the military, I went to St. Petersburg Criminal Justice Center.
And approximately how long was that police academy training?
A couple months.
After you became an officer with Pinecrest, did you have on-the-job training?
Yes, ma'am.
And at Pinecrest PD, did you hold any special titles and roles?
I was a drug recognition expert. for field sobriety, impaired drivers. Also maintain the maintenance on the intoxilizer for courtroom purposes.
In terms of homicide specifically, you're training in just that area.
In Pinecrest,
And Jeff, all your time in law enforcement.
I've had about 240 hours in homicide investigations. The first class was death investigations here in Broward County. The second one was the Miami-Dade Police Department's homicide school. And then the third one is through IPTM, which is the Institute of Police Technology and Management, which is another 40 hours of formalized training in the area of homicide investigations. And I attended 3 conferences, which each one is 40 hours long, and specifically 2 homicide investigations for about 240 hours, just a specialized training.
In terms of on-the-job training, do you have practical experience handling homicide cases?
Yes, I started slowly working homicide cases in 2015, just as training. I was basically writing warrants for the unit. I was doing fraud, and so when they were on scene, the station and I would get a phone call to start authoring warrants to be prepared for the judge.
Okay, in terms of the number of homicide cases you've handled since you said 2016 when you went to that
Yes,
unit?
ma'am.
How many homicide cases or death investigations, I should say, have you handled since then?
Homicide cases I've been involved in about 40 to this point. As the lead, maybe 12, 15. Total death investigations, probably another 20 or 30.
So I want to talk about cell phones. Is that another area you have training and experience in?
Yes, ma'am.
What classes have you taken in Celebrate?
I've been through the basic Celebrate examiner's course to conduct a digital forensic examination of the cell phone, and then interpreting the data from the cell phone as well.
Okay, and in terms of the number of cases that you've worked, could you give an approximate number that involves the data from a cell phone itself?
I've probably handled, over the years, probably 75 to 100 cases, specifically just with cell phones.
What about cell phone company data? The true call, the per call measurement, all of that.
I've been dealing with that since I came into the Detective Bureau. So that would be in 2013. I've had a bunch of specialized training in regards to cell sites. Been to a forensic mapping course. I've been through with the platform what we use to analyze the cell site data, which is called CellHawk, which is a different platform. Then I've been to the FBI's course, which is the CAST. And I still use CAST, the CAST platform, but for different aspects of cell site analysis. I've been through an actual specific course for cell phone investigation, just using the phone in your investigations.
Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what is CellHawk? That's the first time they've heard this term.
CellHawk is the same. It's very similar to what the FBI uses. FBI uses what's called CASPIS. CellHawk is just a mapping program working off of Google Maps, to which we plot the data for the cell phone. It takes a lot of the work out. In the past, when we first started to analyzing cell data, we would have to actually plot the towers ourselves, determine what sector, draw the azimuth. Nowadays, we can just take the cell records and put it into CellHawk. We still have to authenticate it, make sure that the data is being input properly, and then we're able to make our determination. We're applying the data to our case.
So you mentioned plotting and things like that. Do you use mapping software in your day-to-day work as a detective?
Of course, I mean, we just regular Google Maps, Google Earth. It's also a method of open source investigations is using the mapping.
So I'm going to go to October 26th of 2018. Did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar Police Department investigation under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role?
I was called out around about 6 o'clock in the morning. Detective Bertrand called me. I was off, was not working. Hector was in his final year and a half of employment, and he didn't want to take on any new cases. He asked me, I have them at the hospital. I have 2 dead bodies. Would you mind coming out? Of course, they said to me, that's fine.
So when you got to the hospital, what did you see?
When I first got on scene, I made contact with the on-scene supervisor, which was Sergeant Bermudez. And he walked me through the scene, which was, at that point, it was just a 2018 Jeep Compass that was parked in the emergency unloading zone. It had many bullet holes on it.
Can you time out for just a second? Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how the emergency room unloading zone is separate and different from other areas of the hospital?
It's a pull-up where it has the electric sliding doors that it allows you straight access into the emergency room. Which, all hospitals are relatively standard in that sense that there's going to be a quick immediate access for the hospital personnel to provide immediate care in triage type situations.
Is the emergency room the only entrance into that hospital?
No, you can come. There's an entrance off of Pembroke Road, and there's an entrance off of 172.
And when you came to the scene, do you remember which side you went to first?
No, ma'am.
The time when you get to the hospital, you start speaking with Sergeant Bermudez. Who else did you see on scene?
A couple of the detectives were already there. Detective Bertrand, Detective Toyota was there, and also a couple of the other sergeants, because we had 2 young males that were deceased, so prompted a lot of people to be called out to the scene.
Okay. And in terms of civilians, were there any civilians on scene when you got there?
At that point, I wasn't made aware of all the civilians on scene until after we had spoken with Cortland Henry.
Okay. So you mentioned Cortland Henry. Who is that?
Cortland Henry was the driver of the vehicle. He is also the co-defendant in this case.
And when you made contact with Mr. Henry, where was that?
They had him separate from everyone else. He was in a visiting a room, a treatment room. It was an actual hospital room with a door, not just a sliding shade. It actually was door, window, bed.
When you made contact with Mr. Henry, did you have any knowledge of the surveillance footage from the New Era studio that's been entered into evidence of State 7?
No, ma'am. At that point, I came into it blindly.
So how did you treat Mr. Henry?
He was a victim of a crime.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have already heard the statement that you took. During the course of that statement, what things in that Mr. Henry said started setting off a little bit of alarm bells for you?
The biggest thing is where the crime allegedly had occurred. We were being told it was on Miramar Parkway, just west of Southwest 160, as closer to 172, in that area there. But when we had the area walked out, we didn't find any shell casings, didn't find any shards of glass, and you're in a residential. Yes, there is businesses there, but on the south side is residential. As many bullet holes there was in that car. Initially, I think I saw at least 10, and we didn't get a single phone call.
So when you were there on scene, did you look at the car that was out there? You said you saw at least 10 bullet holes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you notice any damage to the rims or the tires of the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Henry tell you about a side swiping of a curb?
He said that when a vehicle pulled up next to him and started shooting, he lowered his position in the vehicle for his safety, and he hit the curb. But there was some fire damage, but you could tell it was lower fire damage.
Was that explained during the course of his statement? That's from the prior accident?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
In terms of the way you treated him, what were you taking into account?
He's a victim of a crime. And sometimes when you experience very traumatic situations, you're not going to remember everything. And it's understandable that you're going to be vague sometimes in your facts. And even if you're not from the area, you may be confused on the location. So our biggest thing was that we knew something happened. We knew it just didn't happen where they said it happened.
Why is it important for a law enforcement officer to know where something happened?
Well, we got an established venue, which has been for jurisdiction for us to investigate.
speaking of venue, in what city, county, and state is Memorial Miramar possible?
It's in the city of Miramar, county of Broward, state of Florida.
And at that point, when you're making contact with Portland Henry, does the name Jamel Gaines come up in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any indication that he was in the car told to you at that point?
No, ma'am.
You mentioned at some point in the statement another shooting off of I-95.
Yes, ma'am.
What investigation did you do to see how that was potentially related to this case?
I was able to get a hold of the detective on scene, which is Detective Curcio from Broward Sheriff's Office. And I was able to compare notes and discuss and figure out that that shooting was definitely not related to our shooting. And they even had a weapon left on scene, which was, I believe, an assault style rifle. And we was able to determine that was not related to us.
In terms of were you able to determine if different caliber weapons were used in those two shootings?
To the best of my recollection, there was different calibers. And at the end of the day, I know they made an arrest on that. Their facts didn't even match up to our facts.
So going on to potential suspects that Mr. Henry gave you, does he mention anyone or point the finger at anybody at that point?
I think he mentioned one name. They may have had some beef up from Vero, from some guy named Bentley or something like that, but nothing that we could verify.
And in terms of the beef with Bentley, did he say if it was ended?
I believe his statement said it was taken care of, it was squashed.
With regards to an incident at Walmart, were you informed about a potential suspect there?
Yes, there was an incident a few months back at Walmart. I think one of his statements, he said first the argument, the fight took place inside and it was outside. But I guess the necklace was stolen. It was posted online. But it didn't seem that anything really came of that either.
Okay, so Detective Murray, based on your training and experience, have you had the opportunity to respond to various Walmarts across South Florida?
Yes.
Have you done criminal investigations regarding incidents or crimes that have occurred at those Walmarts?
Yes.
Based on that, do you know how long Walmart keeps video for?
Traditionally 30 days.
And in terms of the time period that was being described to you, was that within 30 days?
It was way beyond 30 days.
So going back to that morning, did you go with Mr. Henry in the car with Detective Toyota to find out where this incident happened?
Mr. Henry rode with Detective Toyota, and it was just them two in the car.
And in terms of the evidence or anything that was reported back to you as the lead detective in this case that was recovered from the street surface of Miramar Parkway between I-75 and 184th?
There was no evidence recovered at all.
So, knowing that you had this location, are there businesses along Miramar Parkway that have surveillance footage?
Yes.
Were you able to go to some of those and retrieve some of that surveillance footage?
Yes.
So I'm going to start with what's been marked as states quadruple L, which is a composite of two photos. Counsel, you have a copy? Detective Marty, I'm showing you a composite of two images within the little state triple L. Do you recognize those two photos?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize those two photos?
These are snapshots of the video from the McDonald's, the corner of 172 and Miramar Parkway.
And how do you recognize those?
Well, I'm the one that retrieved the video myself personally. But you can see at 3:46 a.m., you see a red vehicle going by, a red SUV. And then at 3:46:57, you see a silver SUV going by, which was consistent with the two vehicles.
Well, before we get into that, those photos fairly or accurately video that you took from the McDonald's on October 26th of 2018. Those two screenshots from the video that cover the time frame of this incident.
Yes, ma'am.
Have they been altered or changed anywhere?
No, ma'am.
All right, this time the state requesting the state's protocol L and state 84.
Objection. No. You're admitted.
State's quadruple L will be marked states 84.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Starting at States 84, page 1, which is 10/26/2018, 34650.040. Detective Meridian, the screen in front of you is a touch screen. So I'm going to zoom in on the picture a little bit. And can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what area of the screen you were talking about?
Right.
If you move, it should show the cursor a little bit better. And so what color did that vehicle appear to be?
Red.
And keeping it in the same location. Moving on to page 2, 34657.840. Is that same circle around the vehicle that was in question in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that appear to be a darker colored vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point did you learn about New Era Studios?
When we spoke with Mr. Henry, he informed us that they just came from the recording studios in Fort Lauderdale. And so two of our detectives then responded there, Detective Bertrand and Detective Toyota, to retrieve the video, or just to go there to see what evidence they could recover.
Okay. Once the video was recovered, did you review it?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how far is it from the New Era 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale to the Sunset Lakes 40th Street Guardhouse?
30 miles.
And have you had the opportunity to drive that distance or that route before?
Yes, ma'am.
With regards to the studio video, what's been admitted as State 7, did you review this before or after the search warrant was conducted on the Jeep?
This was before.
So going to channel 4, 2:17:42 starting time. Fast forwarding here till 2:18:40. Were any man purses, satchels found in that gray Jeep?
No, ma'am.
Specifically, the beige one that's pictured at 2:18:40.
No, ma'am, we did not recover that.
Continuing forward to 2:19:05. Was a black satchel recovered?
No, ma'am.
Specifically the one that is seen in the individual in the black and white jacket?
Correct.
Did Mr. Henry have possession of either of those satchels or man purses at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
So after you learn about the studio video, do you have an occasion to respond to a location that's identified as 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Yes, we went to that before the video was recovered. That was the location where the defendant was residing at the time.
And who else did you know lived there at that time?
I believe the defendant, co-defendant, Mr. Henry, Mr. Mills, Mr. Davis, Mr. Glass. I believe they were all living there, as well as the victims.
And in terms of the location of that address, do you know the name of the subdivision it's in?
I believe it's Sunset Lakes.
And where is Sunset Lakes? What city?
City of Miramar.
When you went to that 18521 Southwest 44th address, did you go inside?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it was like when you first got to that location?
At that point, we had already cleared from the hospital. It was probably, the sun was already coming up, so, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe even a bit later. We went, there was no cars in the driveway. We went to the front door, knocked, looked at the windows, we didn't see anyone.
While you were on scene, did a vehicle pull up?
Yes.
What vehicle was that?
It's the red Mitsubishi.
And who was in that?
Driving it was Dontavius Withers and Adrian Davis.
Did you make contact with them?
Yes.
Without going into what they said, were you able to get a phone number from each of them?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant, Jamel Simmons, there at that time?
No, ma'am.
Were you invited into the house?
No, ma'am.
In terms of the McDonald's video, when time and the continuity of when you did things, when did you go to McDonald's?
I believe that I went to McDonald's the week, this happened on a Friday or Saturday morning, and I was at McDonald's Monday morning.
Okay. So I want to go now to on October 26th. Did you do any additional evidence collection or interviewing of any individuals?
On the 26th?
Yes.
No, I just wrote the search warrant for the Jeep.
Okay. While you were at the hospital, you mentioned that you didn't see civilians when you first got there.
Correct.
Were there any civilians that you made contact with before you left?
Yes.
And who would those be?
There was some of the victim's family there, some of the Phillips family.
No, neither victim has the last name Phillips. You have a victim by
The Phillips family was with Chris Thomas's family.
Okay.
There was also I didn't make contact with him. Detective Bertrand did. Trayvon Glass, an Andrew, I forget his last name. He was there. I made contact with the defendant's mother, Jamie King.
Okay. And after you left the hospital and made contact with those individuals, did you do anything else other than writing the warrant and executing a warrant on the gray Jeep?
No.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you have to do to write a search warrant.
The search warrant is based upon probable cause. There's an affidavit, an application, and then there's the actual warrant. We write the warrant, the application, the affidavit, and then we send it to a state attorney. We find out the state attorney is on duty. Hopefully we get the way from early in the morning if we're up. So we send the warrant to them, they review it, and then if they approve it, then it goes to the judge. The judge will then sign it. At this point, we're doing an electronic warrant, so we could submit it electronically.
And in terms of the search of the Jeep, can you start searching it while you're waiting for the judge? Why not?
Because we don't have authorization to go into the Jeep. And we secure it, we can take it, we can hold it, but until that warrant is signed, we cannot touch that vehicle.
So after the warrant is signed, it's executed. Are you present for the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
Why?
I actually have to read the warrant to the vehicle. I know that sounds very strange. It's one of those procedures that's been done for years. I can never explain it, but if it's a house, we have to read it to the house. If it's a vehicle, we read it to the vehicle.
Is that why we see you holding papers with all these warrants?
Yes.
So after you read the warrant aloud and tell the people that are assisting you what you're looking for,
What is your role while the warrant is being executed?
I step back. I don't get involved in that process.
Do you collect evidence at that point?
No, ma'am.
Do you indicate which areas may be of interest for evidence collection?
I'll point out that this is where this is who was sitting where. This is what we have, but that's their area of expertise.
After that warrant is executed on the gray Jeep, when are you made aware of the casing that's found in the backseat?
That night, when they collected it.
And going forward to October 27th of 2018, did you leave Broward County and travel to meet with other witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
We went up to Vero Beach, into Gifford to make contact with some of the victims' family.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to, without going into what was said, see Adrian Davis again?
I saw Adrian Davis again. We saw Davis Withers again. I believe we saw Chris Thomas Sr. And I think we signed, if I'm not mistaken, the girlfriend of Chris Thomas as well.
Was there an occasion in which the application Snapchat was brought up?
Yes.
As a result of learning about a Snapchat, did you author a warrant for Snapchat?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you authored the warrant for Snapchat, which has already been admitted into evidence and already states '61, what were you looking for?
I was looking for communications between Janelle Demons and Davis Withers.
And what were those communications supposedly going to show?
The communication was supposed to show that Janelle Demons sent a message.
Can we want to clarify one thing. Prior to trial, I mispronounced the defendant's name. It's pronounced Dimmons, D-E-M-O-N-S. Lemons with a D is the way it was explained to me. And I know it's been pronounced different ways here, but it's pronounced Dimmons. All right? Detective, all right? Dimmons? Yes. Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, so going into what's been previously offered into evidence as State 61. The account information, if you could publish what this says and make it as big as possible, as to who owned this particular Snapchat account.
Okay.
You could read?
Yes, this is the display name is Melly Montana. The email address associated with is mellymontana@icloud.com. The phone number is 772-713-9807. And I guess I think they call it the vanity name YNW Melly.
Okay. And is that display name as it's indicated here?
Yes.
And in terms of the IP history, did you do any additional investigation or research into the IPs that were provided?
No.
Going into the
Is there objection? There's no objection. See, John, I'm sorry, let's take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. Certainly no research. Just leave no head on your chair. Thank you. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel Mann will, as a defendant, you need to write break. You raise it? Yes, sir. Mr. Dennis?
Yes.
Thank you.
I apologize.
I'm going to show you how to clear this.
You make everywhere you look has to be predetermined to prove your case and your theme. So the theme here is what?
I think the theme is here that Melly killed two of his best friends growing up, and I think that the forensic evidence was pretty powerful, in terms of them putting the forensics on. It made it hard for me to believe that he wasn't somehow involved. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we know that he was sitting in the seat that we saw him get into on the video when they left the studio. And I thought that, the use of the dowel rods was pretty, that's old school. I think they're using lasers these days, but like the dowel rods, in terms of the angles, it was compelling evidence. I think that I probably would have ended on that with that type of stuff, because if this guy's the last witness, then we're not going to hear that statement that you were talking about from the snaps. And that is ultimately, you are definitely going to hear about that in the defense's case in chief, and you're certainly going to hear about it in the closings.
Yeah, but you know what, Bob, and you and I have been around the trial. So is Christy with the dowel rods. I've had a lot of cases with them. They're shooting in the back of the neck, but all somebody had to do was turn like this, and then the shot comes from someplace else, and if the bullet's not found. So I assume the defense is going to go there if they have an expert witness talking about it. But we'll see. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be back to the scintillating testimony in the courtroom as the prosecution seeks to end their case on a strong note.
guy's nice. Why did I make hugs? Bruce?
Welcome back to Long Con. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, we're in the case of Florida versus Jamel Devins. Who is he? YNW Melly, the rapper who has about 10 million view fans on Spotify. People watch him, listen to him, and looking at his trial where he is accused of the double homicide, shooting two of his friends in the YNW Collaborative Network. That's Juvie and Sack Chaser. Well, the prosecution is seeking to close out their case soon by showing that YNW Melly was at the scene of the shooting at the time his friends died, by putting his cell phone there, by putting him as the owner of the cell phone and putting the cell phone in his possession. And to do so, they're about to present a number of 50 more photos, 24 videos through their lead detective, that's Mark Moretti. So let's go into court and listen how they do this.
Who is that? Corbin Henry is the driver of the vehicle. He is also the co-defendant in this case.
And when you made contact with Mr. Henry, where was that?
They had him separate from everyone else. He was in a visiting a room, a treatment room, was an actual hospital room with a door, not just a sliding, shade. It actually was door, window, bed.
When you made contact with Mr. Henry, did you have any knowledge of the surveillance footage that's from the New Era studio that's been entered into evidence of State 7?
No, and at that point, I came into it blindly.
So how did you treat Mr. Henry?
It was a victim of a crime.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have already heard the statement that you took. During the course of that statement, what things in that Mr. Henry said started setting off a little bit of alarm bells for you?
The biggest thing is where the crime allegedly had occurred. We were being told it was on Miramar Parkway, just west of Southwest 160, as closer to 172, in that area there. But when we had the area walked out, we didn't find any shell casings, didn't find any shards of glass, and you're in a residential. Yes, there's businesses there, but on the south side, it's residential. As many bullet holes there were was in that car. Initially, I think I saw at least 10, and we didn't get a single phone call.
So when you were there on the scene, did you look at the car that was out there? You said you took 10 bullet holes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you notice any damage to the rims or the tires of the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Henry tell you about like a side swiping of a curb?
He said that when a vehicle pulled up next to him and started shooting, he lowered his position in the vehicle for his safety, and he hit the curb. But there was some finite damage, but you could tell it was lower finite damage.
Was that explained during the course of his statement from the prior accident?
Yes, I believe so.
In terms of the way you treated him, what were you taking into account?
He's a victim of a crime. And sometimes when you experience very traumatic situations, you're not going to remember everything. And it's understandable that you're going to be vague sometimes in your facts. And even if you're not from the area, you may be confused on the location. So our biggest thing was that we knew something happened. We knew it just didn't happen where they said it happened.
Why is it important for a law enforcement officer to know where something happened?
Well, we got to establish venue, which is in jurisdiction for us to investigate.
Speaking of venue, in what city, county, and state is Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Jury enter.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence for our jury, the defendant, the judges, the counsel, the assistant state attorney, all witnesses affecting what's already remain on the stand. Bradley, I think you're still on your direct examination. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Detective Reddy, we had started talking about the Snapchat record. Before we go in and publish the rest of those, in your investigation, were you able to determine nicknames and legal names for various individuals that are involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So starting with the defendant, did he have a nickname that he was commonly referred to as?
Melly.
Okay. Hold the microphone, it got pushed away. Thank you.
On Williams' phone, he was known as Smurf. I'm sorry, on Williams' phone, he was known as Slim.
Okay.
some various other names.
So in terms of for Portland Henry, did he have a nickname you learned during the course of this case?
Yes, Portland Henry actually went by the name of Ward.
Oh. And for Mariah Hamilton, did she have a nickname?
The one most commonly used was Riri.
So in going through the messages, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit on this. Like, for example, Friday, November 9th, 2032:05 UTC. What is the difference between UTC time and November of 2018 post time change?
It's UTC is Universal Time Code, which is 5 hours ahead of our current time zone.
And that's in November. What about in October? What was the difference before the time change?
It was 4 hours time difference. I think the time change, the actual date was November 4th.
Okay. So in terms of this message, there's a lot of kind of gibberish characters at the end after it says "kill me." What are those gibberish characters?
Usually those were emojis that when it's printed, that's how it looks on paper.
And so I'm going to make sure you understand, and that clearly you know the jury, what these columns each stand for. So starting with the far left column, what is that column?
Is the ID column, the I guess the two accounts that are speaking with each other.
Okay. The next column, what is it?
It's the from, that's to be the sender, and then the next column is to, which would be the receiver of the message.
Okay, and then under where it says body?
That is the actual message.
And over here on timestamp, what would that reflect in that last column?
That was in the actual time that the message was sent in UTC, and you would just subtract 5 hours off of that. That's
Okay. I'm not going to make you do the math right now. That's we'll get to that in a second. So I want to go to October 26th of 2018. Were there any messages captured as part of the search warrant on October 26th, 2018?
no, ma'am.
In terms of the message here on Tuesday, October 23rd, who is identifying themselves as using this Snapchat account?
The name being used is Melly.
So were you able to determine who was that baby 01?
Yes, that was Mariah Hamilton.
How could you tell that?
The context of the conversation between them two, as well as interviewing Miss Hamilton.
Were there pictures that were sent back and forth that also included her photograph in these?
Yes, there was photographs between it as well.
So going to this message here, which is Friday, November 9th, 2023, 12 UTC 2018. Now I am going to ask you to do the subtract 5 math on that one.
What you see there is 2023 UTC, which would be 8:23 UTC PM time. However, but transferring it back to Eastern Standard Time, it would be 3:23 PM.
And what I'm going to do here, so it's clear on the columns again, go back to the first page of the chat. So this message is going to the defendant's account.
Correct.
Okay. What does Ms. Hamilton say to the defendant?
Objection. Document speaks for itself.
So he can read it and publish it?
Overruled.
Like I said before, your stupid ass blocked me. You move very effing funny. TF. BITCH, you know what that wasn't tagged on that girl page, but your dumbass just lie about everything. I peep every effing thing, and I always watch how a MF move, and this is how you've gone move, bitch. I'm not going to come around no more, period. Don't post me on your damn Snapchat if you're scared to post me on your Instagram for your bitches, period, TF. And I won't go to another show neither. Be trying to have Portland go to the shows with you so you can bring bitches and shit back to the hotel. Everything is so cool. I peep everything. You're one sneaky, lying bitch boy. F you. I'm standing on my shit this time. Bet you won't hear from me again after today. And then there's 3 emojis, which doesn't translate when you put it in.
May we approach? Yes.
The new Motorola Razr Plus.
Let me show you something, it's a good life, it's a good vibe, it's a good time. Yeah, we live it up. Let me show you something, yeah, I said what I said, could be just getting started. Let me show you something. Hello, Moto.
Council, proceed, please.
Yes. Okay, so we were continuing on. We had just published, that 2023-12. So going to 2024-17. We can just stay in the CC so you don't have to keep doing.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what's the date of that message?
November 9th.
Same objection.
Thank you. Judge, notes over.
So with regards to, again, using the first page, so it's clear as to who is from and to, The author of this message on 2024-17, who is that from?
It's from Melly, Montana to Dead Baby B01.
Okay. Then the next message from that Melly, Montana, and this is November 9th, 2018, 2025-19 UTC for council.
Judges, may I have a continuing objection so I don't have to interrupt the state on this?
That's fine now.
Thank you. Continuing objection.
Thank you.
And so what does Melly.Montana say to that individual on November 9th of 2018? I'm gonna try and make it big, sorry.
No, that's fine. I just want to be here quickly before this caution. Bitch, I'm not fit to leave board with Tao after what you stuck on me, being with, but you think that's all I think about. This N-word saved my life. He's coming with a K everywhere with me, cuz with a K, if them crackers come grab him, it's my fault. You forgot, 3 question marks.
So then I'm gonna go, so it's clear. The messages chronologically, how do they go in this exhibit?
Well, they go by the time frame, but you can see it's a sequential argument between 2 individuals, the same individuals.
So let me ask you a better question. The message here below that says 2025-39 is the message that's above it at 2027-26 prior to or after?
It's after.
Okay. So in terms of reading the sequence, do you go from the bottom of the page up?
From the bottom up.
Okay. So going now to the next message, again, November 9th, 2025, 39 UTC from Melly.Montana to that baby message. What does it say?
Dumbass ho, you so selfish and young-minded. Don't even think about what I'm going through.
Okay, and then moving on to the message from this November 9th, 2027 UTC, 2018.
Fuck ass ho, you don't. FWN, which means fuck with me. Anyways, you just use me like the rest to do keep all that shit ho on God, on my mama. He was on her shit.
Okay. So continue on to the next message from Melly, Montana, and this one is at November 9th, 2027-26 UTC. And that message here from Melly, Montana again, what does this one say?
You know I don't want Fort Brown, yay, like that stupid asshole.
The next message, which is then 2027-23 UTC for the record, from, again, Melly, Montana.
Shit deeper than just bitches.
So continuing up, moving on to Friday, November 9th, 2029-20 UTC, 2018. Message from Melly, Montana to, again, that baby. What does that one say?
You don't fuck with me anyways. I peeped it. You can slide, but God knows I wasn't in her shit. N-word will end real dumb. Breaking your shit, you spoiled everything was given to you, you bitch. You act like a N-word, oh some bitch slide. I keep Borton with cuz at the end of the day, he did one of the realest shit in my life.
So this argument continues on, so you described it. So the response to that from that baby to Melly.Montana, which is on 2030-26, Friday, November 9th, 2018. What is her response?
Oh, I am. Stop messaging. There's nothing else to say. Still peep everything, hun, and I says it's fine.
The response from Melly.Montana on Friday, November 9th, 2030.
I try to pre-read to make sure
yes.
Cautious what I say. I'm gonna keep him with me. He ain't never say half the shit you said. I put you way beforehand at one point. He never said none, bitch, stay away. You don't love nobody. For real, you heartless. I see it, bitch. Stay away, ho. You just want to break a
So going up to Friday, November 9th, 2031, UTC. Again, the from column, Melly, Montana. What does that message state?
I'll real deal.
And then the next one here.
But you
Sorry.
dropped 5.
My apologies, sorry. At the top.
NVM, never mind.
So then the response from that baby on Friday, November 9th at 2018, 2032-05 UTC.
She responded, kill me with a question mark with some emojis that were unreadable.
Okay. So after you reviewed the Snapchat records, and you weren't able to confirm or deny anything about a Snapchat communication on October 26th of 2018, what was the next step in your investigation on, let's see, so that was October 27th, we talked about Vero Beach. I'm gonna go to October 29th of 2018. What did you do in terms of search warrants on cell phone data?
I authored 2 search warrants, one to Sprint, one to T-Mobile. One was, the Sprint one was to Dontavius Withers' cell phone, as well as one of the victims, Chris Thomas's.
Okay.
And then the other search warrant was for the phone of the defendant.
Objection. For suggestion. Cause for hearsay. And they have not established a predicate that it's in fact our client's cell phone. Which comes sidewalk.
Detective Moretti, you indicated that you had done a search warrant to T-Mobile. Is that for the 772-713-9807 phone number?
Yes,
So is that also done for a 954-248-9801 number?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the correct number on the 9801?
The second time, yes.
Okay. So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it means when you transpose the digit.
When they originally authored the warrant, I on the cell phone number for Anthony Williams. I transposed the last 2 digits So
Every tiny step we take, like implementing leading farming practices and preserving natural resources, makes an impact on our planet and your plate. McCormick Gourmet. We go further for flavor.
You, on October 29th, you analyze the cell, you do the warrants for the cell phone data.
yes,
You get it right away like that?
no.
Okay. Explain to the ladies and the jury about when you first got some of that data back.
We first, at the time, Sprint and T-Mobile were two separate entities. They have now since combined. We traditionally got Sprint back quicker. I think we got it back within a week. I think it took about 2 weeks for the other number, good for the T-Mobile providers. So when we first got the Sprint records back, at the time, Sprint just wasn't as accurate as T-Mobile was.
Okay. In terms of, do you mean accurate or precise?
More precise. I mean, T-Mobile has the true timing of ants, which at the time Sprint was using for call measurement data, but we didn't have a lot of for call measurement data, which is distance and angle from the tower to the device, which is just being estimated.
So when you get the Sprint data, do you have any idea of how far away a particular device may have been from the tower?
At that time, no.
In terms of what information were you able to glean from the Sprint data as to where you need to start looking for your next potential lead?
It took us out to US 27 because the cell phone from Chris Thomas hit on a tower out on US 27 near Holiday Park, and that's where we started our.
So tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you went out to US 27, when you first got the Sprint records, what did you do?
I plotted it, analyzed the data. It took us out to US 27. Detective Bertrand and I actually walked 2 miles of US 27 because we were on 27 looking for anything, shards of glass, spent casings. We weren't near the crime scene at that point. We tried to, we went to the mobile home park, come across some people, never heard gunfire that night, didn't see anyone out there, not the vehicles, nothing.
Okay. So in terms of about what date was this that you were out walking on US 27?
It was about the first week of November 7th or 9th, something like that.
Okay. So once you obtain the T-Mobile records, how does that refocus your investigation?
It was able to dial it in a little more specific. It was able to direct us out to US 27 in Pembroke.
Okay. When you first get the T-Mobile records, do you go through and verify and see some of the known locations? For example, the studio.
Yes.
So in terms of the T-Mobile records, I want to draw your attention to, if I can find the these are kind of the T-Mobile records, which are in this. State 63. So Detective Moretti, when you're looking at the information in the T-Mobile records, I'm going to start by pulling up the 772-7103 record. So I'm going to publish part of States 63, which has been previously admitted into evidence. We're going to go to 205-8127 records, the timing advance LTE. So going.
This is which phone number?
772-713-9807. That's right up there at the top in tiny print.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I want to go down for times on this one to 3:18 a.m. 3:18 a.m., there's a latitude and a longitude that is listed on that particular item.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, at that point, verify the studio video versus where that latitude and longitude is showing the network thinks the phone is?
It was, yes, it was within a block of the studio.
And has that been reduced to a map?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Showing defense counsel what's been marked as state quadruple M, what's been previously shown to defense counsel, all of these maps before. Okay, Detective Moretti, ensuring it's been labeled as state quadruple M. Do you recognize this? Two seconds. I'm sure it's the jury. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize this?
That is the map, Google map of the area where the recording studio is at.
Does this Google map fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude coordinate here at 318, 26.313371?
Yes, ma'am.
And negative 80.138733.
Yes,
Any alterations or deletions?
ma'am. No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time the state was requesting of states quadruple M in as state 85.
I apologize, please.
Sure.
State indicated objection. Oh, you're more than welcome. Detective, this is dealing with cell phone analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And primarily, can you get out? Primarily Cellhawk and Cellbright.
So, two different devices. Cellbright is for the digital forensics examination of the cell phone, and Cellhawk is the platform we use to plot the actual CDRs and timing advance records.
And how many hours have you taken in training in those two areas?
The cell phones and the
Cellhawk and Cellbright.
probably well over 100 hours.
Okay, and have you received any certification?
Certification from Cellhawk as well as from CASPIS, which is what the FBI uses.
And have you ever trained other officers or supervised other people in digital forensic analysis?
On digital forensic analysis, no. Cell sites, yes.
And is there a particular process you follow when you conduct a cellular forensic examination?
You mean when we take data from the cellular device?
Yeah.
The once you
Objection outside the scope, Your Honor. We don't talk about the device yet.
Sidebar, second.
Detective, when I approach the floor, I can't read this. Yes, sir. You're reading merely off this chart, the latitude and longitude, is that correct? Correct. You don't know how this was printed, in other words, how they determined the latitude and longitude.
How T-Mobile?
Yes.
No, I do not know how they produce it.
I renew my objection. Anything else?
No.
Objection notes overruled. Proceed.
So Detective Moretti at this point, our state offers states quadruple M, states 85.
Any additional objections, yes?
No, sir.
Objection notes overruled.
States quadruple M without states 85.
Okay. Permission to publish?
You may.
And so Detective Moretti, this is it. I have the back of it shows the latitude and longitude on here, but that covers up quite a bit of the map. So after you have an opportunity to publish this, I'm going to switch it to the other side, which then just has the indication of the marker.
Okay, it's fine, yeah.
So Detective Moretti, in terms of the address that's previously been testified as 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. Where was that determined to be on this map? And you can, okay, is it drawing on there?
I'll get it.
And so did you personally go out to that location at various times during the course of this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to go forward now. After you looked at that particular coordinate, I want to go to 335. Which is on this particular CDR, again, states 63 previously in evidence, line 127 of the 772-713-9807.
Yes, ma'am.
And previously shown to defense counsel, marked as state quadruple N.
I'm wise. One question. Okay. With the court's permission, can I ask one question?
Yes, go ahead.
You're merely reading off this bill or this chart, correct?
Correct, sir.
You don't know how it was derived.
No, sir.
Same objection.
So, Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states quadruple N for identification purposes only.
Organizes.
And then going back to the state quadruple N, fairly and accurately depicts the latitude of 26.116584 and the latitude of negative 80.324128.
Yes, ma'am.
And does this fairly and accurately depict the location of that on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would move state quadruple N as state 86.
Any objection?
Same objection.
Thank you. Objection notes overruled. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple N will be marked states 86.
Detective Moretti, again, showing you first the coordinate with the latitude and longitude. And if, once you're able to kind of familiarize yourself with that, I will flip it over to the other side.
You can flip it.
Okay. And here on states 86, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the whole camera is in the express lane in this photo approximately? Sorry. And Detective Moretti, did you obtain camera footage from the Department of Transportation to cover this time of 3:35 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to continue forward now in your investigation to 3:47 a.m. Line 136 on this particular CDR of 772-713-9807.
136, you said?
136. Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked and shown to defense counsel as states quadruple O for identification purposes only. Do you recognize states quadruple O?
Yes, ma'am.
Does states quadruple O fairly and accurately depict the latitude of 25.977994 and the longitude of -80.374577 as depicted on line 136?
Correct.
At this time, the state would request to move states quadruple O in and publish.
Objection. May I ask the same question? Flores? You're just reading from that document, correct?
Yes.
That you did not create, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea how it was created.
Correct. Objection.
Notice overruled.
Okay, so publishing what is now states 87. Travis? 87?
87.
87.
Quadruple O will be marked states 87.
So Detective Moretti, in terms of the location of this particular pin or GPS marker, are you familiar with the city it's in?
This is in the city of Miramar. This is Miramar Parkway and 172 Avenue.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over on the other side. Is there a fast food establishment located at the corner of 172nd Avenue and Miramar Parkway?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point that out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by circling it? And in terms of the photos that were previously introduced as states 82, are those from that same account?
Yes, ma'am.
So Detective Moretti, I'm gonna go forward during your investigation and go to what time has been listed as 3:53 a.m. That is line 145 of the 772-713-9807 CDR for defense counsel. Showing what's been previously marked as states quadruple P and shown to defense counsel prior to this afternoon's court session. Detective Moretti, do you recognize states quadruple P?
Yes, it's Hines Boulevard.
And does the latitude and longitude of 26.007627
and -80.411552 fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude on line 145 of the CDR in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move into evidence as state's quadruple P, the state's 88.
Any objection?
Same objection, and I would be asking the same questions, which we all know would be his answers.
Any objection, no, so it'll be admitted.
It's quadruple P, Mark states 88.
88. Thank you. So publishing states 88. Detective Moretti, in terms of the location that we are looking at right here, where is this, once you have this GPS pin?
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and flip over to the other side. Again, the same map, just without the details on it.
You want me to identify the Montessori school or just identify the GPS coordinates?
You read my mind. The Montessori Academy, please. Did you obtain video from the Montessori Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Here, at this time, the state would request to publish what's been previously admitted into evidence as states 80.
Sorry, which is the 80 or 80?
82. That's what it's going on.
Yes, you may. It's in evidence.
I'm gonna go ahead and switch to the other computer and to work a little bit better. Detective Reddy, is this the footage you obtained from the Montessori Academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so starting at 3:52, or 3:53, apologies, I'm gonna publish from 3:53 through 4:20. Try to see any minutes. Detective Reddy, based on your familiarity with this area and this location, the video that says US Tower East View, what direction, cardinal direction does it face?
It's facing towards the east, capturing vehicles going westbound.
Okay. And the bottom, the US West parking, what road is it facing in what direction?
It's still facing Hines Boulevard. It's facing west. And we would actually capture vehicles going east and west, but it's more focused on vehicles going eastbound.
And so when you say more focused on vehicles going eastbound, you mean closer to the camera? Would be that study?
Yes, closer to the
Detective Reddy, in reviewing this footage at 406, was there a dark colored vehicle traveling westbound?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a red vehicle traveling westbound in connection with
East or west, no red vehicle was found.
that was at 353 as well?
353 as well as 406, there was just the one solo vehicle traveling by itself.
Boots Publishing through 4:20 a.m. So going back to our 772-713-9807 CDR. We had just talked about 3:53 a.m. in line 145. I want to skip ahead to 406, and we'll come back to 403 in just a minute. So 406 is here in line 156. That's been labeled as state quadruple Q for identification purposes. It's previously charged by the council. Detective Bernie, I'm showing you it's been marked as states triple Q for identification purposes only. Straight states triple Q, what is that?
This is Pines Boulevard and 196th Avenue.
Okay. So is the latitude and longitude reflected on states triple Q, 26.010021 and negative 80.4088939
Yes, ma'am.
accurately reflect the line 156 of the CDR we've been looking at.
Yes, ma'am.
And does that point on the map accurately and fairly depict where that location is in the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple Q in States 89.
Any objection?
No, it's shocking, but the same objection.
Noted over.
And permission to publish? Okay, and Detective, this is a 4:06 a.m. If you would be so kind as to show the Montessori Academy again. So I want to go back now to 4:03 a.m., which is highlighted in line 154 of this CDR or timing advance from T-Mobile for 772-713-9807. Do you know how the environment data is done on this CDR?
Are you asking how T-Mobile produces it?
Yes.
Basically, it's from what it's determining or it's interpreting the location of the phone based upon its environment. And it either says mobile, outdoor stationary.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes. Don't form any opinion about this to allow anyone to investigation, register, no research, no heads on your chair. Thank you. Sure, we're in recess for a minute. Mr. Devens, need a restroom break?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bring it up, one. Thank you. We're in recess. State attorneys, the witnesses on the stand, and the jury's in the jury room. So, counsel, why don't you go step by step and just explain to me what we're doing?
Sure. What I have also is an additional item from State 63 on the screen, Your Honor. This is the definitions page provided by T-Mobile and was introduced as part of the records in this case, where it explains exactly what each column means. And then here, for example, column 5, environment, indicates whether the call was determined to be indoor, mobile, or outdoor stationary.
Okay. So, as to what the witness is going to say about the new coordinates here, I think you said it was at 4:03 a.m. on phone 9807, last 4 digits.
Yes, sir.
And at that location, where is this going to be at?
That location is going to be at Pembroke Road in US 27.
And
approximately 100 meters, 100 feet.
The 9807 number was 400 feet from the crime scene, and Anthony Williams' phone was 100 meters from the scene.
And you're saying that going back to the first exhibit you had on the location there, you're saying that on one of these lines it basically indicates
Yes, Your Honor.
under environment line 5.
154, which is the coordinate that I just showed you, what's been marked as states quadruple R for identification, the Pembroke Road in US 27. That is the outdoor stationary notification that the T-Mobile network is saying as to the location of the phone.
Thank you. Your objection is?
Our objection is that the FBI agent Brendan Collins testified that not only can he not give an accurate location, but cannot tell and does not use the environment as absolutely unreliable. And the reason they brought in the FBI agent, so the court knows later down the line, and listed him and brought him in late in the case, several years, I believe, later, is because they realized that the individual, specifically this detective, was not qualified to testify to the items that the court has, that the state is now inquiring. And that was the sole purpose of adding him late in the game and making us take his deposition rather late in the game. I mean, that's what the FBI agent testified to. The environment is absolutely unreliable. He doesn't even know how it works. And they never, ever use it in any jurisdiction that the FBI is working on. And the mere fact that that prints, whatever it prints, means nothing.
Judge, could I ask you 5 minutes just to find in the transcripts where he did it so I can direct the court directly to where the FBI agent testifying not only on trial?
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
We would be in recess during that period of time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, is there anything else you want to share with me, Mr. Brennan?
No, Your Honor, not this one.
All right, so we'll be in recess. You show me what you're talking about in the transcript of the Brennan comment.
Thank you, Judge.
I think so, but I think what Natalie said is true. I mean, I think there's shifting loyalties here. It's sort of we're dancing around something, but we don't exactly see what it is. And so because of that, there's still room to argue it both ways.
All right, it remains to be seen what happens next, but we're going to find out at the top of the hour. I do want to thank Dr. Volber for joining us. Great analysis. And Natalie, you're going to stick around here with me. We're going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but much more ahead down in Florida as more of the YNW Melly trial continues. Stay with us.
Did you find any accounts?
Judge, not specifically on that point. I know I did ask if the court wants to see from the deposition transcript. That question was very clearly asked because when
I've got a note here that when Agent Brennan Collins from the FBI testified, he did indicate that he said he testifies to records are consistent with time and date are critical. He goes on a host of things he was discussing, but when it came to environmental issues, he said it can affect the calculation meters, not miles, small deviation.
Your Honor, I think that was in regards to foliage, meteorological issues and things like that. That was the environment. In terms of this particular environment data or column, my recollection is that this was not asked on cross by Ms. Liberty, but that he said he does not rely upon this in doing his calculations. However, you could look at other collateral sources and corroborate whether this was or was not accurate.
The mere fact that this is burden shifting. The burden is on the proponent of the evidence to establish its authenticity and that it is what it purports to be. The mere fact that the state is saying that the defense hasn't shown that it's not reliable is in fact an admission that the state has not shown that it is. And the only evidence that they're pointing to is a hearsay out-of-court statement by somebody at T-Mobile purporting to describe how it works and not even giving any indication as to the reliability of that is pertinent to our objection here, which is how are you telling whether the person is inside or outside? I have one of these apps to track my daughter's movement. She's 2 blocks down the road at a friend saying that she's at the house. So this whole notion, one, that it is precise, and two, that it can tell with specificity and reliability sufficient for a jury to rely upon in a murder case, that you are inside or outside when they have no expert laying that predicate. And it is required of them to do so before attempting through this witness to muscling that information under the guise of it being accurate when it in fact is not. And if they had a witness who could establish that it was, one, they should find that witness, and two, they should present it before trying to present this information. They can't just say, well, the T-Mobile records say it, because one, it doesn't say it, And two, even if it did say it, it does not establish its reliability.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
No, you're right.
All right. Council, respectfully, I don't really object. It appears to me that that's all filed for cross-examination. This is all part of the document that's in evidence. The document says what it says. And so, objection notice overruled. Can we get the jury back in?
Jurors entering.
Record once again reflect the presence of our jury, the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, Mr. State Attorney, the witness remains on the stand. Counsel, if you will proceed, please.
Thank you. Okay. So, Detective Moretti, we're now going to line 154, and that is at 4:03 a.m., 10/26/2018. We're talking briefly about the environment column. On line 154, the environment column under D, what does it say?
Outdoor stationary.
So I'm now approaching with what's been marked as state quadruple R for identification purposes and previously shown to defense. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Does state quadruple R fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude here on line 154 of 25.993.063 and negative 80.428081?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an accurate location as to where that GPS point is in the world?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move into evidence state quadruple R as state 90.
Any objection not previously raised?
Not previously raised.
Thank you. Objection not overruled.
States quadruple R, the mark states 90.
So Detective Moretti, I want to go here to publishing states 90. Once you have your bearings on this, this point from the 9807 phone, I'm going to switch over to the other side at 4:03 a.m. What area does this depict?
This is the actual crime scene on US 27 Pembroke Road.
And approximately where along Pembroke Road on this map were those casings discovered?
It was on the south side of the road, about 820 meters from US 27. 820 feet from US 27, and approximately where the GPS coordinate is at.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about the next point. The map into its home. So going forward now to 4:42 a.m. That is line 185 for defense counsel. showing what's been previously marked as state quadruple S and shown to defense counsel prior for identification purposes only. Showing you state quadruple S for identification. Detective Marty, do you recognize that?
It is Pembroke Road and Southwest 178 Avenue, which is in our jurisdiction of Miramar.
Does the latitude of 25.989.873 and longitude of -80.386462 fairly and accurately depict the latitude and longitude from line 185 of the 772-713-9007 cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple S in and publish for the jury.
Same objection.
Overruled. It'll be admitted.
The state's quadruple S will be marked states 91.
Okay. So Detective Marty, first showing with the information on the back. And then publishing on just the point. So Detective Marty, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Southwest 178th Avenue, south of Pembroke Road?
It's a subdevelopment. It's called Silver Lakes within city of Miramar. Area we're looking at is south of Pembroke Road.
And you said it's a development. Is that commercial or residential?
Residential development.
And so this was 4:42 a.m. Going forward, showing what's been marked as state quadruple T. It's been previously shown to defense counsel on that for identification purposes only, as well as approaching with states 71. Let me show defense counsel in state 71. State 71, page 20.
I'm up, y'all. I'm up. Goddamn, I'm up. I'm up. I'm up. Y'all know I work at nighttime. Shit, I got up 4 o'clock last night. Went to sleep by 5. Was up at 9. I'm up now. I'm up. Y'all rock with me. Y'all roll with me. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. I'm up. Yo, what's up, Corral? Y'all gonna have to fill me in on my ready though, dog.
Questions? So Detective Moretti, I'm going to go forward now to 8:46 a.m. Which is reflected on line 315 of this CDR. The states that's been marked for identification as states quadruple T fairly and accurately identify the latitude and longitude of 25.97779 and -80.405,479 on the blue dot.
Yes, ma'am.
The states what's been marked as for identification as states quadruple T fairly and accurately identify the location of 3220 Southwest 192nd Avenue, Miramar, Florida, on that map.
Yes, ma'am.
And do those fairly and accurately depict those locations in Miramar, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move in states quadruple T States 92.
Same objection? Same objection. Overruled. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple T will be marked states 92.
So I'm gonna take back States 71 again. And publishing for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the address that you just read aloud. And Detective Moretti, if you'd be so kind as to say the date and time that address and message were sent and read.
It was read sent on 4:45, 4:46 a.m. and actually, it was sent on 10/26/2018 at 4:45:46 a.m. and it was read on 4:45:50 a.m.
Okay. So now going to States 92. First showing that same address. And so it's clear for the record, the address on this map is indicated by what color pinpoint?
Green.
Okay. Going now to the latitude and longitude that we previously discussed.
And it is blue.
Okay. Just going to have to take them without the. Okay. Detective Moretti, in terms of the address that we just talked about, that 3220 address, what subdevelopment was that located in?
That was in Sunset Lakes.
Is that the same subdivision as that 18541 address we talked about earlier today?
It's the same development, but not the actual same sub-community.
Approximately how far apart are they?
They're about maybe less than a mile.
After you reviewed these coordinates and had some idea of a path of travel and location, did you go and try and locate any other surveillance footage that would be useful in the presentation of this case?
We got the video from the turnpike, from 595.
Okay.
We got the video from the McDonald's. There was a video from the Monastery School. We were on US 27 looking for video, which we did not recover any.
Okay. In terms of the cameras on US 27, what did you learn about those?
The video was much to our surprise that those cameras do not record.
And so the initial date of when you obtained the T-Mobile records, do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was, the initial records was the 9th of November.
Okay. So after November 9th, you obtained the Montessori School footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to getting those T-Mobile records, did you have any indication that Pines Boulevard was an area where you should be looking for video surveillance?
Prior to the T-Mobile records?
Prior to the T-Mobile?
No, ma'am.
So after you got the T-Mobile, did you look for other video on Pines Boulevard or assign someone to do so on the east side of 172nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they successful in obtaining any footage?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Going forward on November 21st, did you have the opportunity to respond out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of the geography of that location?
It's an isolated road in the Everglades off of US 27. There's not a lot out there. There's a waste management dump. It's not well lit. Travel in the middle of the night. It's dark. The roads aren't identified. No street lamps. It's a very desolate place in the middle of the Everglades.
In terms of when you were getting there on the west side of US 27. What terrain features are they?
On the west side of US 27 is a canal that runs north and south, and that is marshy swamp areas.
Okay. To get on going now, describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 208th Avenue. Where does that road run?
It runs north and south. It connects Pembroke Road to Pine Boulevard. However, on each side, north and south, there is a gate that prohibits any travel.
Do you know what is located on that street as to why it is?
The Fire Training Academy is located on
And what jurisdiction is between Pines and Pembroke Road?
their jurisdiction. Pembroke Pines jurisdiction starts in the middle of Pembroke Road. We have the south side of Pembroke Road. They have the north side of Pembroke Road, and the line in between the yellow line in between divides our two cities.
Okay. So now you talked about, so on US 27 going now from west to east on Pembroke Road. What's on either side of the road?
On Pembroke Road, it's marshy swamp area. There's absolutely nothing.
When you get to the far eastern edge of Pembroke Road, when you access it from US 27, is that open to the public?
No, it's a closed area because of the waste management dump out there, and it doesn't even connect all the way through. It goes maybe another quarter mile in, and then it's the entrance to the dump, and that's it.
Okay. Is there a gate at the entrance to the waste management facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there an additional gate at the far western end of Pembroke Road? I'm sorry, the eastern end of the western part.
Yes.
Would it be more helpful if I showed you a map to describe these?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as states quadruple U. Detective Hardy, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states quadruple U. So don't show it to the jury just yet. Do you recognize that map?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the geographical location you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple U in as states 93.
Any objection? No. It's admitted. What's the number, Coach?
93.
Okay, Detective Marty, I'm going to put this up here to publish. And so we're going to start over here on US 27. Could you indicate on the map up ahead, and you can either use your finger or you want to go really old school with a pointer. Take your pick.
Everybody uses a pointer.
Could you indicate that canal that you indicated on the west side of US 27?
You're going north and south, running parallel with US 27 canal road.
Okay, so I'm going to move this over a little bit. I'm going now to show the 208th Avenue. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the gate is on the south end of 208th Avenue?
There's a gate right here.
Okay. And will you show the gate at the eastern edge of the western part of Pembroke Road as to where traffic is stopped?
Repeat that again.
Can you show the gate at the eastern edge of the western part of Pembroke Road?
Where about here?
And in terms of the waste management facility, is that indicated and shown on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
Right where it says waste management.
And in terms of the access to that, is there a gate for there as well? Sorry, move it up.
It's actually
And we just learned that if you touch on that screen, it works too. Okay, Detective Murray, if you're Zoom, your seat.
Damn, what nephew in heat? Nephew, you in heat? Boy, I've been reading these comments in this chat. Boy, nephew in heat. Boy, I'm talking about, damn, now.
Avenue
Yes, ma'am.
to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27 via helicopter.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a video of that flight capture?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the points of travel that you refer to from College and Shell records and the timing advance records you found?
Yes, ma'am.
So I also want to talk about, did you have an occasion at approximately 3:20 in the morning to go to 805 Northeast 4th Avenue in a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you then travel from that location across 595 to I-75 to Miramar Parkway and then out to the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that filmed with video to fairly and accurately show the conditions at 4 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as quadruple J for aviation and states quadruple K for the nighttime track. Detective Murray, approaching and showing you what's been previously marked for identification purposes only. It states quadruple J and quadruple K. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, my initials and badge numbers on it.
Did you have an opportunity to review those before you came in here to testify today?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the flight from 805 Northeast 4th Avenue to the location, and as well as the dark condition driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request that you move in states quadruple J and states quadruple K at states 94 and 5.
May I ask one or two questions?
Yes.
Just do it from here.
Sure.
Get tired. What day did you do the helicopter trip?
Maybe about a month ago. I don't know the exact date. It would be on the video.
I'm sorry, a month ago?
About a month ago, sir.
2023?
Yes, sir.
So that would be June of 23?
Yes, sir.
While we were in trial?
No, it was before the trial started.
Picking a jury then?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, June of 23.
No, Mr. James, on my thoughts. Objection.
Well, it's to the predicate. I'm sorry, Judge.
No problem. Like, two of us can't talk at one time. In any event, proceed, Counsel.
The nighttime driving at 3:20, you said?
3:20 in the morning, yes, sir.
What day did you do that?
It's probably about maybe 3 or 4 months ago.
So that would have been in
Maybe April.
April of 23?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at any of the conditions, whether or not there were any accidents in 19, 18 when this occurred?
No, sir.
Did you look at whether or not the weather conditions were the same as when you went out in June and April of this year?
No, sir.
Objection on predicate. Foundation and relevancy.
Done? Are you done?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Can I see sidebar, please?
time. Is there anything that would help refresh your recollection as to exactly when that was done?
The video actually.
Okay.
The video should have a timestamp on it, as well as I think I produced a timeline for you as well. And a report from the crime scene technician who filmed it.
Okay, and that was with
Miss Carroll.
And do you have notes as to the time frame in which you did that video with you today? Or is that reflected in a report?
I'm not sure if I have those notes with me.
Okay. So let me go ahead and what I can do is I can show you the video. I'll take it off of the computer here. Did you select a time and date to do the video so it would be the same in terms of the daylight savings time and the lighting conditions on that day?
We did it at the same exact time as the incident.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you what it is. Mark for identification as state quadruple K. And looking on the date of the video creation, does that refresh your recollection as to when it was done?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that done?
That was March 10th, 2022 at 3 a.m.
And in terms of the weather conditions on March of 2022, were they the same or substantially similar to that of October 26th of 2018?
Substantially similar.
In terms of the lighting conditions, were they the same or substantially similar at the locations at US 27 as they were in 2018?
Substantially similar.
Have there been any additional lighting or street lights installed?
No, ma'am.
Have there been any removed from the location of Pembroke Road and US 27?
No, ma'am.
Does that video fairly and accurately depict how US 27 and Pembroke Road looked in both 2022 as well as 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Has there been any development?
No, ma'am.
Any additional buildings?
No, ma'am.
Any additional businesses or anything for that?
No, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would renew the state's motion to move in state's quadruple K into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, same objection.
Objection, no, it's overruled.
Okay, and then with regards to state's quadruple, I'm sorry, that was state's quadruple K.
Excuse me 1 second. What's the exhibit going to be? Okay. Quadruple K, I'm sorry.
Quadruple K will be states 94.
94 and evidence.
And with regards to state's quadruple J, take that one now. And you previously looked at these?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the lighting conditions in state's quadruple J. I'm sorry, state's quadruple K. Travis, I think I mixed them up.
Excuse me 1 second, guys. Can you show the exhibits to Travis, both of them, wherever it's written on?
I didn't put the numbers on them, so I can make them switch with the. Was that state's quadruple J? Actually, they just published the next entry?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So correct the, please.
So states quadruple
J.
will be states 94.
Thank you.
So showing now
Excuse me, is that the flyby or the drive-by?
driver.
So in looking at what has been marked now as states quadruple K for identification, is the lighting conditions the same?
No,
In terms of being able to accurately show the path of travel as determined, is this the most efficient way of doing it?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
In terms of doing this on a nighttime drive on that? Were there changed road conditions?
the reason we filmed this during the day was because of the lighting conditions makes it more visible. The recording studio is no longer there. When we did the actual nighttime drive, there was construction on 595 and 95, so we had to divert. We didn't start. We had to extend the recording a little bit. So
in terms of the recording that is in right now, it states 94 from the exit of Miramar Parkway and I-75 to Pembroke Road and US 27. Is that really accurately fixed?
yes, that's that.
So in terms of showing the actual road travel, how does the flyover show that better than trying to drive?
It's a more accurate depiction because it's at night. You can see it a lot easier. The construction is no longer on 95 and 595, so it clearly depicts the path that was taken that night.
Was there construction on October 26th of 2018 on those areas?
Not to my knowledge.
Here at this time, the state would renew its motion to put states quadruple K in as states 95.
Objection on relevancy, predicate, foundation.
Any objections? No, it's overruled. It'll be admitted.
States quadruple K will be states 95.
95. Perfect. Okay. So I will start with publishing state 95. So Detective Reddy, if you could please point out what we are looking at here first. Oh, and the lights, please, Travis.
Right here is the where the recording studio used to be.
And so at the top of the screen, is there a compass which indicates the heading?
Yes, right there. And then this is Flagler Street, which goes up to Sunrise Boulevard. And then this is Sunrise here.
Shit like the old Call of
Make a
Duty. I
left,
mean, not
which
Call of
would
Duty.
head
Grand Theft Auto.
west on Sunrise Boulevard. Take Sunrise west to 95.
Detective Reddy, when you did the drive of this, it took approximately how many minutes to get from the studio to Miramar Parkway?
Probably about 20 minutes, 20.10 minutes, like that. This is the 95 ramp here.
So which direction is the helicopter that you're in traveling now?
We are moving south now.
Get to Broward Boulevard at that exit leading to Peak Police.
We took 95 down to 595.
Understood. And just for purposes of keeping references to where it is, are you for Broward Boulevard and the other locations? Is that Broward that was just passed?
I believe so, ma'am.
It's a live drone.
So where is the helicopter traveling now at this point?
We are turning west onto 595. That would be the turnpike entrance. Still on 595 heading west.
Just so it's clear, you can indicate which road is the pointer on the big screen, so everybody can see which road you're following. And Detective Ray, I think the next thing I'm gonna ask you to indicate to those remoter is when the express lane's toll booth is shown, that we watched the footage from already.
That'd be closer to 79.
Detective Ray, I'm gonna ask you to go back to your Air Force days. What does an airspeed of 100 knots translate to?
I didn't fly to military man. If you look to the right, it has the miles per hour.
Thank you.
passing hiatus coming up to Flamingo. Passing southwest 136. And that will be
So Southwest 136 right there, or, I'm sorry.
well, it's 136 right here, and then there's the sun pass. And then we'll be turning south on I-75 heading south.
Just so you can indicate which road on this would be that direction.
I know people waiting to see if they gonna see an accident or something.
check right, the clock's even a little small for me. When it gets to, I believe, 16 minutes, we'll pause it and switch to the other view.
We just got Sheridan Street. It's Pines Boulevard.
Captain Marty, what is the exit just before Miramar Parkway?
Pines Boulevard. We're exiting Miramar Parkway.
And that is at 15:07, and we're stopping it at 15.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm gonna let it continue on until 15:30. Now publishing states 94. Travis, I'm gonna pass the other light as well, please.
Is that exhibit 94 or 95?
94.
94.
So Detective Marty, if you could explain where this video picks up.
We are right now on the off ramp to enter onto Miramar Parkway from I-75.
Oh shit, they got us in a police car, y'all.
We are now on Miramar Parkway, heading west, approaching Southwest 160th Avenue, which is also known as the Dykes Road.
And to the right of the screen, what direction is that cardinal direction?
To the right of the screen, that would be we're traveling west now, so to the right would be the north.
And if you could, when you get to the Puerto Tropical, if you could identify that.
We just there's a Chili's just passed there. Should be coming up to a Target. That was the entrance to Regional Park, which is on the right side. We're still heading west. There's the Boulder Truck Hotel right there. Gas station, we should be coming up to Southwest 172nd Avenue, which is a McDonald's.
If you go north on Southwest 172nd Avenue, what is located at Southwest 172nd Avenue, Pembroke Road?
That would be the hospital, Memorial Hospital.
If you indicate again when you get to 184th, at the end of the walking, I believe you testified to by the officers in your mark.
Yes. This is 178, which is Silver Lakes. Southwest 178 Avenue.
Come to Culver's and treat someone you love to a meal they're sure to love.
Nigga, I would have went to church, nigga. Besides this shit.
To get to the entrance of 40th Street for Sunset Lakes, the guard gate, which way would you turn at 184th?
You make a left, you would head south on 184th.
Turn right on 184th.
You head north into Pembroke Pines.
On Miramar Parkway, does it connect through to US 27?
No. This is 184th right here. You're turning right, which is heading north.
During the time of this video, are you operating the vehicle?
I am driving and Miss Carroll is recording in the passenger seat.
Are you observing posted speed limits?
Yes.
Are you purposely driving slower than the speed limit?
I'm driving exactly at the speed limit. We're coming up to Pembroke Road.
Does Pembroke Road connect through if you turn left there to US 27?
No.
You ain't miss nothing. This nigga riding around for hookers.
The red lights we're approaching is Hines Boulevard.
Does Hines Boulevard connect to US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the next road Let me rephrase. Is there another road in Broward County south of Pines Boulevard that connects to US 27?
No, ma'am. We now turn left, which is heading west on Pines Boulevard.
When the Montessori Academy is on the left, it's the road indicated.
This would be the Montessori School.
Dream, what's up, baby? Got a bowl of gumbo for you.
Coming to US 27. We will make a left heading south. Pembroke Road.
There a traffic light at Pembroke Road?
No. Left-hand turn, which will be east on Pembroke Road. And this is Pembroke Road.
Approximately what time of the morning is this that you're doing this video at right now?
We're here approximately at around 4 a.m.
How many times have you been out to this location before you did this drive?
Several times.
What vehicle just passed you?
That is a waste management vehicle going out to the dump. I will turn it around.
Is there a particular reason you chose that
That
spot to
was,
turn around?
that was the approximate crime scene location.
Oh shit, I'm scared of dog a little bit. Hold up.
As we turn here on 27, you're going to submit this video out to place 3.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your own lights, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little after 5, so my colleagues will break through today. Remember, the admonition do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, or allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Concerning no research, just leave your notepads on your chairs, and see everybody back tomorrow at 9. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Which remains on stand. Anything for you this witness tonight?
No, just check Melly, I cannot contact you with future name rights, if any emergency, please contact you in my office or the business day.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We have an issue to discuss outside the presence of this witness.
Sure. You stepped out. So up to you tomorrow.
Hey, Dan. Dan.
All right, the witness.
Oh, them niggas losing hell.
All right, the witness stepped out. Counsel, what do you want to discuss?
We need the assistance of the state to bring back Special Agent Collins when the state rests. We never anticipated that this witness would be qualified, able to testify to the ordinance or any of that, which is contra to everything that the FBI agent testified to in his deposition and what have you. And there's additional items to go through. In order for us to subpoena him, we have to go through the Justice Department, as the court probably knows, because we're defense attorneys and they're not that quick to respond to us, and we have to fill out paperwork and get permission. But since the state has called him, we would ask the state's assistants to get him in when and if we put on a case.
Karen, my understanding is Special Agent Collins was on a TDY, that was the information I gave. A TDY, which is another sort of training deployment, and will be out of the country for the entire month of July. That's why I had to rush to call him so early in the case. He told me push back, delayed for the start date, so he would be available last week if I needed to put him back as far as that, I think, but I don't believe he's in the country.
It's June.
It's July.
Oh, it's July.
Council, if you could just verify whatever it is, and then, speak to.
I will
Sorry, yes, sir.
I said, if they would assist us and let us know if he's available, fine. If not,
I'm not available by Zoom.
So can you do that, check into that?
So I would say that I emailed him on a different issue, and he has not responded. So I don't think he has access to his email. That's the only way I can respond. So I'm happy to try and assist on that, but the vet still has to do the proper procedures before you be able to testify.
You're gonna make some inquiries, and you'll speak to, Councilman Edelstein and this, Cole.
In terms of the defense doing the proper procedures, Your Honor, that is a procedure that takes several weeks, if not months. So that's not feasible. That's why we're asking for the state's assistance in bringing him back. So the quicker you have to jump through, have him here in September.
Thank you.
A one-page letter that has to be written on.
I don't know what it is, Council, but you said you're gonna make inquiry, and that's why I'm asking you to contact them, and we'll, once we find out where it's located, what is the next order of business, so to speak. So, how much more do you have of this witness, Council?
A lot.
So are you gonna be on direct for the rest of the day tomorrow?
I think we might start, we might start across the pass. I said there's, a lot of messaging and phone data to go through and publish.
But you're gonna be most of the day tomorrow, you think? When you're direct. And you have a substantial amount to go over across?
I would think so at this point. If they're gonna take most of the day, I would ask that we not start the process.
And, with the city time to break it, this time it is, I'm not guaranteeing anything.
No, I understand.
But on, after detecting already, state intent, call any other witnesses.
Not at this time, right?
So,
Yeah, something that might change, but
understood. So right now it's Monday, so tomorrow's Tuesday, you're gonna be most of the day Tuesday. Council thinks, if he gets to him, tomorrow or not, he'll take at least half a day Wednesday. Is that about right, Mr. Adelson?
Yes, sir.
So, assuming you don't call any more witnesses, state will be resting, then you'd be prepared to bring some witnesses in, either Wednesday afternoon or Thursday, depending on how it goes. Is that right, Mr. Adelson?
I have to confer with co-counsel. I can't answer that right at this moment.
I'm just trying to get
an
idea, so you're prepared to go ahead. That's the way it sounds like to me. Am I correct, Ms. Bradley?
yes, sir.
All right, so we're talking about sometime, this week you'd be calling witnesses.
Judge, the only issue on that is we had the deposition, the first part of the deposition of the defense's witness, Larry Daniel, was done on last week. Then we had agreed and came before Your Honor on Friday morning to bifurcate that deposition, and we agreed to do it on Saturday. I then procured a court reporter for 5 p.m. on Saturday at the request, and after Ms. Liberty had acknowledged she would produce the witness at 5 o'clock. However, then at 4:57, I got an email from Mr. Howard indicating that they were no longer going to be having their expert and producing their expert. So I'm going to have to need some sort of court intervention to make sure that that deposition happens in a timely fashion. Mayor,
Before somebody responds, are you still in intending on calling Mr. Daniel?
We do intend to call Mr. Daniel. We do not intend to call Mr. Daniel to address the subject matter for which the state wants to further depose him. It's outside the scope of what he's being called for. And so we're not making him available for them to put him to task to review what the state would have him review that's unrelated to the testimony in its entirety. So remember,
I don't understand. I thought he was an expert originally in Cellbrite, then he was switched over to Fitbit or something along these lines.
To pedometer versus Cellbrite. What the state is asking him to, the witness to do, is to go and review some Cellbrite information and cell tower information so that the state can inquire of him on that subject, not regarding the pedometer test. And so we're not making them available for the state to go exploring and putting him to task. These are things on our dime.
So he's going to testify as an expert regarding Fitbit.
If he testifies at all, that would be the pedometer. That would be the scope of his testimony.
Have you deposed him on that issue?
No, Your Honor. That was what the expert said. He needed the data from Celebrate to look at the activity data because the information that was sent to him by Ms. Liberty was corrupted. So then I helped out and sent him a brand new copy of the cell phone download so that he could review it. I am still trying to ask him questions specifically on the activity and location data that is found in the phone. And for most of the answers to the questions were things to the effect of, well, don't quote me on that. I have to check my notes. He was doing it from the side of the road in the car, so he has to go back and check his notes. He also, they have not yet provided me these screenshots that he mentioned in the first part of the depo that he has said he has received. I'm just asking to have the information that we have have the witness answer questions after he's reviewed everything. Because that's the state's deposition of the defense witness. And a deposition is wide latitude in the areas that you can cover, questions that you can ask on that. The state wants to make sure we are prepared in whatever area he is trying to answer questions, and if we need to file a doubt. So the state needs to be able to complete the deposition when we were prepared and ready to do so on Saturday before it was canceled 3 minutes before it was set to start.
She's not actually forthcoming, Judge. She had actually asked if we could do it on Sunday. Mr. Daniel said he was not going to work on the Sabbath. This was something that he teaches on Friday. We explained to the state he teaches. He was actually traveling. I was trying to get this done so he could be in his house and do the notes. I offered him up Tuesday or Wednesday evening. I know Mr. Howard Joe has filed a motion on pedometers. I don't know if we need to argue that motion before we even determine, because if he's successful on his motion, I don't think we need to have the deposition. So I would ask that we have time to argue this motion maybe tomorrow morning.
So with regards to that, we'd be prepared to argue the motion until I finish fleshing out the answer on that. So I need to have to do everything in order.
That's not so. The basis of my motion.
All right, I gotta mute them. Shit, I gotta get ready to go to work in a little bit. But what you think today, Correll? What you think happened? Because I knew you came in here late. What you peep?
I ain't gonna lie, this is all you. I came in so late.
I know y'all was asleep, wasn't it?
Fucking right.
I think the dude Glass was a little strange. I think he had the game fucked up a little bit, right? So I think he thought, he called a charge. So being he called a charge, he had a subpoena or whatever. I think he had to come to court. He had to come to court, or they were gonna revoke his bond on his other charge. You feel what I'm saying? Like you miss court, that's a bench warrant. So you would end up getting your bond revoked and another charge. You would end up going to jail. So, but what he did not have to do. But see, it's crazy because they say he contacted them. So it's strange though. I gotta get some more information on him, because when he came up there like he was a reluctant witness. But being that you got in contact with him, it seemed like you would have been more forthcoming. And then it seemed like he wanted to tell certain things, didn't want to tell other things. Like he didn't want to talk nothing about Track. You know what I'm saying? Track got that boy doing about like, hey, You know what I mean? Like scared up. Like he didn't want to say nothing about track.
Nigga
But
put
he
that bag on your head.
yeah, but he did snitch enough. He did snitch enough to give the prosecution shit to convict Melly on. He said Melly switched clothes. He said Melly the car never stopped. The red Mitsubishi never stopped, and Melly never got in there. All type of little shit that we needed filled in. We needed corroborated by other people. Well, that the state needed corroborated by other people. So he was like he was kind of like halfway snitching. Nigga, you already a snitch, nigga. Like I don't be understanding these motherfuckers. Once you done told one thing, it's already over, bro. You already a snitch. You know what I'm saying?
Niggas
Like
watching Gunna, man.
yeah, like you like ain't no such thing as no halfway snitch. You already done snitch, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, this nigga was looking poor as fuck with that stank ass hoodie on, bro. I ain't listen. If there's anybody that should have shook Melly and tracked them down for some money not to testify, that nigga should have. Nigga, when that nigga came in, that nigga didn't even have enough money to go to what, like bro say, Marshalls and buy you a little dress shirt in the box with the tie. You know what I'm talking about? They got that shit that come in a little plastic little box, nigga. They got that shit by $20, nigga. Like, bro, you walked up in there really looking like that. Then he was hiding his face, cause he looked like he was shy, like he was ashamed to be up there telling, nigga, you came in that bitch and told, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, like you ain't like it's over, cuz it's over for you. Like, you might well embrace that shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like, you you feel me? Like
Track ain't sent man no care package.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, what the fuck he got going on? Like, it was strange to me. Then when the defense started cross-examining him, he was getting tested with them, nigga. Them niggas on your side, nigga. Supposedly, if you ain't gonna snitch, the defense is on your side. He went again tested with them. That's how I can tell this nigga slow as fuck. Like, this nigga slow as fuck. Like, man. Bro, do y'all see the mentality of these niggas out here that be out here doing this bullshit? These niggas, man, these was the slow niggas in class. A lot of them, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. For real. Like, bro.
Niggas
And
had two teachers.
That's why, right. That's why I don't be fucking with these motherfuckers, man, because I'm telling you, these niggas be slow, y'all. I'm telling you. These niggas will kill you. Nigga, you could have been in school. You could have got straight A's in school. Nigga, you'll get killed by a nigga that motherfucking can't spell cat. You know what I'm talking about? Then nigga get caught the next day. Nigga kill you and get caught the next motherfucking day. Man, get the fuck out of here, man.
And expose themselves.
Yeah.
Because they don't even know how, they ain't even trained to like get a for interrogation. So these niggas be slipping up because they dumb. They ain't got the mental capacity to survive that shit. So
And that goes
they
back to what I
stupid.
be telling people. They be talking like when the people talk about this case. Oh man, why would he do this? This that you got to stop thinking like rational people. You gotta stop thinking like a rational motherfucker. Some of these motherfuckers ain't rational. These motherfuckers can't. These motherfuckers ain't got sense. God gave a billy goat. So you got to motherfucking. You got to think like them. You got to think like this motherfucker. Nigga, last night I was outside of work, right? And as a dude, he walked up. He was talking to himself, like arguing and shit. But then I thought he was talking to himself, but he was on his phone. So he was talking shit on the phone. So I could tell the nigga wanted to make his way over to me, right? So I'm just out on my break. I'm just smoking a cig. Out on my break, I'm just chilling. The nigga walked close to me and was like, he asked me for something. I said, hell no. He told me, yes, y'all do. Y'all do got it. I said, man, if you don't get the fuck out my face before I beat your motherfucking ass out here, because I was already getting pissed off by him walking around any goddamn way. You know what I'm talking about? He told me, you ain't gonna beat me. I could tell he was a little feminine or something. He like, you ain't gonna beat me up. I like, man, he like, you ain't gonna do my call police. I said, man, I'm gonna put my foot in your ass. And then I'm gonna motherfucking call the ambulance for you, nigga. Like, for real. But I realized bro wasn't playing with a full deck. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, bro, tripping. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, but I
So it's
already
really your fault argue with a crazy motherfucker.
yeah,
I
that's why
see
I went
niggas
on.
like that in the street all day, boy. Like that shit don't work. I know niggas who do it just for fun,
That's what I
just
think
to
he was
make you
doing.
mad.
That's what I think he was doing. That's why I just went on ahead and went on back inside from a lunch break. Because I knew if I'd have stood out there longer, he was gonna keep trying me, and I was gonna feel like he trying me, so I was gonna just do some shit. You know what I'm saying? So I just went on.
Risk your job, man.
Yeah, I felt bad though. I felt like, damn, I let this fuck nigga make me go in, but I was gonna beat him though. I swear I was gonna beat him. I had already envisioned in my head. I'm gonna run over there and kick him. You know what I'm saying?
This nigga crazy.
I wasn't gonna punch him. I was just
You
gonna
put
run.
hands and feet. Nigga
Yeah, I was just gonna run.
activating the feet on that nigga, huh?
Yeah, I was just gonna run and just go to kicking him. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about just jump up, just kick him in the chest. Boom, kick him down.
This is Sparta kick. Dead in his
For
fucking chest.
real, nigga, like, I went off on him immediately. The first time he asked me, fuck, nigga, if you don't get the fuck on for right here. Because I already seen what he was on. But yeah, I caught myself. I'm like, man, let me go and just go on back in. Because, you know what I mean? He
I'm
don't know what.
smarter than that, though. I had to learn I'm smarter than that. That's why I got the wisdom to see through shit. To know when that energy coming around. Cause niggas be mad. He probably mad at his boyfriend. Yeah, they niggas be looking for an outlet, though.
Yeah, what the nigga looked like he was sweet. I don't even know what he asked me, but I told him no. I was like, oh, you know what I mean? He's like, you a lie. He's like, all soft. You a lie, man. Get your punk ass on with me, man.
Nigga probably asked you y'all set booty show for a minute here.
I
And
don't
you
know
probably
what.
went off like, hold up.
Maybe he for the bathroom or something. I don't know, cuz the nigga had been moving around like a little fly already and got upset just watching him move. You know what I'm saying? Just buzz around, bitch. Get the fuck on. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. So a lot of these motherfuckers ain't got good sense. I think Melly them in trouble. Is leaning more and more. I like they let that black lady get her shit off today. You know what I'm saying? That was real. You know what I'm saying? I gotta hurry up and get up out of here though. Look, I appreciate your career, man. Shout out to my boy Career. Go subscribe to his channel, man. Shout out to Dream Dog, Tanel Bowen, Flyboy Michael Foe, the Chicks 1000, aka Chick 1K. Shout out my boy Audio Crack, that's my guy. Shout out to Unspoken Crime, Miss Unspoken Crime Murderer. Shout out to Look Hell's Truth Movement. Go subscribe to his channel. Shout out to Trigger Man telling goddamn me. Shout out to all y'all in the chat today, man. Y'all been showing out. Shout out to Nephew for real. Y'all was showing out in the chat today. Shout out to Still Ashley Big. Shout out to Siobhan. Shout out to Javari, man. Y'all was cutting up in here. I had dozed off. My bad. Shout out to Malik. I appreciate y'all for keeping this thing going while I dozed off. Look, man, I'm telling you, I got off like 3, 4 last night. I stayed up till like 5. Then I woke back up at 9. Now I got to go back to work. So y'all can tell me I only be getting like 3 hours worth of sleep. Man, you know what I mean? I'm off tomorrow, though, so it's cool. I'll probably make
So
some
you
videos.
going live tonight? What's up?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live tonight because we got some shit to unpack. I'm gonna go watch some lawyer videos on this shit to see what we missed or what I missed.
Crazy.
Yeah, because I ain't
I'll be ready.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have some shit to break.
I don't know the fuck Moretti was talking about. I swear I slept all the way through Moretti. My bad, y'all. I know y'all heard me snoring. Shout out to Randy, man. Hey, y'all was here trying to and now our powers combined in the chat. Boy, I seen you, boy. I went back and looked at these things, but y'all went bullshitting, boy. I'm talking about Nep trying to pitch some woo on the job, boy. I'm talking about for real. Nep, you been wanting to do that though, Nep. I'm talking about you a silent assassin. You been sitting in the cut. Shout out to Kamal Kimball. Shout out to Lil A. I seen you in the cut, Lil A. I wish you could have got a chance to come up. Who else? I'm trying to go down the chat so I can get all y'all shots out, man. For real, man. Shout out to everybody who gave me a cash out today. I appreciate it, man. Hit that cash out also. Hey, go follow me on Instagram, man. I'm trying to get that Instagram. I'm gonna go to Pump and I'm gonna put some shit on there. Man. Just give me a little minute. But y'all go follow me anyway, though, man. Because y'all goddamn show made me open the Instagram up to the public. That's like Correa say, y'all will make a motherfucker do something, boy. I'm talking about, boy, god damn. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna get that bitch to pumping. I know a lot of y'all be on Instagram and AK and Seti Nash and all them be on Instagram. So I know I gotta get on there to you know what I mean, to kind of, you know what I mean, fuck with y'all, you know what I'm saying, better. You know, I'm gonna start going live from over there too. I'm gonna connect all the platforms eventually though. Shout out to Dream Dog. My girl just became a member. That's fucked up though. She should have been a member though. Now I'm just bullshitting. I just set up the membership though. Where you been at today too, Dream? Don't think I ain't been paying attention. Shout out to Yellow Diamond. Shout out to Nikki Baby. Shout out to Eve. Appreciate you, Eve. Shout out to Jason, follower of Christ. Who else? I'm trying to get all y'all shots out, man. Shout out to Wrap Up. Shout out to who else? I see y'all got Jack Napier ass up out of here. He gone. What happened? Today blocked him or something. Oh no, I don't see his comments. I know his ass must be out of here. Who else, man? Y'all was rocking this bitch today though, man.
Man,
If I
keep grinding, my boy.
yeah,
Like,
man,
yeah, man, your work you doing, man, it's impressive, dog. For
man,
real
thank
though, boy.
thank
9 hours, boy, that's dedication. So you different.
man,
You
thank you,
remind me of the old me.
man, thank you, man. One time I went 17 hours straight for real.
My
Yeah,
longest lie was like my longest lie was like 14 hours. Man, I woke up, looked in the
yeah,
camera, and straight put that shit on. Nigga, I
yeah.
woke up, my camera was on, nigga.
One time I fell asleep on live. I'm talking about I fell asleep. I'm talking about I had my hand on my what's name and just fell asleep. I'm talking about, I
It
looked back.
happens to the best. That's why I don't drink on live, man. I ain't no drinking. I drunk on live and went to sleep. Son, 15 hours later, son. That fucking people still in that. I still about 60 people in that bitch. Boy, I couldn't believe it.
For real. But
They was
yeah,
waiting because my camera was on. Them motherfuckers sneaky. They were waiting. Yeah.
yeah. But all right, I'm gonna get out this bitch, man. I gotta get out of here, man. I appreciate
All
y'all,
right,
man.
my boy.
All right, man. I'm gonna go live tonight. I'm off tomorrow, so we can rock out. All right, yeah.